Welcome to Las Vegas, Nevada. Some call it Sin City or the entertainment capital. Welcome to Las Vegas, Nevada. Some call it Sin City or the entertainment capital of the world. Some might even call it the City of Lights, but I think this weekend, City of Bikes is entirely appropriate. From the South Point Hotel and Casino, this is live coverage of the Mecum Motorcycle Auction for the very first time on YouTube. It's the largest motorcycle auction on the planet this year, with nearly 2,000 bikes set to cross the auction block. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Scott Hoke with my partner and our expert motorcycle commentator, Paul Dorleone, and we welcome you to Las Vegas here on YouTube. And we are really excited about this lineup, Paul, but with a bit of sadness as well, because we're without, for the first time this year, our longtime colleague and our friend, John Kraman, who, as you may or may not know, passed away earlier this month after a short battle with leukemia. And I wanted to give you an opportunity to say a few words about JK.
Yeah, for sure. He's a very special man to me. I had worked the auctions for years as a color guy up on the auction block. And when I was invited to join the Mecum TV team on the motorcycle division, I learned that John was my doppelganger in the car world, the man who knew everything, the professor. And so he was really a mentor to me, showing me how do you tell stories about vehicles while being entertaining, succinct, positive. And, you know, I really treasure that. And he taught me so much. And here we are today. So thanks, John.
And we will miss him, and we do miss him each and every time we arrive at an auction. John would thoroughly enjoy this lineup, and you and I were talking about this last night at dinner, that we've been coming here a long time, and this is the most excited that you have ever been about this lineup.
Yeah, it's just extraordinary this year. I mean, the collections that have come out, Urban Hirsch's and many other private collections, they're just extraordinarily deep and rich and thoughtful collections. So there's just variety that we've never seen before, from an 1898 to Dion Bouton trike, to a Rikuo, to all sorts of fascinating early American, Italian, Japanese bikes. It's just extraordinary.
Well, speaking of Rikuo, this is a bike that I promise you a lot of you have never heard of, maybe never seen before, and I want you to spotlight this motorcycle, because if it looks like a Harley, you're not far off.
There's a good reason for that. Actually, Harley-Davidson made a deal with a Japanese pharmaceutical manufacturer to license and manufacture a motorcycle in Japan from Harley-Davidson's drawings and patterns. And after a few years, some import tariffs were imposed on Japan, and Harley was about to lose their #2 export market. And so suddenly we had a licensed version of a Harley-Davidson and they gave Harley-Davidson about $75,000, which saved their bacon during the Depression. Really, the Japanese saved Harley-Davidson. Isn't that ironic?
It is indeed, and that motorcycle will be on the block a bit later today. Right now, it's time to send it over to our man out in the staging area, longtime motorsports and motorcycle commentator, Ralph Sheheen. I know you and John Kraman knew each other well and worked together here last year, and you've got a bike that he would love.
Absolutely right, Scott. And I owe JK a debt of gratitude for bringing me into the Mecum family. But what I'm going to miss the most about JK was the bench racing we always did. He loved bikes, and he loved racing, and he loved talking about it. And that's why he would have loved this very rare bike, a 1933 Rudge dirt track Speedway bike that was ridden by Tommy Coombs of the West Ham Hammers. Now, Tommy was one of the Go Fast guys back in the day, finished third in the Star Rider Championship, which is a precursor to what we now know as the Speedway World Championship. And what makes this bike so rare is it has a 6-stud engine. There was only 14 or 15 of these ever made. This one happens to be number 14. And Scott, what JK would have loved the most about this bike is this fuel tank right here would have been packed full of methanol, baby.
Oh, you are so right, Ralph. Thank you very much. Now it is time for us to welcome the newest member of our crew here in Las Vegas. You know her, getting ready for her 9th season as a host and pit reporter on the Moto America Series. Say hi to Hannah Lopa. Hi, Hannah.
You guys, I'm so excited to be here, and as an avid race enthusiast, I absolutely had to come and check out this 1964 Bull Taco TSS Model 6 competition road racer, purportedly one of 16 imported into the U.S. in 1964. I spoke with the owner, Chris Mazzola. He purchased it in 1971 and raced it himself until 1973. Something that really stood out to me was the supplemental oiler under the seat. Imagine being at its top speed of 100 miles per hour, taking a hand off the bar and reaching down to add some lubrication to that intake so that your engine doesn't seize up. Really, really gorgeous restoration, engine rebuilt by Lynn Mobley. Going to make an excellent addition to any race fans collection, guys.
Oh, my goodness. Hannah, thank you very much. Talk about multitasking there. While you're racing a bike, you've got the opportunity to hit that oiler.
Well, luckily, Bultaco's handled well enough that you didn't have to worry about a tank slapper if you let your handlebar go.
Right on. Okay, let's get to the action here with this first motorcycle of this year's auction, a 1951 Triumph Thunderbird 6T, Paul.
This is Johnny's bike. This is exactly the bike that Marlon Brando rode in the Wild One. It was Triumph's first post-war 650cc twin. That's why they used it in the movie. What a promo. They used a bike identical to this. And, but it wasn't Triumph's first parallel twin. They made a parallel twin in the 30s with the beautiful name of 6-1. And that was before Edward Turner joined the band and redid the styling. So it has that beautiful headlamp nacelle and the beautiful tank. And he was one of the early masters of motorcycle styling. Bikes for all time, known for all time for their beauty. And and he also named them well. So this was a Thunderbird.
$7,000. And that is the hammer price. Sold it here, no reserve, to lead things off for us at the Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Las Vegas. Well, here is a bike from 1950 now. It's a BSA Gold Star Scrambler.
Yeah, and a very interesting machine, too. You'll notice it's got a rigid frame. The early Gold Stars, well, the Gold Star name started in the late 1930s when Wal Handley took Empire Star, tuned it up behind the factory's back, and then did 100-mile-an-hour laps at Brooklands, which earned him a Gold Star. And suddenly they had a new model called the Gold Star, which was guaranteed to reach a certain horsepower. They resumed production after the war, and this is a very interesting little scrambler, rigid scrambler with a Wassel tank on it.
Just sold for $5,000. That motorcycle and the one that follows are part of the RVM Classics collection here in Vegas. Now, for those of you who are watching our automobile auction in Kissimmee, Florida. A few weeks ago, we had a number of cars from that Richard V. Munns or RVM Classics collection that were just outstanding. And these two bikes are from that collection as well. A 53 Ariel Square 4.
4 cylinders, 1,000 cc's. This is the Mark II model with the all-alloy engine. Beautiful engine. Some say it's one of the most beautiful motorcycle engines ever made. Instead of an inline 4, it's a square 4. It has 2 crankshafts in parallel with each other for a 4-cylinder engine. Very compact, very narrow, a little complicated to work on. It's a pushrod engine, although the very first square 4s were overhead camshaft in the 1930s. Once again, Edward Turner's design. Longest running 4-cylinder bike produced in England until the modern Triumphs started production in the 90s.
Good look, that engine there. First year for that configuration, right? The 4-pipe, 4G Mark II.
Yes. Guaranteed to do 100 miles an hour. They say you could, in 4th gear, you could do 10 to 100 miles an hour in 1 gear.
Wow. Well, it went from $0 to $8,000 in just a matter of minutes. That is so cool. Here's another Thunderbird. This one, a 1959 Triumph. 650C parallel twin.
Yeah, and this is a Blackbird, which is a black painted Thunderbird, special U.S. spec model. The Thunderbird, in fact, was requested by the American distributors who wanted more horsepower, bigger cubic inches. So they went from 500cc trophies to 650 Thunderbirds, and this is a later swing arm model, first year of the swing arm frame. Pretty neat bike.
$5,500. That's your hammer price for that 59 Triumph. Here's a 66 TT Special now.
And this is another American demand for a TT bike. So TT racing is kind of like quarter-mile dirt track racing or half-mile dirt track racing, except they have jumps and turns in both directions. And Triumphs did exceptionally well at this kind of racing, so the American importers demanded a bike that could be raced right off the showroom floor in TT racing. So you'll see the exhaust pipes tuck under the engine there, so you could lean left or right without knocking the exhaust pipes. And there's no mufflers, because this is a pure competition motorcycle with no lights, not street legal, a lot of fun, rare bike.
Well, a high bid in this case at $10,000. So the bid goes on that 1950 Triumph. Here's one from 1970 now. A T100R Daytona.
That's right, named for the Daytona Raceway because Triumph won Daytona. And this is their 500cc unit construction model. You see it's a very, very pretty motorcycle. This was a twin carburetor version, which was the most powerful of the 500cc models, the inheritor of the Tiger 100 mantle, but the Daytona was faster. And very neat bike. I had a T100R in New York City for a few years, actually.
Oh, really? That would be an adventure.
It was an adventure. I've ridden all over the world. People say the traffic in Rome is bad. In Paris, it's like, no. New York City taxis, terrifying.
Yes, they don't care.
They don't care.
$6,500 is the current bid and the final bid. That's what it sells for. The T100R Daytona. Curious, did they give it that name in production, or was the Daytona nickname added afterwards?
No, it was, this model was always in honor of their win at Daytona with a special twin carburetor cylinder head.
We move on now to 1961 AJS 7R Boy Racer.
That's right.
And that's accurate, right?
Well, it was considered kind of the entry-level club and even Grand Prix racer. The 7R AJS had been building single overhead cam race bikes since the 30s. Unusual in having a long chain run inside that magnesium chain case. They were the first motorcycle to use a Weller tensioner, which is like a curved steel band to keep the chain from whipping around. And they did really well. It was a very, very successful club racer. You'll see it has magnesium wheels, magnesium cases. Beautiful, beautiful bike.
Not going to be enough at $25,000.
you can still buy its big brother, the G50, brand new, because even just after they stopped production, somebody licensed the rights to build those. So you can buy a brand new G50.
Oh, excellent. Cool. 2014, I should say, Harley-Davidson on the auction block right now.
And you've got the classic Harley-Davidson letter salad, the FLSNTSECVO. And basically what that means is this is a special edition, special order. It's got all the high performance Screaming Eagle goodies inside the motor. It's got a special paint scheme that was not normally ordered, and it was guaranteed to be hand assembled at the factory in the competition department.
Look at that bling.
Yeah, that's pretty blingy.
That is impressive. And the reserve is off at 11 grand.
They paid a lot more than that for that when it came out.
No question. That might cover the chrome, 11 grand. All right, that one has found new ownership here at Mecum, Las Vegas. Right now, let's check in once again out in our staging area with Ralph Sheheen standing by with a very special guest in the building.
You know, Scott, when you come to the Mecum Motorcycle Auction here in Vegas, yeah, we got a lot of cool bikes. We got some really cool people here, too. Like this guy, my good buddy, Brad Lackey, the 1982 500cc Grand Prix world champion, the first and only American to ever win that. And oh, by the way, he's the AMA 500 champ as well, and a member of the Motorcycle Hall of Fame and the Hall of Fame of Motorsports in America. Congratulations on all the well-deserved accolades. You brought with you 3 very cool Spanish motorcycles, 2 Bull Tacos and an Oso. Why all these Spanish bikes?
You know, the Spanish bikes, as you can see from the Sosa, the design is just, you know, they're not like a CZ, you know, that's a rough, and a Mako, that's a utilitarian type of vehicle, and these are style and grace, and they look like art. So, you know, that's what's really special about them, that you put them in your front room, you know, you don't put them in the garage.
And you did all the restoration on these. Now tell me about this Osa here. What makes this bike so special?
Well, they didn't sell as many Osas as they did Bull Tacos and the other bikes. And, you know, Montesas is a Spanish bike also. So they sold the least amount of Montesas and Osas. A lot of Bull Tacos because they were very popular and a lot of guys raced them. The Osas, there's just a few of them around. You know, there's only, out of the 2,500 bikes here, there's only 2. And mine's one of them.
Scott, I love the bodywork on this bike, and especially the tail back here. See this paintwork and the sticker back here and the stickers up on the gas tank here? I'm talking to Brad earlier. He said, you know, back in my days of racing, the mechanics wouldn't let me get anywhere near the bikes and do anything with a wrench. All they would let me do is put the stickers on. He completely restored these, and I got to say, the stickers look perfect.
Well, I tell you what, you pick up a bike from Brad Lackey and a Hall of Famer, and as they said, as Ralph said, you put him in the living room. Don't put him in the garage.
I think that's called instant provenance.
Absolutely
have a bike from a
right.
world champion.
No question about it. All right, thank you very much, guys. We'll bring you back into the arena here at South Point Hotel and Casino. And our first look at a BMW here, a little 1939 R12, Paul.
Amazing. So this is the Art Deco style BMWs. It's got a pressed steel frame, and look at the way the gas tank nestles on top of the frame there, curved, and that curved front fender is very special. BMW had a prototype called the R7, a pure Art Deco motorcycle. They never built it. The only piece from that motorcycle that ever made it into production was that gorgeously curved front fender.
It is a work of art, no question about it. You almost don't even see that fuel tank. It's just so well integrated.
Yeah,
in the design, the line just flow.
Yeah.
And I think 11,000 was the high number on that.
No, I think it was 25.
Was it 25?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, please. Yes, I missed it. I was looking at the motorcycle. So here is another Harley-Davidson, a 2006 FXD I-35.
Another word soup from Harley-Davidson, but basically what this is an homage to the FX series of Harley-Davidson, which is Willie G's first real contribution to the factory. What he did was stick a Sportster front end on a big twin, gave it a little styling tweak with this Captain America style paint scheme, and produced one of the most popular designs ever for Harley. And when things were in the doldrums, and just when they were transitioning out of their ownership by AMF. So it was a great nod. It led to things like the Dyna, etc., which were hot street bikes from Harley-Davidson, no longer big chunky tours, but they had a lot more style.
I think use of the word doldrums was very kind in that era. All right.
A Harley-Davidson is a survivor.
Very true. Absolutely. $8,500 bought that one. And now to KZ900 B1, 1976 Kawasaki.
And I would say the most surprising trend I've seen this year is outrageous prices for 1980s motorcycles and late 70s motorcycles that we wouldn't even looked at 10 years ago. There was a Radian that went the other day for like $26,000. I think it was yesterday, and I was just flabbergasted. And here we are, a 76 Kawi cruiser, one of the very first cruiser motorcycles from Japan, kind of in concert with what Willie G did with Harley-Davidson. This was the first of the cruiser models that incorporated chopper styling, and people are really enjoying them now. $10,000.
900cc inline 4.
You can see the remnants of the Z1 and the tail section there, but it's got that factory king and queen seat and high handlebars.
All right, we're going to check out a few Harley-Davidsons back to back here. 1964 Duo Glide Panhead first, selling at no reserve. A lot of originality on this motorcycle.
So much motorcycle there, too.
Yes.
Now, believe it or not, people think of Harley-Davidson as retrograde, but in 1964, this was the most sophisticated touring motorcycle in the world. You know, it had it all, and you could ride it all day, all across the country in complete comfort. Finally had dual front and rear springing, big cushy seat, saddlebags is new, a fairing. It was everything you could want in a touring bike back then. And next year they came out with the Electric Glide.
Well, $20,000 buys that motorcycle. Mentioned the originality, mostly original paint. It has been touched up in areas. Original patent decals,
Very
original
cool.
finish on the bags. Yeah, I almost said what a car, sorry.
We were just talking last night about people who buy things, realize they're too much for them, and park them. And that's what we see here is, you know, bikes 60 years after they were manufactured, 70 years that still look like new.
Here's an FLH Electric Glide from 1967, a 74 cube V-twin shovelhead.
That's right. This is the post-transition from the pan head to the shovel head, aluminum cylinder heads, different rocker cover, which looks like the top of a shovel, hence the shovel head name. The crankcases were really similar on this model to the pan head. This is called a generator shovel model because it has a generator up there in front of the engine. Later models were called the cone shovels because they had a kind of a cone-shaped timing cover that held the points. Neat early shovel head.
How did the Harley community respond to the introduction of the shovel head? What was the reaction?
Actually, it was pretty positive.
Yeah?
You know, it was they were ready for a model change,
Sure.
and they made a lot of improvements to the shovel head.
Well, let's go way back to almost 100 years ago.
Amazing.
To a Harley-Davidson J model, 1926. Look at this.
The J model was Harley-Davidson's mainstay. This is kind of the base model for a Harley for their big twin. Still has the F-head engine it's evolved, but it's the same configuration of motor that Harley first started manufacturing really in 1905. They say 1903, but they only made a prototype that year, and I think in 1904 they made maybe 3 bikes. 05 is when they really started rolling, and with a similar single-cylinder F-head motor that's inlet over exhaust, which Harley developed until 1930, basically. They kept the same engine configuration.
25 is the bid.
This bike looks like an older restoration. It looks very correct. These bikes are totally usable today.
Sure.
So $26,000, Jordan Hunter.
$26,000. Wait a minute.
Whoa.
You thought you were bidding on this red one. Okay. So $25,000.
Okay.
Was
Apparently
bid.
They're not going to make him buy the green one instead.
You'll go 26.
Just a touch of confusion here. So they've reset the bid because somebody thought they were going to bid on the next bike, which is a 1939 Indian. We'll get to that in a minute.
And an Indian guy is going to have a hard time buying a Harley instead.
Oh, that is so
27,
true.
28,
How ironic that that would happen.
Wait a minute.
Never know.
So 27.
Thank you, Larry.
It made even more money.
I was going to say it ended up getting an extra $1,000 out of it. So 26 for that 1926 J model. And now the 74 Cube V-twin 39 Indian Chief.
Yeah.
Very desirable.
Just about the end of the line for the old Chief styling. The next year they would get the deep skirted fenders that are so famous today, designed by Briggs Weaver. This bike was also styled by Briggs Weaver. And some of the models really accentuate the curves on this bike. I think the styling on these machines is gorgeous. This was built when the DuPont family owned Indian, their most profitable years ever between 1930 and 45. And look at the sweep of the front fender, the teardrop-shaped gas tank, the sweep of the rear fender with the V-twin motor underneath there. Just an elegant motorcycle. I think the mid-30s Indians are the most beautiful of all.
37, 38, 38,000. 38,000.
Older restoration on this motorcycle.
It's very correct, too.
Yep. And you can see it has been ridden, and that's good. No problem with that.
39, 40, 40, 39, 40, 39, baby, when you get 40.
We talk often in the collector world about firsts and lasts of things. In this case, kind of the end of the road for this particular design. Yeah. Right. How much of a factor is that in what people are willing to pay for this motorcycle?
Yeah, obviously, it is a factor.
Oh, well, that's silly.
Like I say, if you don't like the deep-skirted fenders, which also gain some weight, this machine is a little bit lighter than the later ones. It doesn't have the plunger rear suspension that came in the next year. But, you know, on road runs with the Antique Motorcycle Club, these bikes are just so beautiful to see being ridden around. They sound great. They look great.
Oh, don't get too excited yet.
Close the bid.
$40,000 is not going to be enough. Hang on. Maybe somebody thought they were bidding on the next bike.
$40,000 does not buy it. You need to raise your bid to $43,000, and I drop the hammer.
43.
That's the reserve.
I mean,
that's the Mecum rule. And if they do raise their bid to 43, they buy the bike immediately, and nobody else is.
That's interesting. I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah, it's the Mecum rule. We see it in the car auctions quite a bit, actually.
For sure. Like, give us a few thousand more, you can have the bike.
Absolutely. And everybody else is out.
43, and I'll sell it to you.
43 and it's sold no.
So fast it'll blow your hat off.
I'll try a 42. No? I'll try 42.
Will you raise your bid to 42?
2.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, he raised his bid to 42. Now sell it to him.
That's our lead auctioneer. That's Jimmy Landis.
I'm not making any money off of this, but I'll still buy you a drink for fun.
Trust me, I know what it's like when the crowd turns on you. Reserve is on.
There we go.
Sell that bike.
Woo! Think you got it, brother.
You know, one thing that people don't really think about here, they think about the bikes and everything, but it's actually a lot of fun. It's very entertaining to watch the bidding process because there's always something happening, something funny, some little mix-up that gets corrected that leads the auctioneer to insert a few digs and jokes.
We've seen all of that in the last 5 minutes.
Exactly.
So 42,000 buys that Indian Chief. And now to a 1925 Excelsior Super X. And this is kind of a sort of a barn find story a little bit, or a box find story, if you will.
found in a box, restored beautifully. This Super X was kind of the first salvo in the 45 cubic inch wars in the United States. Excelsior was owned by Schwinn. This was a new model for them, and 45 cubic inches or 750cc was a new engine capacity. They thought they could lure in riders who were perhaps intimidated by their 1200cc four cylinders and their 1000cc V-twins. So they made a lower and smaller motorcycle, and with a smaller engine capacity, it proved hugely popular. That led to the Indian Scout, also 45 cubic inches, and then eventually the Harley-Davidson Model D, with their first 45 cubic inch.
Well, here we go, $65,000 for that 1925 Excelsior. Yeah, found in a box over in Sweden in the 1970s, and here we have it today, bringing big bucks.
Amazing.
Well, you come to Las Vegas for this motorcycle auction, and you're bound to find something very rare, and this is the poster child, perhaps, for that. It's a 1913 BSA Model A, one of the earliest BSAs on the planet, and maybe the oldest one ever in the U.S. market. It's coming to the auction block a little bit later today as part of our telecast here on YouTube, Paul, and I cannot wait for that one.
Just another example of the crazy variety of motorcycles that show up here. You know, Nelson Rockefeller had a famous quote. He hated going to museums because you can't buy anything there. That's what he said. Well, this is like a museum where you can buy everything.
You can indeed.
And you know what? It's not even that expensive. I mean, really, we're looking at $12,500 for a beautifully restored Norton Dominator 99, 600 cc's, featherbed frame. What a bike. So much here. Something for everyone, literally.
I'll give you a chance to plug your website. You wrote about that. You mentioned the Rockefeller connection at thevintagent.com, right?
That's right.
Yeah, folks need to subscribe to that if you're not already.
It's a freebie, but you can subscribe to my newsletter. I talk about all sorts of crazy stuff, how art and architecture and design and politics and everything flows into the world of motorcycles and all sorts of connections.
You do
a lot of fun.
You do it better than anybody. Hey, let's get to a 1961 matchless G80 TCS Typhoon here.
Yes, that
just
was
sold
the
for
hot rod.
$8,500.
Yeah, the Typhoon was the hot rod. I believe it's a 600 model, a Typhoon, but it's an all-alloy motor, big old carburetor, when big thumpers were still competitive in desert racing. Speaking of big, it's not a thumper, but this is a big boy desert racer.
Okay, it's a 67 Norton P11.
The last of the Norton factory desert racers. It's got a 750cc long-stroke Atlas motor in there, in a competition that's actually a matchless frame with matchless hubs and matchless forks too. Beautifully styled. I happen to have a Nomad, a 59 Nomad, so built 8 years before that. It's a 600cc Norton engine in a Norton frame, but it was the same theme. That was mine was their first desert sled. This is the last.
$15,000. That's the hammer price. That's an early production out of a run of only 700 built. That's number 11. There you see it.
So beautiful.
And it brought the money. Beautiful. You said it. All right, let's check in again out in the 303 staging area with Ralph Sheheen.
Scott, this is a 2005 Honda Rune. Now, I know it looks like a big kind of hefty cruiser bike. That's because it is. But in the right hands with the right rider, I can tell you these can really handle as well. I remember about the time that these bikes debuted, I was going through the Kevin Schwantz Racing School at Barber Motorsports Park, and I was on a 600, and I was all leaned over, and I mean, I was just getting it, Scott, as hard as I could through the corners, and all of a sudden on the inside of me came a big old Honda Rune, ridden by Kevin Schwantz, the 1993 500cc Grand Prix World Champion. And he just looked over at me with that signature Arai helmet, and I knew, man, I'm about to get smoked, and I did.
Well, it made for a good story. Absolutely.
If you want to be humbled, ride with Grand Prix World Champion.
No doubt. No doubt about it. All right, the bike rolling down
it's a sweet Commando Cafe
right there.
racer.
Yep, from 1974, Norton Commando. A little bit of custom, or a lot of custom work on that one.
For sure. Beautiful
And
bike.
I did not see what the sale price was on that bike. So we will move ahead to a Model 21 from Triumph, 1957. Little 348cc parallel twin here.
And I do believe this bike was the first ever Triumph 21 sold. It was the show bike, ended up in Holland. So this is for those who are like the number one and the last number. Here's the number one of a Triumph 21 with a bathtub enclosure for the rear end, supposed to keep your clothes clean if you were a commuter. And it's got the helmet front fender, so deep valence, kind of like an Indian from 1940 to 1955, but
I could see it a little bit.
yeah.
The high bid here, $7,000. So going to take a little bit more cash thrown at that motorcycle.
For a bike as rare and special as that.
Exactly. Well, here is the first of the 3 bikes that we've already seen a little bit about. The Spanish bikes from the Brad Lackey collection. This is a 75 Bultaco 360 model 136.
So cool. And this was the era when Spanish bikes were pretty much the ones to beat. They revolutionized trials riding first with Sammy Miller riding a Bultaco, and then motocross because they were light and very, very fast. They didn't cost a lot of money. They did what they were supposed to, and they won a lot of races.
Look at the quality of that restoration, too. Brad knocked it out of the park. Just finished it a few months ago, actually, in August of 2024. All original Bultaco bolts and original parts used in the restoration.
And these were high-quality motorcycles that were really designed for a purpose by people who raced themselves. The owners of Ariel Bulto, who owned the factory, was a racer. So he built what he wanted to ride.
Nice job. Congratulations, buddy.
$26,000 for Bultaco Persang.
Here's number 2 from the Brad Lackey collection, that Osa from 1971, and this is the one that Brad and Ralph spent the majority of their time on in the preview.
Very interesting, and it's got a unibody on it, which is kind of what was happening in the flat track scene, and that kind of fed into the chopper scene and even the cafe racer scene. This one-piece tank and seat unit. This is one of the first dirt bikes, the Osa, to use a unibody. Still has side covers there to keep the mud out of the carburetors and the chain. You see the big air filter cover on there. Beautifully built, beautifully styled. The Stiletto was a competitive bike. I don't think the Osas won as many, MXGPs as Bultacos or Montesas, but still a beautiful and rare bike.
5-speed gearbox, first year for that, for the Osa in 1971.
Yeah. Very advanced.
15 pounds, 15 pounds and out of it, 15,500, 15 pounds and 500.
Some people might think all that body work is a little excessive for a dirt bike, but it's all plastic. It doesn't weigh much, and it looks terrific.
Sure does.
16 pounds and 15 pounds, 16 pounds and out of it, 15 reserve is off. 15
Okay, the reserve comes off.
Helps to have Brad in the room to tell him.
Yes,
sell
it does. Yes, it does.
$26,000 for that Persang might have been a world record.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Here is another Persang, 1969 this time.
Earlier version.
250 model 68.
You'll see this one also has interesting styling. It's got that long seat tail section that doubles as the rear fender. That's it's not a one piece, but it integrates very nicely into the gas tank. All that is fiberglass, so very, very light. 250 two-stroke, single cylinder, piston ported, air cooled, 4-speed, and enough horsepower for you to win a race.
Hey, sir, give 17.5.
Pretty high tech in the day. Simple, but high tech.
What do you mean no? Give 17.5. Another $500.
Yeah, sometimes the old saying applies even here. Less is more.
Well, especially for motocross racing.
Yes.
17 pounds and 500.
And there's really been a revival of interest in these, 60s, 70s, 80s motocrossers. For a long time, they were just kind of ignored. Now they're being restored.
Almost an afterthought, right?
Yeah.
17,000. You know what? If you want to get this one, you're going to have to pay more than 17 grand for it today.
Brad put a lot of work into that bike.
Sure did. And now to the 64 Bultaco TSS competition road racer. Hannah told us about this one earlier at the beginning of the program in her preview of this motorcycle.
Yeah, and the TSS was Bultaco's, as you can see, its road racing version. Basically the same engine as its motocrossers, but Ariel Bulto was not only a dirt racer, he was a street racer, and the TSS was their racing model for many years. This is the air-cooled version. The later models became water-cooled because, as she mentioned, you had to keep your hand on that little valve for the extra oiler.
Yep.
Because the engine just might seize when the two-stroke is that highly tuned. So turning to water cooling really helped the reliability of these bikes. But they were always fast. They always handled beautifully. They're always beautifully made and very simple to maintain.
21, 2, 3,000.
Exquisite little racing bike. Beautifully restored. Rare, rare, rare.
27. We're still in it.
27,000. Whoa, 28 pounds, and it just get 30, sir. No, get 30. Get 30.
Oh, I think the reserve came off right around 20 grand here.
Doesn't matter.
7 grand up.
We got a couple people in the room who want it.
You said it. Happens all the time.
31,000.
Oh, somebody jumped in.
We're in world record territory now for TSS.
35.
Internet has the high bid.
36,000. 35,000 another 36,000 out of bid. 35 pounds another 36. Now
Wow,
40.
internet comes back up.
Just
You're not
get 40,
on your
son.
laptop over here bidding on this, are you?
I have a Bultaco. I just bought my first Bultaco.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a dirt bike, but it's an enduro. It has lights.
Look at this.
Always wanted one because they're legendary motorcycles. Lots of performance, fast, simple, good handling.
So
But I didn't pay $37,000 for it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I was about to ask you that next. Wow. Massive money for that little Bultaco.
£2,000 out of bid 3. £3,000 out of bid 2, 3, 4. Now £4,000 out of bid 3 to make it £4,000 out of bid. 4, 5, £5,000 out of bid 6,000 out of bid 7,000. 7,000 out of bid. It is 70 back at 8,000 out of bid 8,000. Hit 8,000 out of bid 7,000. 8,000 9,000. Hit down to back at 8,000 out of bid 9 to be 9. 8,000 out of bid 9,000 out of everybody else 9,000 out of bid 8,000 9,000 out of bid 8,000 going to be 9. Sold $8,000 internet.
F-120 67 Honda CB450 Black Bomber KO Supersport. No
No
reserve.
reserve. Pound 15,000 out of bid. Going to do 10,000 out of bid. 10,000 out of 5,000. You 5. Pound going to do 5. Going to do 5,000 out of bid. 5,000. 6,000. 7,000. 7,000 out of bid. You 6, 7. Pound going to do 8,000 out of bid. 9. You down to bid. Going to do 8,000 out of bid. 9, 9, 10. You 10. 10,000 out of bid. 10. 10, 11, 12, 12,000 out of bed, 12, high 9, 12, 13,000, 14,000 out of bed, 14,000, high negative 15, 16,000, 16,000 out of bed, high negative 16, 17, 18, hit 18,000 out of bed, high negative 18, 18, 18, 19,000 out of 20,000 out of 20 grand, hit 20, high negative 20 bid. 1, 21,000 out of down 20 down 1, 20 grand down 1. George, you want to get 21? Sold $20,000, $20,000 internet.
Lot F-121 74 Honda CB554 with a 5-speed.
You ride, I buy the back of the day 20,000 out of bed, 10,000 out of bed. 10,000, 5,000, 6,000 out of bed, 5, 6, 7, 7,000 out of 9, 6,000 out of down 7 bed, but I'm going to do 7,000. Here's 7,000 out of down 6,000 out of down 7,000 out of bed. Here's 7, I'm going to do 7,000 out of 6,000 out of bed, 7,000 out of bed, 6,000 out of down 7,000. Here's 7,000, 8,000 out of bed, 7,000, 8,000 out of down 70 bed, 8 Kirk, 7, 8, 9, 100 8,000 out of down 9 bed, 9,000 out of bed. Here 8,000, 9,000 out of bed, down 8,000 out of down 9,000, 9,000 out of bed. 10,000 out of bed, 9, 10, 10,000 out of 9, 10, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12,000 out of bed, 12,000 out of Kirk, 12, 12,000 out of bed. You 12, higher negative 12 out of bed, 13,000 out of 14,000 out of bed. You 14 to bed, higher negative 14 to bed, higher negative 14,000, 14,000, 15,000. Reserve is off. 14, 15, higher 15 to bed, down to 14, 15, 15,000 out of anybody else. Higher down 15,000, 15 to bed, 14 to bed, down 15,000 down. So 14,000 out of internet.
Lot F-121.1 a 74 Kawasaki 900 Z1 highly original. No reserve.
No reserve. 5, $15,000, $10,000 out of bid. Hit 10, $10 bid, $5,000 on it. $5,000 out of bid, 5, $5,000, $5,000, $6,000 out of bid. 5 to bid, $6,000. Hit 5, $10 down 6, 7, $7,000 out of bid. Money making it is 6, 7, and here down $7,000 down 6,000 out of 7,000. How about 8,000 out of bid? 7,000, 8,000 out of bid. 7 to bid, 8,000 out of bid. 100 down that 8,000 sold. 7,000. 8,000, 9,000, 9,000 out of bid. Hit 8,000, 9,000 $10 be 10, 10 to bid, 9, 10, $10,000, anybody else? 9,000, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10, 11, $11,000 on it. 10,000 out of bid, $11,000, anybody else? 10,000, 11, 12, $12,000 out of bid, 11, 12, hit 12, $12,000 down, 11 to bid, 12. Last call, $100 lamp. Sold $11,000 internet.
F-122, 75 Honda CB754 with a 5-speed.
Yeah, how much here? Get 20.
No
I'm
reserve.
finding about a magnet today. 20 grand, 15 grand, 15,000 out of bid.
Terrific crowd here at South Point Hotel and Casino. We are in the arena here in Las Vegas. Glad you're with us on YouTube today. Before we get you back to the ramp and the turntable, let's check in once again with Hannah Lopa.
Guys, I've got a really special bike here. It's the 1974 Ducati 750 SS, otherwise known to many as the Ducati Green Frame. Now, this is the first factory replica of a race-winning bike. There was 8 of these and 2 spares built for the 1972 Imola 200. Ducati went 1-2, and this bike was so wildly successful that they mass-produced 401 of these. This is 1 of 10 in the world in this condition. Because of the extensive documentation for this bike, there are several features that indicate that it was raced in its lifetime, but the reason it's in such great condition is they took off the original fuel tank and bodywork to race it. Now, this frame color, I looked into the history of this because I wanted to know why the green frame. It was chosen completely at random. From the range of outboard motors produced in Borgo Panigale at the time, which is how it ended up with its green frame moniker.
Oh, Hannah, you
I
had
just
me,
learned something.
She had me at Ducati, but the green frame, there are 2 of them, I think, at this event this year.
The other one's Joe Gardella's.
Oh,
Looks like it sat under a tree for a while, but this one is spectacular.
Isn't it? Thank you, Hannah Lopa.
Outboard motor. As much as I know, I did not know that.
Yep.
Good job, Hannah.
You know what? Absolutely. She's right on it. And that's the other thing. You come to this motorcycle auction in Vegas, you'll see something you've never seen, and you might learn something that you didn't know before.
Definitely learn
Even
something.
you.
Even me.
That's fantastic. KZ1000 now from 1977.
Just sold for $6,000. Showing once again the strength of 4-cylinder Japanese bikes from the 70s and 80s. And this one is pretty interesting.
It is, yeah. It's a Suzuki 1982 Katana. 1000cc Force Inline 4.
Designed by Hans Muth Studio. The original design that you see with that wedge-shaped fairing and the interesting tank was it originally put on an MV Agusta 4-cylinder, and it was shown at various motorcycle shows, and Suzuki picked up the design and hired Muth to modify it a bit for their 4-cylinder engines, and it became an instant classic. It was radically different than any motorcycle manufacturer had ever made. And it was considered radical with that kind of sharp and angular styling, the 2-tone seat, that kind of shark-like nose, the slash front fender. Really, really interesting design, and now they're kind of cult bikes.
Well, and this one just brought $15,000. And now we get to check out the 2005 Honda Rune.
Which handles well, according,
yes.
according to rumor.
Yeah, Ralph told us about this one a little while ago.
Hard to imagine this thing being slung around a corner, but there you go. Honda knows what they're doing.
Apparently it is possible.
They did lots of testing, and I'm sure the handling was sorted out. Looks like it's crazy raked and very heavy, but probably very stable. The center of gravity on that 6-cylinder motor, of course, that's a Goldwing engine, is very low. It has this fascinating front trailing link forks. I mean, it looks like just a wild custom, which was their whole idea in 2005. This was the heyday of the fat tire custom scene. Jesse James et al. And Honda thought, well, we could do that. And ours are actually handled.
Right. Check this out. $44,000. We're told the odometer shows 203 miles. Wow. So,
no reserve.
And here's the deal.
Okay, world record
Paul?
territory here. You know what? I'm going to make a declaration here. Motorcycles are back. Last year, things were pretty soft, but we're seeing some big prices this year. We saw no records broken last year. I'm just sitting here in the last hour. We've seen 2.
Real quickly, do you ride this or do you have to park it considering the low mileage?
Yeah, I think that's where the value lies. So,
Okay.
nope, it's going to be parked.
Well, let's check in with Ralph Sheheen once again. Ralph?
Scott, this is a really cool looking bike. It's a 1961 DKW Hummel. This is an Express Cavalier. My new buddy, Terry Schultz, did all the restoration on this bike. When he found his first one quite a few years back, he's an 87-year-old retired Marine. Thank you for your service, Terry. He got the bike because the owner was going to throw it in the dumpster. He got it for 20 bucks, restored it, and sold it for $1,500 and thought, hey, I'm onto something here. So he started buying up every single one of these he could find. He's got 2 here today. He's got 3 more back at home. They're all, one's in his bedroom, one's in his living room, and one's in the dining room. And he says, as long as I can keep going, I'm going to keep bringing these to the auction. So if we're lucky, we got a couple more years of Terry Schultz bringing these incredible looking machines to the Mecum Motorcycle Auction.
Ralph, thank you very much, brother. That one's almost into the arena, just in a few minutes. And up on the block right now is another one of those generator shovel heads that we had, you talked about earlier, Paul, from 1969, an FLH Electra Glide.
So cool. I actually love this color combo, this burgundy with the white stripe. This has the black below. It's got the matching half fairing up front. Such a stylish motorcycle. You know, these AMF years were derided for really not a lot of engineering progress, but this was still the most sophisticated touring motorcycle in the world. I mean, what a bike to be hauling around. I've actually ridden one of those. I loved it. You know, ridden within its what you would expect of its own limitations. It was a lot of fun.
It is a beauty. Well, here's one that is going to be potential good buy for somebody. Selling at no reserve, an EL Knucklehead, custom from 1947. Let's take a look at what they've done to this.
Yeah, well, so the heart of this is a 47 Knucklehead, which was their 1000cc, their first overhead valve model, started production in 1936. This is actually last year Knucklehead, and would have originally had a Springer front fork. So somebody's put a telescopic front fork. They've kind of made a bob job out of it. They got rid of the front fender, put on a shortened rear fender with a kick up at the back there, a solo seat, kind of pulled back bars. So it's got kind of a 70s vibe, although that style, the bob job, is from the mid-30s.
22,000.
21 grand reserve. Actually, there is no reserve.
Ooh, there we go.
And it just sold for 21,000.
Yeah, that's a pretty good price for what is probably you know, the heart, the engine, gearbox, and frame is 47 Knucklehead.
Okay, 1940 now for this WLD Sports Solo.
So this is a Class C race bike, which is the AMA decided in the Depression, so about 1934, that racing had become too expensive, too specialized. Factories were throwing a lot of money at it, and they wanted to popularize racing, so they made it for only production motorcycles. So that was Class C for the common man. And the factories, of course, offered specialized racers. Harley-Davidson had the Up WR, and Indian had the Sports Scout. And this is a roadster bike that's been converted for dirt track racing. Pretty neat.
And it just sold for $10,000 here in Las Vegas. We are an hour into our program today. 4 more to go. We appreciate you hanging with us. Back in a moment.
get a bit of it, 17, 20 down, 20 bid, and 20 bid, out get a bit of a 20 down, 20 down, 2, down 2, down 20 back there, down 2, and out get a bit of a 2, down a bid, out get a bit of 1,000, 22,000, and 1 down 2 here, out get a bit of a 2, down get a bit of a 2, down 3, down get a bit of 23 bid, and 2, down get a bit of a 3, down 3, down get a bit of a 2, down get a bit of a 3, down a bid, 2, down get a bit of a 3, and a 2 here, down 3, down 3, down get a bit of a 2, so the back 23,000 bid, and 2, down get a bit of a 3, down 3, down get a bit of a 3, down a bid, down get a bit of 22,000, 23,000 bid, and 2, 3, down get a bit up there, 4, down get a bit of 3 in the back, down get a bit of a 4, and 3 bid, down get a bit of a 4, down 3, down get a bit of a 4, down 4, down get a bit of 23 bid, 24,000, and 3 down 4, and down get a bit of a 4, down a bid, down get a bit of a 4, down 4, down get a 3, down get a bit of a 4, again 23 bid, 24,000, and 3, 4, and 3 bid, 4, 4, 4, down get a 3, down get a bit of a 4, down 3 to bid, down get a bit of a 4, and down get a bit of a 5, down 5, down get a bit of a 5, down 4, down get a bit of a 5, down 24, down 5, and 5, down get a bit of a 5, down get a bit of a 5, down 4, down get a bit of a 5, down 4, down a 5, and down get a bit of a 5 bid, down get a bit of a 5, down 5, down get a bit of a 4 bid, 25 bid, and 4, down get a bit of a 5, down 4, down get a bit of a 5, down 4, down 5, down get a bit of 25,000, and down get a bit of a 5 bid, down get a bit of 25,000 a bid, and 5, down get a bit of a 5, down 5, down get a bit of a 5, down a bid, down get a bit of 25, last call, and 5, down get a bit of a 5, 5, down get a bit of a 25 bid, and down get a bit of 25, we're gonna hold, down get a bit of a 5, down get a bit of a 5, gonna work, and down get a bit of a 5, down 5, down get a bit of a 25 bid, and 5, down get a bit of a 5, down 5, down get a bit of 25,000 or down, down get a bit of 25,000, and 5, down get a bit of a 5, down 5, down get a bit of 25 bid, and down get a bit of a 5 bid, down get a bit of a 5, down 5, down get a bit of a 25 bid, and down get a bit of a 4, 5, down 5, thinking 6 here, down get a 5 in the back, 600 now, and down get a bit of a 5 down 6 here, reserve is hot, 5 bid, 600, and 5, down get a bit of 6 here, down get a bit of 25, down get a bit of a 6 here bid, and down get a bit of a 5 for road, you want it, down get a bit of 600 down, down get a bit of 25, 6 here, died half, sold 25, sold 25,000 Paul's way.
Now offering F129.1 from the Richard V. Munns collection, a 52 Triumph TR5, no reserve.
Triumph time again, down, down get a bit of Triumph buyers, here we go, down, down get a bit of a 20 here, down get a bit of a 2010, down get a bit of a 5,000, down 6,000 bid, and down get a bit of a $5 bid, down get a 6 here, down get a bit of a 5,000, down get a 6 here, no reserve, and 5, down get a 6 here, down get a bit of a all done, down get a bit of a 5 here, 600, and down get a 6,007, and 7 a bid, down get a bit of a 7,000 bid, down get a bit of a 7, 6 here, 7 a bid, and 7 here, down get a bit of a 7,000 sold, down get a 6,007, and 7 here, down get a bit of a 700 bid, down get a 6 here, down 700 bid, down get a 6,000, 16,5, and 16,5 bid, down get a bit of a 5 down 6,000, down get a bit of a 5 down 7 a bid, and 7 down 5, down get a bit of a 5 down 7 down 5, and down get a bit of a 5 down 7 a bid, down get a bit of a 5 down 75 bid, and 5, down get a bit of a 5 down 7, down get a bit of a 5 down 7 down 5, down get a 5 8 down, and a bit here, down beat, down get a bit of a 75 feet, down get a bit of a 75 feet bid, hit down bid, down get a bit of a 5 down beat, down get a bit of a down beat, down get a bit of a 75 feet, 585 bid, 8,005, and down get a bit of a 5 bid, 85, down get a bit of a 585, down get a bit of a 5 8,005, and down get a bit of a 5 yes so, down get a bit of a 585, down get a bit of a 5 down get a bit of 9,000, and 9, down get a bit of a 9, down get a bit of a 9, down gotta go, down get a bit of 9,000 bid, 85 bid, down get a bit of a 9 here, down get a bit of a 9, down get a bit of a 9,000 bid, 9,000, sold 85, sold 8,000, $500 Ryan's way.
Now offering F130.
We are back live on YouTube today, kicking off hour number 2 from Las Vegas. The 2025 Mecum Motorcycle Auction in full swing. And look at this one. Paul Dorleone in the booth with me.
Yeah.
1922 Hazelwood factory works bike with the sidecar. How rare and unusual is this?
I think this is one of 2 made, and maybe the only one that exists. And the factory works thing doesn't mean that it's a factory racer or a works racer, which is those 2 terms usually apply to. This was a display bike that was actually ridden around to advertise the manufacturer, which was Hazelwood. And Hazelwood also made the sidecar. Hazelwood was actually one of the first sidecar manufacturers in the world, and they branched out into making motorcycles a little bit later. And this was one way they drummed up business, was to take this beautiful, shiny motorcycle with a beautiful sidecar out various parts of England to demonstrate its capacity and its fine build. And it's a lovely and very, very rare bike.
Almost like a rolling billboard. You take
That's
it out,
exactly what it
people
is.
say, what is this? And you get to tell the story.
Next time you see a rolling billboard, you say, well, that's a factory works.
There you go. You see plenty of rolling billboards here in Vegas, don't you?
This town is a rolling billboard.
It is. Oh, man. What a beauty. And rare. I think you're right. One of 2. I don't think the other one looks this good. I would be hard-pressed to believe it would. 1977 Benelli now. 750 SEI.
say for 6. Look at those 6 exhaust pipes there. This was the first mass production 6-cylinder motorcycle, and you'll note that that engine looks an awful lot like a Honda 500. That's because they copied it, and a lot of parts will directly swap between an Italian Benelli and a Honda CB500. And but they added 2 cylinders. They kept it very narrow by putting the alternator behind the engine, as you could see it behind the cylinder there. Very cool bike. Benelli was known for seen much elsewhere, but these were solid little 550cc V-twins, made in-house, designed in-house. And you know, this is a 28. Within a few years, they had designed overhead valve V-twins for racing and started winning Grand Prix around the world. Tiny little side valve motor with that long chain case to the magneto.
Thank you. Now 7.
27. The reserve's off. Come
27.
on. You did all the hard work.
27. 7 a bit. Not going to bit of a 7 here. Not going to 7.
The designer sought to make this bike as low as possible so that anybody could ride it.
That one more time stuff don't mean much here. 29,000 a bit.
28 grand is the bid. Now
30,000 a bit.
29.
32. Not going to bit of a 2. 32,000. 32. You want to get 31. 31,000 a bit. 31. And now 1, 2, 2 here. 32. Hit 2 down 3.
Come on. One more time. 33.
32 pound 3. 32 down. Get a bit of a
33.
Get a 2 and 3. So 32. So 32.
Okay, 32,000.
Very appropriate price.
Okay.
It's quite a motorcycle.
There you go.
And guaranteed the only one in the United States.
Well, just a few minutes ago, in fact, the bike previous to that Husqvarna was the Express Cavalier, and you mentioned, Paul, the Victoria Sputnik, and
Sputnik.
Lo and behold, here we go.
Yeah, you'll see that it's virtually identical. They use different colorways and different badges and different stickers, but it's basically the same bike. I mean, this is a 50cc motorcycle, folks. This is a learner motorcycle. Look at that incredible styling. These bikes actually go for a lot of money because they're completely unique. They're so extravagant. And talk about a living room bike. I mean, come on. What an amazing thing.
Absolutely. 15,000 is the bid.
I mean, for a 50cc motorcycle to go to the trouble of make that beautiful cowl over the engine, it's 100% styling. It serves no other function than to cover up the engine in the most attractive way possible.
21, and down 1 bid, 1 here, 1 down 2, hit 2 down 2, not get a bit of a 2, not get a bit of sometime. The reserve is off, 22,000.
Reserves off here at $21,000.
Let's hope the 85-year-old restorer owner finds motivation to make more.
23,000. Sold 22, sold 22,000 Ryan's way.
Matching helmet and
Sold
goggles.
that one.
Or maybe, in this case, the helmet.
Oh, you're bad.
All right, let's check in again with Ralph Sheheen. Out and about for us, Ralph.
Tomorrow, one of the highlights of the auction is going to be a 1915 Cyclone board track racer. Now, that's a bike that should go in a museum or behind glass in your man cave. This, however, is a 2000 Cyclone street bike made to look like that board track racer. It's pretty unique. It's got a modified Triumph sidecar rear fender. The pedals down here are folding Harley-Davidson kickstart pedals. And then the front fork was built by the legendary custom builder. It's a girder-sprung fork by Minnesota custom builder Donnie Smith. So, Scott, you got to decide. Do you want to put it behind glass or you want to ride it to bike night?
Oh, that's a tough call. And we'll see that one coming up a bit later on. Thank you, Ralph.
It's got an iron Sportster motor, too. Unit construction. I'd say it's a rider. I'd ride that.
Yes, I think you're right. No problem at all. Okay, back to the turntable here with 65 Honda CL77 Scrambler.
I actually had a CL77 Scrambler. I took it down to Baja as an homage to Dave Eakin's first ever timed run down the length of the Baja Peninsula. He did it in 39 hours and 50 minutes on a 250 version of the CL72 Scrambler. And this is a little bit later version. Overhead cam, 305cc motor, increasingly collectible, beautiful styling. Scrambler, really in name only. They're not that great on the dirt. I actually sold mine after actually riding in the dirt in Baja and finding that the engine is just a little too close to the front wheel. I couldn't get the front end off the ground, and it kind of pushed around in the sand. But nobody's going to try to do that with a bike this beautiful. This is a lovely bike to ride around town. the styling is superb on these. I just love the high pipe CL
George, you want 11 back there?
Honda
Get
early
$10,000
scramblers.
$11,000. And we have 10 to bid, 11,000 to bid, 10, 11,000. Last call.
Has a full cradle frame, unlike the CB77, the Roadster model.
Okay,
a little more robust, heavier components, smaller gas
$11,000. Raise your bid. You own the bike.
Oh, yeah.
That's Matt Morvac, our auctioneer, spelling out the Mecum rule for another customer.
Great reception in here.
Get it.
$11,000.
Yeah, 11,000 is the magic number.
You own the bike, and it is $11,000. You raise your bid to $11,000. You own the bike. Is it? Sold $11,000. Thank you, Norm. Sold $11,000.
That's it. Hard to pass on a bike like this for $1,000, right?
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay, moving on. 1972 Kawasaki H2. And we talked about these bikes. There are several here at this event, and this has got you ready to hop out of your seat and go bid on it, right?
I don't know. I have a lot of respect for these bikes. This is the bike that took the world's fastest mantle from the Vincent mark. It's the first bike that in a stock street form that could equal the 130-mile-an-hour top speed of a Vincent Black Shadow. This is the 750 version of the Kawasaki two-stroke triple. Crazy bike. Wheelie king, because the mass is centralized fairly far towards the center of the frame, and it's got tons of horsepower, which means you wick the throttle and the front end came right up. Love the styling on these. I think they're just so cool, and they're legendary for super, super high performance. And with the 750s, they had corrected a lot of the handling problems that the 500s had. So super collectible.
Well, again, that won't be the last we see here. The high bid on that H2, $29,000 in Vegas.
Not going to bid at 14. You have three good bidders online. You have 13.5. The other net bidder. Not going to bid about 5 here now. 13 bid 5 at 5 here. Not going to bid about 5 bid. 13. Going to bid about 5 down. 13,500. Last call at 13. Not going to bid about 5. I'd have. Sold at $13,000. Sold $13,000. Katie Reed.
Now offering F141 a 77 Kawasaki KZ1000A, no reserve.
Another one here down. Not going to be a bit of a cut of it about 1,000 here down. Not going to be a bit of a cut of it about 10 here. Not going to be a bit of a 10. Not going to be a bit of a 10. Not going to be a bit of a 5,000 bid. And not going to be a bit of a 3,000. Not going to be a bit of a 4. No reserve. 3, 4 at 3 bid. Not going to be a bit of a 4. At 4. Not going to be a 3,000 here. Not going to be a bit of a 4,000 bid. Is that all she wrote? Got 3,000 bid. Masking for 4. 4 to bid. Not going to be a bit of a 3, 4, 5. And down 5 bid. Not going to be a bit of a 5 down 6,000 bid. Not going to be a bit of a 5,000. 6,000. In 5. Not going to be a bit of a 6 here. Not going to be a bit of a 5. Not going to be a bit of a cut of a 6,000 to bid. And not going to be a bit of a 6 here. Not going to be a bit of a cut of a 6,000 under bid. Not going to be a bit of a 5,000. 6,000 under now. And not going to be a 6 here. 55. 6,000 out of there. George 6,000 to bid. Again 55. 6,000. 55. 6 bid. There's a lot of bike there for the money. 55 bid. 6,000 to bid. 55. Not going to be a bit of a cut of a 6 here. 55 bid. 6,000. And 6 here. Not going to be a 6,000 under down. Not going to be a 6 here. I'd have. Sold 55. Sold $5,500 Alex's way.
Now offering F142 at 39 Harley-Davidson EL.
EL Pine Carrier. Not going to be a 16. Not going to be a 50,000 bid. Gotcha. Not going to be a 50. And not going to be all the here. Not going to be a 50. Not going to be a 50. 20 bid. 25,000 bid. At 20 here. Down 5 here. 5 down 30. Not going to be 30 bid. 25. 30 bid. Hit 30. Not going to be a 30 bid. Not going to be a bit of a 30 bid. Not going to be a 30,000 bid. Not going to be 30,000 bid. Hit 30 bid. Not going to be 30 down 5 here. 30 here. 35. Hit 30 bid. 5. Not going to be a 5 down 30. Not going to be a 35 here. 30 down 5. Going to be a 2. 5. And down at 5, I'd get a bit of a 35, 35, 35, 37 a bid, at 35, 37,000, at 5 down 7 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 down 7, I'd get a bit of a 35, 7 a bid, at 5, I'd get a bit of a 7 down 35, 37 here, at hand side 135, 37 a bid, at 35, 37 down, I'd get a bit of a 5, nobody home, I'd get a bit of a $7 bid, 35, 37, I'd have 37,000, at 7 here, I'd get a bit of a $7 bid, down 7, I'd get a bit of a 7, got to close it at 35, got to close it at 35,000, got to start with a 5 there, Shay.
Now offering F142.1 of 47 Harley-Davidson EL.
Same play, tear down, I'd get a 16, 15,000 bid, 50, 15 bid, I'd get a bit of a 15, I'd get a 20, 25,000 a bid, 30,000 under now, at 30 bid, I'd get a bit of a 30, down 30, I'd get a 25 down 30, I'd get a 25, 30,000 bid, at 30 bid, I'd get a bit of a 30 down 30, I'd get a 27, 30,000 bid, at 30 bid, I'd get a bit down 30, I'd get a bit of a $30 2 down 30 bid, 32,000, 30 down 2, at 30 bid, 32 tier, I'd get a bit of a 2 tier, 5, 35, 35 bid, 35 bid, in 5 down 7 tier, 35, 37, 35 on the back, 37,000 bid, in 5 here, 37,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 35, 37,000, in a 5 bid, 7 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 bid, down 71, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 7 a bid, at 35, 36 here, 35, 36,000, I'd get a last call, at 35 here, I'd get a 600 down to Cameron, I'd get a bit of a 35, 36,000, and I'd get a bit of a 5 right in front, I'd get a 6 here, I'd get a 600, I'd have, close it at 35, gonna close it at 35, over 45,000 to buy.
Now offering F143.
Oh, look at this motorcycle. Unbelievable. 1912 Indian Big Base. Very rare. It's an Oscar Hedstrom design in mid-1911 or so. Overhead valve, V-twin, and it's coming up a bit later today. Cannot wait, Paul Dorleone, to see what money that brings.
Well, I think that's probably a contemporary reproduction.
Oh, really?
I haven't looked into that particular bike, but there's a lot. Fred Lang is here, and he is an obsessive expert on those bikes, and he has made many, many replicas. They're gorgeous, but of course they don't bring the money that one that was made by the factory.
No question about that. We will get our best people on that. Well, wait a minute. You are our best people. Here is a 1912 Model 8D selling at no reserve.
This is only the second year of Harley-Davidson's production V-twin. They'd made a few prototypes in 1909. Those all got destroyed, apparently. And then in 1911, they started making V-twins for the first time. And this is only the second year. This one's pretty interesting. It looks like it's mostly original paint, which is extraordinary for a 1912 Harley. It's a single speeder belt drive model. You see, you still started it with a pedal at the back, with a chain drive to the back wheel. How ironic to have a chain to start it, but a belt to drive it.
Right.
But some people loved belt drive because it was silent and smooth, and they considered chains kind of noisy.
One more time.
Sold 70,000. Sold.
Thank you.
$70,000. That will buy that 1912
Look how
8D.
simple that. Look how simple that bike is.
Incredibly simple.
No handlebar levers. It's just because there's no front brake. And 2 twist grips. Just clean and simple.
It's what you need. Yeah. That's it. Okay, here is a Model 9E from 1913.
And now we go to a chain drive V-twin model. Also looks like it's either a patina restoration or original paint. That's a beautiful motorcycle. I love the patina on that bike. Inlet over exhaust, 1,000 cc's. This one looks like it might have the 2-speed rear hub. I'm not sure about that. No, it doesn't. It has a drum rear bank on it.
Look at the money, $130,000.
Super rare.
Joe Gardella's first flat tank Harley buy. This motorcycle.
I was friends with Joe. Joe was an extraordinary engineer. Any bike he touched was much, much better than factory.
Well, the reserve comes off on this bike at 140, and that's going to make make it a solid #1 motorcycle so far. Here in this event that started on Wednesday.
They called him Slow Joe, but man, he could ride fast.
And the irony of it all, right?
Yep. I met him when we were Cannonball in 2012. I was riding a 1928 Velocette race bike, KTT, flying through the Rockies, passed him at 80 miles an hour. Next thing I knew, he was right beside me on his single-speed Harley V-twin. I pulled over and says, okay, what's in there, man? This is not a stock Harley. And he spent literally the next 10 days explaining to me everything he had done to that bike. Amazing.
Crazy.
Truly, truly amazing.
$140,000. That is your hammer price on that motorcycle. Now to a 1952 Harley FL.
So you had the EL, which is a 1,000cc bike, and FL is a 1,200cc bike. So, of course, this is a panhead model. It's a Hydroglide with the telescopic front forks and the rigid rear frame. But don't worry about the bumps because it has a full floating seat, as they called it. The saddle is on a pillar that's got like a deep, deep spring inside the frame. So there's about 6 inches of movement on the saddle. You don't feel the bumps.
$20,000. That's the high bid for that FL model from Harley-Davidson, 1952.
All the Farkles.
You know what? Funny you mentioned Farkles. John Kraman used to use that term a lot. He really did. Yes, absolutely, man. Oh, dear.
I first heard it about BMWs because BMW owners love their accessories.
Okay, $17,000. The current bid for this 1911 Pope H2.
Yep, Alfred Pope was one of the early American manufacturers, but he never called his motorcycles Popes because he started out building Columbia bicycles. And so his early machines were Columbias, and they waited until after he died to call the motorcycles Popes. And this is an F-head single-cylinder Pope, very, very rare. And later on, he made among the first overhead valve V-twins in the United States. Highly respected bike, super rare, beautiful Pope.
So $24,000 on the internet. Next 3 bikes are offered from the Davidson.
All right, 24,000 buys it. Internet will take the high bid there. And that motorcycle heading to a new collection. Okay, here is that 1913 BSA Model A. This is a bike from the David Silver collection, and we previewed this briefly right before a break a little while ago. Very, very rare, and they're saying maybe the oldest of these in the United States anywhere.
Right. Older restoration, you see the hand-painted pinstripes, the hand-painted BSA logo. Looks like probably original paint everywhere else on the bike. So simple. Direct belt drive, single speed, pedal starter, has what they call dummy rim brakes front and rear. So you see that extra little rim that's smaller diameter than the wheel, and it just has a rubber block that presses on it. Antediluvian technology, but it kind of worked until it rained, and they don't work at all in the rain. And unfortunately, it rains a lot in England, so brakes were a problem. Has BSA's own design of a double chamber carburetor. This bike has full acetylene lighting. You can see the rubber tubes and the little flame house there and the back fender and the belt drive and the BSA logo on the chain wheel.
I love that. I was going to point that out. That is so cool. By the way, a lot of folks see BSA, you know, from the 50s, 60s, but their manufacture of motorcycles goes all the way back to 1910, and they were incredibly popular, sold out for 3 or 4 model years in a row.
Yeah, and BSA was at one point the biggest motorcycle factory in the world. Not in this era, much later.
Right, rather $30,000 bought that BSA. All right, another from the David Silver collection, one of over 30 collections here in Las Vegas at this year's event, in fact. A Royal Enfield Model KL, 1930.
Very cool. British V-twin, 1100cc side valve motor with a separate gearbox. Royal Enfield, which is still in business today in India, still producing new models, even electric models. Their new Flying Flea, very popular, but this is the original Royal Enfield from Birmingham, and beautiful machine. I've actually ridden a Model K, a little bit later version, a 33 Model K. It was their big sidecar tug. Lots and lots of torque. Beautiful engine, beautiful castings, Sturmey Archer gearbox. And when you don't have a sidecar on it, boy, do they haul. Beautiful twin muffler, Brooklyn's can style mufflers stacked on top of each other.
Oh, I like that.
Pretty rare bike. You don't see a lot of these V-twin Royal Enfields around.
That'll do it. So $25,000 Laura. Lot F149 and 1930.
All right, there we go. $25,000.
Going to the Chantlin collection.
I was going to say,
Minnesota.
you probably know him up in Minnesota. Very good. $25,000. Here we go with that Rudge dirt track speedway bike, 6-stud dirt track speedway. Very low production. Ralph showed us this one a bit earlier.
Yeah, Rudge was pretty much king of the hill in the speedway or dirt track world at that time. And 1933, between like 1933 and 1928, speedway or dirt track racing was the most popular motorsport in the world. Sometimes they would have 100,000 people show up for a race. And the sport spread around the world, and riders would do a year-round circuit. They would race in England, then they'd go to Australia, and they'd go to South America to keep making money all year long with these huge crowds. They were very, very well-paid racers, and the Rudge was the top of the heap. Best dirt track racer you could buy. Harley-Davidson actually copied the frame of this Rudge for their pea shooter racers. And the Rudge, Crocker produced a speedway bike, and this is the bike that knocked the Crocker off its perch because the 4-valve engine was just a little bit faster than the Crocker 2-valve speedway machine.
$40,000, yes or no? Iron David get here 40. Iron David get 38 bid 40. Iron David get 40,000. You wonder 40 pound on a bid and a half.
Great money for a speedway bike.
$38,000 to be exact. And a little knowing nod from the guy next to the new owner of that motorcycle. It's a beauty. $38,000. Well, here's another Rudge from the Arizona Motorcycle Collection, a 500cc single Ulster from 1933.
Speaking of Rudge.
Yes.
It's very similar 4-valve engine, pushrod 4-valve engine, not overhead camshaft. The Rudge Ulster was their top-of-the-line model, named after Rudge's win in the Ulster TT, and I think it was the first international road race timed at over 90 miles an hour with the Rudge. And this bike is good for 100 miles an hour.
Wow.
Very, very fast motorcycle, beautiful styling, great handling
Terrific.
bike. I've owned an Ulster. I had a 29 Ulster.
How many bikes, as you see, 22,000 for that one. How many bikes have you owned over the course of your life? To hundreds, I know that.
Yeah, I think maybe 300.
Okay.
I don't have anywhere near that now, maybe 15.
Right. Okay, 1924 BMW R32.
BMW's first production motorcycle. This is their second year of production. They started production in 1923 of complete motorcycles. Of course, they built engines for motorcycles, or they would call them utility engines that other factories put inside their bikes. But this is their first own motorcycle. Of course, before that, they had built aircraft in World War I. The R32 doesn't have a whole lot of horsepower, but it was incredibly reliable and solidly built. An innovative design, copied from the British ABC flat twin. That was produced right after World War I. Similar story, ABC was produced by Sopwith, which also produced aircraft in World War I. And guess what? Nobody was buying aircraft in 1919. So they turned to making motorcycles, and BMW thought that flat twin engine was a pretty good idea. So they made one too, and
look at this.
The rest is history.
$150,000 is the bid.
Very, very rare.
170 asking 180.
Super coveted bike.
Series 1 model, no front brake, dual rear brakes.
That's right. Side valve motor. 500 cc's.
180, asking 190.
3-speed gearbox, BMW's own carburetor, dummy rim brake on the back. Shaft drive, as all BMWs were until fairly recently.
180. What do you think it's going to take here?
Well, that's up to the owner. I actually think 180 is a pretty good price. So.
Okay.
All right, we're going to be offering on the bid screen lot F151. Take a look here, 1927 BMW R47 with a boxer twin and a 3-speed.
Yep, right. Selling off the screen now. We're on line number 151. How much here? Iron David here to give $75,000 bid. Iron David gets 75. Iron David gets 75 to bid. Iron David gets 75. Somebody get $50,000 bid. Iron David get here 50. Iron David get 50. Iron David at 50. Iron David to take it all. Iron David at 50. $1,000 bid. Iron David at $30,000. And somebody get 30. And 30. We're once again $40,000. 30, 40. Iron David at 30, 40. Iron David get 40,000. Iron David at 40 again 40. Iron David get $50,000 bid. Iron David get 40's bid 50. I get 40,000. Iron David get 50,000. Iron David get $40,000. $50,000 bid. Iron David get 50. I get 40,000. Iron David get $50,000 bid. Iron David get 40's bid $50,000. Yep, 40. Iron David get here 50. Iron David get 40, 50. I get 45. Iron David at 45,000 bid. Iron David get 45, 45, $50,000. Iron David gets 50. Iron David get 50. David get 50. David get 5. Iron David at $55,000 and 50 bid 55. Iron David get here 55,000. Iron David get 50. Down 5. Iron David at $55,000 bid. Iron David get 55, 55, $55,000 bid. All in and done. Iron David get 55, $50,000 to 55. You want her? $50,000, $55,000. Iron David get here 55. Iron David get 55,000 bid. Iron David get 52,000. Final call if you want her. 50's the bid. 52. $50,000, 52. Final call, yes or no? 52,000. Close bid at $50,000. Close bid at $50,000. Bid goes on at 50.
Lot F152 offering on the bid screen 1929 BMW R63 with a boxer twin engine, 3-speed manual transmission, professional restoration.
Okay, gotcha. Iron David appeared. Iron David appeared. Iron David get $100,000 bid. And now one bid. Iron David one bid. One. Iron David to be a third. Iron David get a bid. Somebody get $50,000. Once again, selling off the screen now. F152. Somebody get 50. I put him at $30,000. Let's go. 30, 40. Iron David get $40,000. 50. Iron David get 50,000. Iron David get 5 again. 45, 45, $50,000. Iron David get 45, 50. And now 5. Iron David get 5 again. 5. Iron David get $60,000. Iron David get $60,000. Iron David get 55 to bid. 60,000. Yes, 60. Iron David get here 55 is bid. $60,000 bid. You want 60? Iron David get 55, 60. Iron David get here 55,000. Iron David get $60,000. 55, $60,000 bid. Iron David get 5, 60. Iron David get 55,000 down 60. Iron David get here 60,000 down 5 and now 7, 60. I get $57,000. $60,000 bid and 57, 60. Iron David get 60. Iron David get here 57,000 down 60. I get $57,000 down 60,000 bid and 760. Iron David get 60 again 60. Iron David get down 2 bid down 2 and now 62,000. Iron David get 2. How far? Iron David get 60 down 2. Iron David get down 2 again 2. Iron David down 5 down 62 down 5. I get 62 to bid. $65,000 bid. Iron David get 2 down 5. Iron David get 2 down 5 down 2 down 5. Iron David get 62, $65,000 bid and now $65,000. Anybody else for $65,000? Sir, do you want to give 65? 65, 62, 65. Iron David get 2 down 5. David get $65,000 bid. Internet, would you like back in? 62 and bid. $65,000. Final call. Iron David get 2. David get 5. Iron David get 62, $65,000. Close bid at $62,000. Bid goes on at $62,000.
Up next on the bid screen is lot F153, 1935 Zundap K800 with a boxer 4-cylinder engine, 4-speed manual transmission, matching numbers, professional restoration, completed in Germany.
Yep, right. Have it on Iron David here. Somebody get 50,000 here. Iron David get 50, 50, 50. Iron David at 40. Iron David get here. Somebody get 40. Iron David get 40. Break it down. David get 25. Iron David get 30. Pound out of bid. Iron David get 35. Iron David get 35. Get 500. David at 40. Pound out of bid. Iron David David to get 35, $40,000. Iron David to get 35, somebody get $40,000 bid. Iron David to get 35, $40,000 bid. Iron David to get 35 is bid. Somebody get $40,000, 35, 40, 40. Iron David to get 35, Iron David about 40. Iron David to get 35, somebody get $37,000 to get 35, 37. Iron down $40,000 bid. And 740. Iron David to get down 2, 42, 40's bid, 42. Iron David to get 40, David to get 2. Iron David to get 42,000, $40,000, 42's bid, $45,000 and 42, 45. Iron David at a 7 to bid. Iron David at 47. Iron David to get 47. Iron David to get 45, 47 to bid. David at 50. Iron David to get down 50. Iron David to get 50 again, 50. Iron David to get down 2. Iron David to get 52, $52,000 and 50 to bid 2. Iron David to get here 52,000. Iron David to get 52. Iron David to bid $52,000, 50 bid, 52. Last call. Anybody else for 52? $52,000. Iron David to get 52. Iron David at a 48 bid, $52,000. Iron David to get down to get. You want to get 50,000, sir? Would you get 50? I got 49,000 asking $50,000. $50,000. 50. Iron David, I got 49 actually. You want to get 50, sir? Round her out. Give an even number. Give 50,000. You always remember what you paid for it. Give $50,000, sir. $50,000. Got 49 bid. 50,000, yes or no? Would you get $50,000? 50. Iron David to get 49, but to get 50,000. Iron David to get, you look through the book, you ain't gonna find another one. $50,000 to get 49. 50. That's the one you came to buy. Get 50,000, sir, if you want it. 50. 49 is bid, $50,000 to get 49. 50. Iron David to get 49. 50. Iron David to get 49 to bid. 50. Iron David to get here $50,000 all later done. 49 is bid, $50,000. $50,000. The only way the reserve comes off if you bid 50, we'll find out. 50,000, sir. Last call if you want to get 49 bid. 50,000. Last call. 49. Need a bid to get 50,000. Gonna close the bid at $49,000. Bid goes on at 49,000.
As soon as you say yes, I'm gonna say no.
Well, those are some of the motorcycles from the Mitzel Builders motorcycle collection. Lee Mitzel has brought over 90 motorcycles, and there he is in the red pullover talking with Blake Baugh, one of our bidder assistants. And those Mitzel collection motorcycles, Paul, will be we'll see plenty of them today, not consecutive, but they will be all over the place in our collection. Your Rikuo Japanese Harley is part of that collection as well.
It's a very, very interesting collection. He's a regular here at the auctions, and he's decided to disperse his collection, which I think is a great thing to do when you're alive, because a lot of folks wait until they're gone and then they leave their family to deal with it. And I think it's a great thing to let most of them go and let the rest of the world enjoy your amazing collection.
Oh my goodness, it is fantastic. 1973 Kawasaki H2. I told you there would be more H2s. It's a 750 Mach 4.
Yeah, the ultimate Widowmaker. I love that they came in these fantastic candy colors too in the 70s. It's such a pure 1970s motorcycle. The excess, the smoke of a two-stroke, the excess of the capacity and the horsepower, the kind of wild, you know, hell for leather approach to building a motorcycle. Power above all.
As cool as that color is, you would think they would come up with something more creative than orange to describe it. That's what they call the color. Come on, Kawasaki.
They weren't worried about the words. They knew that you wanted the real deal. Love the triple exhausts. Very, very, I mean, Kawasaki was king of the hill of performance bikes. Just everybody knew that they were pure performance motorcycles.
$30,000. Wow. 73 H2.
Amazing price for
beautiful
a 750 Cowie.
Here's another bike from this Mitzel Builders collection, an H1. So that begs the question, Paul, what's the difference?
Okay, this is a 500cc triple. They're all two-stroke triples. This one's only 500 cc's. And it's still doing 11-second quarter mile. And this has drum brakes up front. And the later bike had a disc.
The H2 was 750.
Yep. Yes. And this is a 500. So this has an electronic ignition. It's been beautifully restored. You see the styling is a little bit more restrained for the 1970 model. It looks like a late 60s motorcycle, whereas the 750s definitely look like 70s motorcycles.
Now 13, sir. $13,000. 12's bid. 13, 14. Now 14, internet, $14,000. And now 15. Iron David to get $15,000.
14 is the bid.
I get 14 to bid. Iron David to get 15, 15. All later done. Last call, 15 pound bid. So $14,000, Megan.
Okay, there we go.
Does that come from
Pretty
Germany?
reasonable.
With the H plate on it? Or is it from Hamburg?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh.
I didn't see that. Okay. Maybe we'll catch it real. Oh, no, we're not.
Moving right on. We're going down in engine capacity.
Exactly. Yes, to an S3 400 now from 1975.
That's right. This is actually far rarer than the 500 or the 750. They did not make many of these 400 two-stroke triples. And I'll tell you a secret. There's one of these that's been sitting outside my warehouse. It's not mine.
Oh.
With the top of the cylinder head off in the rain for about 10 years.
Oh my goodness.
If somebody's desperate.
Have you tried to acquire this said bike?
That's too much trouble for me.
Okay.
The 400 parts are rare. This is a very rare motorcycle. Which you'll see by the strength of the price. You would think that the smallest of that trio, the 750, the 500, the 400,
sure,
wouldn't make as much money, but it's because they're so freaking rare.
Well, there it is, 13,000. That seems, based
Strong.
on what you're talking about, pretty strong.
Yeah, I don't actually think I've seen a 400 sell at this auction before. That's how rare they are. Maybe I should drag that one out from under the bus.
Well, I was going to say, yes, rethink that strategy. So we continue with the sort of lesson book in Kawasaki motorcycle history with an S2 350. You can plainly see Mach 2. This is from 1972.
And another extraordinarily rare. I don't think I've ever seen the 350 triple. Obviously, I've seen the 400 and lots of 500s and 750s, but the 350 is rare. Love the styling. 72, they had that wonderful kicked up rear end that's kind of shared with the Z1, which came out the next year.
Well, this sells at no reserve for $8,000. Let us hit the pause button real quickly. Want to check in with Hannah Lopa real quickly for a motorcycle that we are going to see coming up a bit later on. Hannah?
Actually, I've got not one, but two bikes here. Legendary racer and frame builder Rob North. These are from his estate. He did pass away in October. These are from his personal collection. This first one here is a 1969 BSA Triumph. Rob North special. He was known for his chassis innovations, unique frame style designed to improve handling and cornering, really lightweight frames, among many other things that he fabricated. But this was part of a personal race bike team in his collection. The second bike here is a 2005 Triumph. It is the only street bike that he ever built, and he kept it for himself. He did ride it, and something really unique about this bike that I thought was just so nice was he paid homage to all of the really well-known racers you can see here on the tail section who raced his bikes. Paul Smart, Mike Halewood, John Cooper, Tony Jeffries, a lot of noteworthy Americans as well, Gary Nixon, Gene Romero, Don Castro. So this bike pays homage to some of the famous racers that have raced Rob's bikes, and really special from his estate. I got to talk to his daughters as well, who are just so excited to be here and showcase their late father's work.
Oh, very nice. Fantastic story.
Yeah.
Right on.
Rob North, of course, transformed Triumphs and BSA's fortunes when they installed their triple engine into his frame and won Daytona.
Thank you, Hannah Lopa. Great to have her on the crew this year. And the reserve is off now. I think I heard Trev Morvek say that. Yes, on a 70 CB750 KO.
Very, very first series of the Honda 4-cylinder. This is not a Sandcast. That was only about the first 3,300 of the CB750s from '69. But it's still a KO, which is the earliest model. And this looks like a very correct restoration with the 4 separate exhaust pipes and that beautiful styling, that chunky tank that just covers the motor. What a revolutionary bike this was in '69. The first affordable 4-cylinder bike. There have been 4-cylinder bikes since the beginning of the motorcycle industry, but Honda figured out how to mass produce them. So they were affordable, they had an electric starter, they were clean, didn't leak oil, handled okay, braked okay. Legendary bikes, and that's why they command so much money today.
22, yeah, speaking of that, $22,000 for that one from 1970. Here is one from 1974. 736cc inline 4, again from the Mitzel Builders motorcycle collection.
Beautifully restored, still the same single overhead cam motor as the first CB750 from '69, and a lot of the same styling, although they did make a lot of changes over the years. Subtle things, a lot of internal changes and oiling changes, things like that, maybe weren't so visible, especially in the first years. I mean, they had a good thing going. They sold hundreds of thousands of these. They didn't change them that much visibly because they were very, very successful.
No reserve on this motorcycle. Some of the Mitzel bikes are no reserve. Some of them do have a reserve. And essentially,
interesting. What to ask? Why did you? How did you choose? Which ones did you want to reserve on?
You know, and that's it is a strategy. Some guys will bring collections all at no reserve.
The Urban Hirsch collection, no reserve.
Right, that Cyclone, a potential
no
world
reserve.
record.
Hey, I think everybody in the audience, in fact, I auctioned a Cyclone. First year I worked with Ron Christensen at Mid-America Auctions, who Mecum bought. There was a Cyclone coming up for sale. I knew it was going to break $500,000. I had everyone in the audience raise their hand for the first bid for $100,000.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Oh, that's hilarious, man.
But 22 to you.
You're a schemer.
I knew it would sell then.
No question. That's hysterical. $21,000 for this 754. Yeah, no reserve. I mean, that puts the seller in control, essentially. You choose. What do you want? No reserve? You want reserve? If you bring it with a reserve, you get to decide when it's met the necessary number, and that reserve comes off.
Well, I think the fees are less if you choose
no reserve. Yes, absolutely.
So if you've got a big collection and you don't want to pay fees, because of course there are expenses in transport and cataloging and everything, you know. But if you're guaranteed a sale, Mecum was willing to take a chance on cutting your price for entry.
Here's a CBR 900 RR from 1993.
And that's a hot rod. RR Road Racer. It's kind of their production racer race replica. 93 tons of horsepower on this thing. Not quite the RC30 V4 that became sort of the legendary instant collectible bike. This is like the last of their inline 4-cylinder road racers, but you see it's got that aluminum perimeter frame there, very advanced for 93. Monoshock swing arm.
Laura. Here's one F16.
And plenty of horsepower. It'll get your attention, won't it?
Yeah.
$18,000 buys that 93 Honda.
$7,000, $8,000 bid, $100 get $700 bid, $8,000, $800 bid, $8,000, $100 bid, Drake, he want this one, $100 bid, get $8,000 bid, thank you, $100 bid, $8,900 bid, $9,000 bid. now 9, and now 8 to bid, now 9, now 10. The guy's been bidding on the Hondas the whole time. 10, Iron David to get 10, Thunder David to get 10, hit 10, 12, Iron David to get 12, Thunder David to get 12, bid, Iron David to bid 10 to bid, 12, hit 12, Thunder down 12, 15, Thunder bid, Iron David to get 15, hit 15,000, Iron David to get 12 to bid, down 15, 15, 15, Iron David to get 12 to bid, down 15,000, and down 15, down 15, down 15, down 15, you want to get 15, 13, 15, and down 13 to bid, $15,000, Iron down 15, 15, 15, 15, 14, internet, last call, and 13, 14, 14, 14, Thunder bid a 9, so $13,000, Zach on telephone.
Lot F-160.1, a 2008 Harley-Davidson CVO Dyna 105th anniversary package.
Yep, right, Hunter David to get down to get him here. 10, and now 10, and now 10, to get 10, to get 10, to get $5,000. Yep, 500, David to get 500, David to get 2, to get 2, Hunter David to get 3, to get 3, to get 4, and now forward, Hunter David to get 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 6, Hunter David to get $600 bid. It's 6, Hunter David to 5, 6, 7, Hunter David to get 7,000, 8, Hunter David to get 8,000, hit 8, Hunter David at 8,000, Hunter David at 8,000, Hunter David to get 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, Hunter David at 8, Hunter David at 75, Data Bonner, it's 7,500 on a bid, Hunter David at 7,500, Hunter David to get 75, Hunter David to get 7,500 on a bid, Hunter David at 60, 575, Hunter David to be on to give $7,000. $7,000. 7,000. Iron David gets 7. Hunter David at 7. Hunter David gets 6,000 on the internet, asking $7,000. $6,000, 7,000. Reserve is off. 6, 7. Iron David gets 6,000. Hunter David on 7 here, down 7 about here. So $6,000 to the net.
Lot F-161, a 1975 Kawasaki Z1 900, no reserve.
Yeah, right. Having it on David, have it at 20. Iron David get 20, get 20, get 20. Hunter David down 10. Hit 10. Hunter David get here 10 down. Hunter David about 5. Some get $5,000. And now 5. David get 5. Hunter David about 5 down. Hunter get 2, 3. Iron David get 2 down. Hunter David get 3. But 2 to bid down 3 down 4 down. Hunter David about 5 down. Hunter bid. Hunter David at 6 down. Hunter hit 7 down. Hunter David get 7 to bid. Hunter David get $7,000. You get 7 now 8. 8,000. 8, 9. And now 9. Get 9. Get 9. Get 9. Pound under David at 8 pound under 9 and 9 now 9 it to get $9,000 to get 8,000 $9,000 8 9 Iron David to get 9 Iron David to get down 9 9 9 now 10 now 10 9's on the internet 10,000 I'm in 9 down under David to get 10 Megan's way I'm in 9 down under David to get 10 last call it to get 10,000 so $9,000 Megan and here's Jimmy
now offering F-161.1 from the Mitchell Brothers Mitchell Builders.
We are back in Vegas. Scott Hoke, Paul Dorleone here in the booth. Hannah Lopa, Ralph Sheheen out and about, sneaking in some previews on bikes that are headed to that turntable for us. And we appreciate you joining us today on YouTube. It's coming up on 5 o'clock out in the east. That means we have 3 hours yet to come today. And here's a Kawasaki KZ1000 Mark II, Paulie, from 1979.
What a chunk. Look at that thing.
Love it.
You know, it's basically the same bike as the Z1. It's a little bit bumped up on the engine capacity. Lots and lots of improvements on the chassis, twin discs, a lot of reinforcement on the frame, and different styling, which is, in my opinion, a little bit heavy-handed. I love the original Z1 with the rounded tank and the rounded tail section. Well, this is the square tank and the square tail section, but look at the price that it's fetching.
Right.
I mean, still strong money for a KZ1000. These late 70s, 80s sport bikes are really commanding strong money these days.
All right, here is the 1912 Indian that I showed you a little while ago in the video preview. This is that big base 61 cubic inch V twin, very, very rare, a board track racer, but just an incredible bike. Well, and explain the big base and how it got that nickname.
Yeah, some of the racers had a very large crankcase and some had a smaller crankcase. This is one with a very large crankcase. And this is a beautifully created motorcycle. It's an homage to the Indian 8 valve, which was outer space technology when they introduced it in 1911. 4-valve cylinder heads, exposed to the breeze, no oiling on the valve stems or the rockers. So the metallurgy and the oiling was not the best. You see where the location of the spark plug means you don't have a centralized spark, so the combustion flame is not that great. But these were still 100-mile-an-hour motorcycles. As crude as they were, this has no brakes, no clutch, basically wide open racing throttle. Very, very cool bike. I think about there's maybe three real ones in the world. That's why people build replicas, because they just want to see it. It's so cool.
So just to be clear, and that was my next question, this is a replica of this 1912 Indian.
Yeah, if this was a real one, we'd add a 0 to that price right now. But they just don't come up for sale. And this is actually a very strong price for a replica.
I have 72, you're going to get 73,000, you're going to get 3, 4. I have 74,000, you're going to get 5. I have 75,000, you're going to get 5, you're going to get 4, 5, 6. I have 76,000, now 7.
And 2 people want it.
Just give 80.
That's the key.
Give $80,000 for it. $80,000 here, you're going to give 80 or 76.
76. Ho!
77.
Ho!
78.
Ho!
79.
Ho!
$80,000 here. You're going to get 79, 80. I have 79 bid. You're going to give 80 bid. You're going to give 80. You're going to give 80,000.
Oh!
Now 2. 82. 80's bid. You're going to give 82,000.
20 years ago, you could buy a real one for that price, but things have changed.
At 80 or 100. Just give 100. Or 85. 82. 85. 82 bid. You're going to give 85,000. You're going to give 82. 83.
3. One time.
83. Now you're just going to sit back and let him have it.
Ho!
84. 83, you're going to give 84.
Surely if you can afford 83, you can afford 84.
Yes.
83 bid, you're going to get 4, you're going to get 4, you're going to give 84.
I appreciate it. You want it? Thank you.
But the other guy's saying, please don't bid. I'd like to have that motorcycle.
Sold $83,000.
And there it is, 83 grand.
Now offering F1
Happy camper.
on the screens, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so that one has found a new home. And next up, we're going to take a look at this bike. It's for the purposes of the people here in the building, it's selling on the big screens because it's not here. But it is a 1928 Indian Ace.
Very cool. This bike has a direct lineage to William Henderson himself, one of the granddaddies of American four-cylinder motorcycle production. Of course, Henderson produced his own four-cylinder motorcycle, the Henderson, from 1912 onward. He eventually sold the design to Ignaz Schwinn, and it became the Excelsior Henderson. By contract, he worked with Excelsior for about a year, but he couldn't stand Ignaz Schwinn. I think he just couldn't stand working for somebody else. So he, in his spare time, designed a totally new four-cylinder bike that broached none of the patents or design he had sold to Schwinn, and he called it the Ace. And sadly, the Ace came out in 1919. Sadly, William Henderson was killed in a road accident shortly after that. His company foundered, and eventually Indian bought the design rights tooling for the Ace, and the very first models, 1928, were called the Indian Ace because basically it's an Ace built from spare parts and painted red.
Wow, and what a piece of art this is.
Beautiful, extremely rare.
So, $175,000.
Look at that.
Amazing.
Sold it for $175,000. And that now has taken over the top spot of the auction at $175,000.
And there wasn't even present. That's pretty cool.
Exactly.
Speaking of which,
we are back on the turntable, and 1925 Henderson Deluxe is next. 1300cc straight 4, inline 4 here.
and you see that big red X on the logo on the side of the tank. That's the Excelsior logo. That's the logo of Ignaz Schwinn's company. Of course, Schwinn, massive bicycle manufacturer, carried on manufacturing bicycles well into the late 20th century. And
who didn't have a Schwinn bike when they were a kid?
Exactly, the paperboy bike. You know, it's an interesting story. In 1931, with the Depression going on, Ignaz Schwinn at a board meeting says, "Gentlemen, today we stop." And he halted all his motorcycle production and just focus on bicycles, and specifically the Paperboy bicycle, which we think of as the cruiser today.
Sure. I was a Paperboy. I had a bike.
Me too.
Yes.
On a Schwinn.
125 is the bid on this Henderson. Boy, there are so many highly restored Hendersons at this auction, all the way back. I think the earliest one that I saw was 1914.
Yeah.
A couple of several two-seaters. In fact, they're just gorgeous.
They are gorgeous. Well, we sold a 1912 here, a couple 1912s for world record prices. 25s are a little more common, so they're not $500,000, but wonderful bikes. You know, I did the Cannonball cross-country motorcycle rally 4 times, and the Henderson gang they pooled their resources, and they made new forged cranks and did all sorts of improvements to their bikes. They rode the heck out of them, and they usually finished the ride.
160.
175.
Well, we're sneaking up on that Indian Ace.
175,000. So $170,000, Nick Sprackley.
All right.
Wonderful motorcycle.
170. And actually, one more note, our good buddy Mike Wolf of American Pickers, who was with you and me and JK in the booth last year, he bought that bike in 2015.
Huh. They come and they go.
They do. 170 was the price tag on that motorcycle. Now to a 1939 Knucklehead from Harley-Davidson.
That's right. Pre-war Knucklehead. With the reserve off. A few years ago, anything pre-war Knucklehead was fetching in the mid-$100,000 range. Prices have definitely dropped, but they're still an expensive motorcycle.
Sure.
Especially if they're correctly restored.
61 cube overhead valve V-twin. 90,000 buys that one.
Harley-Davidson's first overhead valve roadster.
Well, here's an FL Knucklehead from 1947 next.
Super rare. So the FL, I believe, came in 1944 with the larger engine capacity, 1,200 cc's. Pretty rare to find an FL Knucklehead, and this is the last year Knucklehead. Still has the, unlike that Bob job we saw earlier, this is a correct machine with the Springer forks and the rigid rear end, and that very interesting little retractable windscreen. Neat bike.
$50,000.
50 grand. Easy as that. All right, we mentioned the Hendersons and how many there are here. This is one of the two-seaters I was talking about as well. This is a Henderson 4 Model B from 1913.
This is the second year of Henderson production. The first year was 1912. The first prototype was 1911. It had a belt drive. It was almost William Henderson grew up in the Winton Car Company family. His father was the vice president of the company. His grandfather was the founder of the company. And he was obsessed with motorcycles and sketched out 4-cylinder engines. And his father, who was an engineer, would critique the designs. And eventually the design got so good, they decided to produce it as a prototype. His father kind of hoping that it would discourage him. It worked so well, they decided to capitalize it and start manufacturing them. You see that long, long wheelbase. The very first Hendersons actually had the passenger seat in front of the rider's seat between the handlebars.
135,000 is the bid. $140,000. Last call. 140.
135 is bid. Look at that jewelry, man. It's
so beautiful.
And a good look at those tires, too. Those are period-correct tires on this 1913 Henderson.
Yep. Probably Cokers. Of course, rubber is naturally white. You have to add 150 to the tires to make them black.
150.
And the reserve's off. 145.
Yeah. A real man bid. 150. 145,
That horn
150.
was optional back in the day. It's a Stuart Warner
So,
horn. There it is.
And a Ooga horn.
Yes.
And a speedometer was optional. Lots of optional extras on that bike.
Well, $145,000 is good enough to buy that one here in Las Vegas. Let's check in again with Ralph Sheheen out in the 303 staging lane.
Well, Paul mentioned the legendary RC30, and look what I found, Paul, a 1990 Honda RC30. You know, I remember when these bikes were first announced that they were coming out and you started to read about the jaw-dropping performance they were going to have. It was just incredible to think Honda was going to build one of these for the street. It's actually the first time Honda's R&D technicians got together with the engineers at HRC, Honda Racing Corp, and built a bike for the street. 316 of these were imported into the U.S., and they were all built at Honda's Hamamatsu plant in Japan, which is where all the race bikes were built. Swing a leg over this, find yourself a good backcountry road, and Paul, this is as close as you're going to get to feeling like Fast Freddie Spencer.
Who's a lovely man, Freddie. He was one of the factory racers who really made the mark for these bikes. They were instant collectibles. You know, it was one of those bikes that was just so beautiful. People bought them and parked them in their living room.
That says a lot. We'll be back with more bikes from Vegas in a moment.
This is bid 12, 15, 15, 17, 17,000, 18,000, you better get 19, 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20, better get 20, better get 20,000. 19's bid, 20. I have 19, you better get 20 bid, you better get 20, better get 20, better get 20. Give $20,000. 19, 20. 19 a bid, you better get 20 bid, you better get 20, better get 20,000. Now 21. 20's the bid. 21. Reserve is off. 20 bid, you better get 21. I have $20,000 bid, you better get $21,000, you get 21. Now 2. 22, internet. 22. 21, 22. I have $21,000 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 22. So, $21,000, Zach Dentino.
Now offering F169, the 1930 Douglas T6, sold on a bill of sale, Nevada resident, display purposes only.
$40,000 here, you better get 40 bid, you better get 40, you better get $10,000 for it. 10,000, you better get 7, 8, 9, $9,000, $10,000 bid, you better get 10, 11, 12. At 12,000, you better get 12 bid, you better get 13, put them at 14 bid, 14, 15, 15,000, now you better get 15. At 16,000, 17,000, now you better get 17. At 17,000, you better give 18,000, 19. At 19 bid, you better get 19. Reserve is off, 19. I have 18, you better get 19,000. Anybody else? Now 20. 19, 20. 19 a bid, you better get 20 bid, you better get 20, you better get 20. And now 21. 20's a bid, 21. 20 bid, you better get 21. At 20 bid, you better get 21,000. 22. 21 bid, you better get 2, you better get 2, you better get $22,000 bid, you better get 2. At 22. 3. 23. $22,000 bid, you better get 23,000, you better get 2's the bid, you better get 3. At 22, 23,000, you better get 3, 4. At $24,000 bid, you better get 3 bid, you better get 4 bid, you better get 3, and now 24. 25. 25,000. 24 bid, you better get $25,000 here, you better get 4 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get 25. At $25,000 here, you better get 24. Ask him again. 25. 25,000. $25,000. 24 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get 25. So, $24,000, Megan on the internet. So,
now offering F170, a 74 Rickman Honda CR7.
Welcome back to Mecum Las Vegas, our motorcycle auction here at the end of January, actually the last day of January, believe it or not, 2025. And lest you think the 303 folks save their product just for automobiles, not true. In the 303 staging lane, giving each of these motorcycles a once-over with some fabulous products. 303, the only car and motorcycle care brand that is recommended by Mecum Auctions.
And what a beautiful Rene Gier that was, shining up, sparkling.
It is indeed. On the block, actually just off the turntable now, is 1974 Rickman Honda CR750.
That's right. The Rickman brothers were two British brothers who were motocross champions who decided regular factory motorcycles were too heavy. They made their own frame of lightweight tubing, nickel-plated them, and started winning a lot of races. They sold motocross kits, then they started selling road racing kits and cafe racer kits for the streets.
Legendary name.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. And so the next one is also a Rickman, 1974 Kawasaki CR900.
That's right. So I think about 1972 they were granted a license as a manufacturer in their own right. So they were able to sell this motorcycle as a Rickman itself, as a sanctioned manufacturer. Very, very cool. The CR, of course, meaning cafe racer. And it was kind of the ultimate cafe racer of the mid-70s. You know, they took this Honda or Kawasaki motor, in this case a Kawasaki, tuned it up a little bit, but mostly improved the handling so much that they were streets ahead of a standard bike.
$17,000. Not many of those made in 74 too. Actually under 150.
Yeah, they were tiny manufacturer. Speaking of
yes, indeed, the motorcycle that we saw getting a treatment with some 303 product, Rene Gier Type G from 1936.
And amazingly, we have two Rene Gier's Type 6s. One's a little bit later than the other. Of course, Harley-Davidson and Indian weren't the only ones who made V-twins. There were V-twins produced all around the world. We saw Husqvarna earlier, and now we have this beautiful Rene Gier. And you see it was made in Paris or just outside of Paris. It's got a side valve engine. It's got a 4-speed gearbox. Lovely motorcycle with meant to haul a sidecar.
And quite popular, as I'm told, with the law enforcement in France.
Yes, yes, for sure.
With or without the sidecar, I would presume.
Because everybody loves a big rumbling V-twin.
Yes. $14,000 for that beautiful French motorcycle from the mid-30s. A Bianchi Cervino 175S now from 1956 on our turntable.
It's a little two-stroke single-cylinder with an integral 4-speed gearbox. You know, there's a lot of Italian 175s out there. This was the aspirational capacity for Italians at the time, because Italy was, of course, devastated in World War II, and it took a while for their economy to come back around. And so 125 and 175cc racing was the most popular form of racing. So they would race these on 500-mile road races and things, and Bianchi is an old established manufacturer and did very well in long-distance racing.
Close the bid at $4,000.
And this is the kind of bike you could still ride today on the Moto Giro.
And look at this, $4,000.
Ah, where's the love? What a beauty.
And somebody get $15,000.
Wow.
Somebody get $5,000.
Well, maybe the next Bianchi will get some love.
I might have to get a bidder badge for tomorrow. Okay, we will check out the next Bianchi, as you promised, Scudo del Sud, 1954.
Yeah, it means like the Southern Gate.
Okay.
Don't know why, but look how different the chassis is. This is just a couple years earlier. It's got a pressed steel front girder fork, and it's got a plunger rear suspension, the solo saddle. I mean, it's a much more delicate looking bike. I'm sure the engine is pretty much the same as the later machine, but the chassis is completely different.
$4,000.
125cc single.
Wow. Okay, should have got my bidder card.
I was just going to say, look at this one selling for $4,000.
What a beauty.
Wow. $10,000 you could have.
I think FE is from Ferrara in Italy. Those were both directly imported recently.
Wow. What a beauty. Well, no question what the next motorcycle is up on the block. It's a Benelli 1959 175 Super Sport.
And like I was saying, 175cc was the aspirational capacity and the most popular racing capacity for those really, really popular Italian long-distance races. And of course, this is not the most technically sophisticated. The Benellis, they were always a pushrod engine, except for their double overhead cam 4-cylinder racers. But this is a bike you could buy at Montgomery Ward. Because Benelli made a deal with Ward's, and they sold them as Riversides.
Okay.
In the United States.
Okay.
Not
cool.
this particular model. They never did the Super Sports Cafe racers in the States.
Yeah, this in fact was the first year of that Super Sport, the 175 Super Sport.
That did it.
Only a couple of years of production, and they only built a few thousand units.
Yep. But it wasn't a huge factory, so a couple thousand units was not bad for them.
So what, 6,500 for that motorcycle?
And here we are again. The later Rene Gier.
Yes, from 1941, the G model 750cc V-twin, 14 horsepower.
And if you look at the date, 1941, France was occupied. So this bike would probably have been used for the military or the Vichy police force at the time. It's a little bit different than the earlier one. It's got aluminum cylinder heads by now. This bike has been restored as a civilian bike, which is nice because those were difficult memories for the French. It's got a very unusual front fork. Look at that leading link design with a big spring in the center. Super robust, perfect for hauling a sidecar.
Well, a high bid here on that 1941 Rene Gier, $17,000.
I don't think Americans quite understand because they're just so rare here in the States.
Here is 72 CL350 Honda, the Flying Dragon.
So the Flying Dragon was never a model. It was just a body kit option. And they were handmade because they had to dip the tank and the side panels in a tank of water that had paint flowing in the top, just like marbleized paper.
Sure.
Same exact process, so each one was hand done at the factory with metallic paints.
There you go, and a great camera shot from our man Jim Lucy up in the catbird seat today.
Thanks, Jim.
Running camera one.
So it's an ordinary Honda CB750 with an extraordinary paint kit option. I've seen these go for, I think, over 30,000 in the past, which means, of course, every Flying Dragon body kit in the world has come through Mecum Options now.
Right. You may be right. In this case, this one grabs $8,000.
Not a big bump over a restored CB350, so maybe the Flying Dragon has flown.
1973 Honda CB450F police bike.
And this is a very rare to see one with a full police spec on it. Just like Harley-Davidson's, the big Honda CB450, and of course, incredibly reliable bike, perfect for a police force where you're not going down the freeway at massive speeds. So rare to find one where someone has gone to the trouble of finding all those accessories. So rare.
Well, in fact, we're told by the consignor, the Mitzel Builders Collection, that this motorcycle came to the U.S. in 2014, didn't have all this police gear on it, and they were able to source the correct gear from Europe and other overseas locations, and so it came here, and they put it together like that. It's a beauty for sure.
Restorers impress me. I've always been much more of a fix it and ride it kind of guy than a restore it kind of person, but I have so much respect for people who just spend years getting the parts right.
Well, don't forget about that bike that's sitting outside your warehouse. I'm going to keep reminding you of that one while we look at another Flying Dragon that has flown in here to Vegas.
And it's flying higher than the other Flying Dragon. What is the difference? I couldn't tell you.
It's a great question.
Anybody get 17? I have 16. Anybody get
But they are
17,000,
beautiful. I love this
anybody
paint scheme.
This is a 450. The other one was a
True,
350.
True.
17, 18. 18,000, anybody get 17, 18, 20,000, anybody get 20.
Now we're getting more of the money that we usually see with the Flying Dragon.
Anybody get 20 here, anybody get 20 bid, anybody get 22. 22. 20's a bid, anybody get 22. I have 20 bid, anybody get 22.
Same year, by the way, 72.
Anybody get 21.
The other one was a CB, and this is a CL.
They
This
were
is a Scrambler.
Well, they were both CL.
Oh, it was a CL.
Yeah, CL 350.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
That'd be 4 times the price at this point.
Anybody get $22,000, 23, 24. I have 23,000. Anybody get 24,000. Anybody get 3's a bid. Anybody get 4, 5.
What a difference 100 cc's can make, huh? I guess.
24 little thousand.
6. At 26,000. Anybody get 5 bid. Anybody get 6, 7.
Internet with Megan in the lower left corner is in play again.
That's right, folks. You can buy bikes from home. You see something you like and you think the price is lagging, send a bid.
In fact, yes, the internet and telephone bidder presence with Mecum Auctions has ramped up in a massive way in the last, 10 years or so. And we see it every time, every single day at the auction.
And here we are. This is where we have seen Flying Dragons in the past, in the 30s. And this bike is seeing prices we haven't seen in a few years.
At 35,000, at 35,000, anybody get 5, 7,000, anybody get 37. I have 35, anybody get 7, anybody get 7, anybody get 37. So $35,000 to the internet.
35,000.
And you know what that means?
What's that mean?
We're going to see more Flying Dragons next year.
Yeah, very true. We'll mark that on the calendar, and we'll talk about that in 2026.
Anybody get 3's a bid, 4 bid, anybody get 5. I have 24. Kirk, 24, 25. 24, 25, 26. 25 bid, anybody get 6, 7, 8. 28,000, anybody give 8 bid, anybody give 8, 8, 9. Reserve is off, 29, 30. 30 bid, anybody get 30, anybody get 30, anybody get 30, anybody get 32. I have 30 bid, anybody get 32,000, anybody get 5 bid, anybody get 35. At 32's the bid, anybody get 3, anybody get 4, anybody get 5, anybody get 6 bid, 7. At 37,000, anybody get 6, 7. At 38, 39, 40. At 40 bid, anybody get 40, anybody get 40, anybody get 40, anybody get 2. I have 40 bid, anybody get 2, 2. 2 bid, you better get 2, you better get 45. 42, you better get 45. I have 47 bid, you better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 47. I have 45,000, you better get 47,000, you better get $50,000 now. At $50,000 here, you better get 55. At 50 bid, you better get 55,000, you better get 60. At 55 bid, you better get 60,000, you better get 60 bid, you better get 60 here, you better get 55, 60. So $55,000, Megan Lau. Here's Russ Conklin.
On the block, F-179, a 72 Honda CB750 with electric and kickstart.
You're right. Thank you, Ricky. Honda got to do how much here? Get 20. Honda got to do 15,000 out of bid. Get 10. 10,000 out of bid. Honda got to do 5,000 out of bid. 6,000 out of 7,000 out of bid. Honda got to do 6, 7. 6,000 out of 7,000 out of bid. Down 6, 7. Here's 7,000 out of down 6,000 out of down 7,000 out of bid. Down 7. I have 6,000 7, 8. Honda at 8, 9. Honda got to do 9 out of bid. Here 8,000 out of down 9,000 out of bid. Honda got to do 9 to be 9. Here 8,000 out of bid. 9,000, 10,000. Here 9, 10. Honda got to do 10, 11. Here 11,000 out of bid. 10, 11. Here 10,000 out of down 11,000 out of bid. 10, 11. I had 10,000 out of 11,000 out of bid. I had 10, 11. Here 10,000 out of down 11 to bid. I had 10, 11. Here 10,000 out of down 11,000 out of bid. Down, 10, 11. Here $10,000. Anybody else? $11,000 reserve is off. 12. 11, 12, high 12 to bid, 11, 12, 13, hard to do 13,000, 13 to bid, $13,000, 12,000, $13,000. Anybody else? Last call, $13,000 bid, left, sold $12,000, sold $12,000. Internet.
F-180 and 88 Honda CBX 750 police model 6B.
You're right, amateur, 15, 15, 15, I got $5,000 bid, $6,000 on it, $7,000 bid, Honda gonna do 6, 7, yes, 7, Honda gonna do $6,000 down, $7,000 bid, yes, 7, Honda gonna do 6 here, $7,000 bid, yes, $7,000 on it, $6,000 bid, $7,000, $7,000, Honda gonna do 6, 7, 8, you had $8,000, $9,000 bid, Honda gonna do 9, you $9,000, $10,000, $11,000 bid, 10, 11, you 10 bid, 11 to bid, high 11,000 down to 10, 5. Anybody else? You're right, high 5. What am I going to do? You already got 10, 5. Now 11. Reserve is off. 10, 5, 11. 10, 5, 11. 5. 11,500 on a bid. 11,500. 12,000 on a bid. You 12 high down 20 bid. 11,500 bid. 12. 12,000 on a bid. Down there. You 12 high down to 11,500 bid. Going to do 12. You 12 high down to do 12. Can't help it. High 12,000 on a bid. 12. So $11,500, Ryan, 11,500.
Hey, we're at South Point, the hotel and casino here on Las Vegas Boulevard, actually, but quite a bit south of the Strip here in Vegas. Great crowd on this Friday afternoon. Before we get you back to what's going on the ramp, let's check in again with Ralph Sheheen.
Scott, I'm standing by with my good buddy here, Dallas Daniels, one of the superstars in the American Flat Track Championship. And Dallas is here for a very special reason. This motorcycle right in front of us here is a 1968 Husqvarna 250cc bike that Dallas's team owner, Tim Estenson, is donating to the Back on Track charity. This bike is going to be auctioned off tomorrow. Now, Dallas, this past season in 2024, you were dominating the championship and unfortunately broke your right leg. So you had to go through a period of time where the folks at Back on Track were important to you in getting back and getting on the motorcycle to continue to fight for the title. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, but Back on Track is an amazing organization and amazing charity. Obviously, when it's being used, it's for a terrible reason, obviously because somebody has gotten hurt or very injured where they need some sort of help. But what an amazing thing to have, because it is an inevitable thing in our sport that you're going to get hurt. You're going to go through those types of things. And for me, I was in the middle of a championship battle and I was racing. And racing is the way I make a living. And when you're not racing, money's not coming in. And it was nice to have Back on Track as some help to alleviate some of that pressure from the medical expenses and stuff like that, because it was an injury that I had to spend time in the hospital. I had to get flown to the hospital, and it wasn't fun. And because of their help, a great organization like them, founded by racers, ran by former racers to help racers, the things that they do for our sport is just top tier. And now they were started in flat track and they've worked their way to road racing, and they'll help pretty much any motorcycle racer there is out there that needs it. And so it's just a great organization to have that we really do truly need.
Yeah, Scott, it's a great organization. As Dallas pointed out, they help everybody in the motorcycle racing community, whether you're a road racer, motocross guy, dirt tracker like Dallas over here, whatever it might be. But Tim Estenson, who owns the Estenson Racing monster-backed Yamahas, donating this bike out of his collection, and all the money is going to Back on Track to help some injured racers.
Fantastic story. Thanks, Ralph, and thanks to Dallas as well. That Husky coming up tomorrow as part of our telecast here on YouTube from Las Vegas.
And what a great thing to do, you know, to donate a motorcycle from your collection for something as important for that. That's terrific.
No question. Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. Okay, an FLH Electric Glide now from 1972 on our ramp, otherwise known as the auction block.
Electric Glide in black. These are from the AMF years, the shovel head. Full equipment, spotlights, crash bars, white seat, plastic saddlebags, chrome rack, rear crash bars, those fabulous twin exhausts. All style. AMF years are derided, but they produced very, very cool motorcycles.
That's an award-winning bike too, and it just Sold for $22,500.
Which is very strong money for a shovelhead these days.
All right, let's wind the clock back all the way to 1929. Not unusual at all to see these, you know, very early Harley-Davidsons from the teens and the 20s and into the 30s.
Well, a while back we talked about the Excelsior Super X, the first popular 45 cubic inch American V-twin. Well, this was Harley's answer, the Model D. And it's a 750cc kind of petite V-twin. For 2 years, or 3 years, 28, 29, 30, they had those twin headlights. Those are stock. And we were having dinner with Mark Hoyer, longtime editor of Cycle World, head of Octane Press, all sorts of power sports titles. His grandfather had one of these, exactly like this, with the twin headlights, Model D. I wonder if he's out there bidding, but it's going up there, folks. The Model Ds are actually very rare and obviously collectible.
I don't see him out there, but he could be in hiding. Who knows?
Discreet.
Well, it's sold. Somebody bought it for $45,000. Again, another motorcycle from that Mitzel Builders collection, and Lee Mitzel bringing 90 some odd motorcycles here to Las Vegas this year. Okay, here is the 2000 Cyclone Custom that Ralph previewed for us a while ago.
You know, I think I saw this at the Legend of the Motorcycle Concours in 2006.
Really?
Yeah, I believe I did. And it was built in 2000, so it was around for a while. You know, everybody, well, I won't say everybody, a lot of customizers revere the board track era, the Cyclone motorcycle, and so kind of try to get that spindly, minimalist style using a contemporary motor.
And make it rideable in today's world.
Well, yeah, this one has brakes.
Yes.
Unlike any actual board track racer.
That's a good start to making it rideable, right?
And this one has triple discs. It's pretty interesting. If you look at the back wheel there, they've got a brake caliper on the sprocket, or on the rear sprocket. It's doubling as a brake and a rear sprocket. That's pretty cool. Saves weight, saves complications.
Sure.
Oh, you might get a little lube on your rear disc, which is not.
You got it, man. Thank you.
No love for this Sportster engine Cyclone.
$8,000 is all it took to buy it here in Vegas. Go back to 1920 now, that almost instantly recognizable Harley-Davidson green. 1920 WF Sport Twin, 35.5 cubic inch twin.
Neat little bike. Look at the logo there. Very different. The dawn of the 1920s. A little bit of mix of the Brewster green stripes and the olive green bodywork. It'll be a couple of years yet before they change colors. Basically, from 1914 on, everything was green because they were supplying military contracts from the time. And the flat twin is very, very unusual. It's Harley's first unit construction motor, actually. Didn't do it again until the Model K after the war, the Second World War.
Reserves off $19,000.
It was also Harley's first side valve engine. They didn't do it for their V-twins until 1930.
You can see on the other side the 2-into-1 exhaust down low.
Neat motorcycle. It was an answer to Indians Model O, which was also a flat twin.
Got man, 22.
Russ Conklin hammers it, $22,000. $1965 Harley now, FLH Electric Glide.
And finally an Electric Glide in blue.
There you go.
65 with the early style fiberglass saddlebags. Lots and lots of farkling on this bike. 5 taillights, chrome grab rail, chrome parcel rack, crash bars, chrome rear suspension units, chrome bumpers on the fenders, chrome horn trumpet, chrome fork shrouds.
It's almost easier to say what's not chrome.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there's 3 painted parts. Everything else is chrome.
That's Hi-Fi Blue, by the way.
Hi-Fi Blue. Dawn of the hi-fi musical craze.
First year, correct me if I'm wrong, for the 12-volt electrical system and electric start.
That's right.
On an FLH.
First electric ride, last panhead.
29. Anybody else? 28, 29.
Yes.
No reserve, 28,000. Yep, that'll do it.
It's a lot of motorcycle for 28,000.
That's just got the presence of that motorcycle is just unequaled.
700 pounds of bling.
Right. Okay, 1991 FXDB from Harley-Davidson.
It's the Dyna Sturgis, the opposite of the previous motorcycle. This has the touch of Willie G about it, which is a slightly raked front end, kind of incorporating a little of the popular chopper style. This bike was built in all black everything to honor the anniversary of the Sturgis Rally. Of course, one of the most popular motorcycle rallies in the world. Regularly sees 500,000 people show up. If you've never been, well, everything you've heard about it is absolutely true. I've been twice. There's nothing to compare with the experience. And there are many things that once you see, you cannot unsee.
Yeah, oh, I'm sure.
But there's a lot of fun there, too.
$15,000 buys this FXDB Dyna Sturgis model from 91. Here is an 04 Electric Glide. This is another one of those alphabet soup models, the FLH TCSE CVO. CVO is a custom vehicle operations model. It's that Screaming Eagle. There it is. Twin cam, 103 cubic inch air-cooled V-twin.
Lots and lots and lots of torque. Special paint job, not available for the regular models. You had to pay extra. You had to buy CVO to get that paint job. Everything, every option was available for the CVOs. They were extra expensive, hand-built, high-performance machines.
And it seems like $13,000, you know, 20 years after is pretty reasonable for this much bike.
Yeah, last year, JK bought a 2003 Harley-Davidson. Remember that? For about $2,500. He was so happy with that bike.
Oh, man, he was...
Got it running in about a week or something.
Oh, yep, and he spent some time and put some money into getting it up to his standard, and he loved it. It was the first time he'd ever bought a Harley, and we have that on videotape. We'll try to cue that up, maybe run it tomorrow as we have a Harley that comes across. But he was ecstatic. First ever Harley for him, as I mentioned. We'll try to bring that up tomorrow. 1947 Indian Chief Roadmaster next. Oh, there you see that. I want to call it a hood ornament, but it's not, of course, on that front fairy.
Yeah. Well, this is the classic late Indian styling job by Briggs Weaver. Those deep skirted fenders. The same teardrop tank as they had before 1940, but so stylish, so distinctive.
$21,000 bought that one. That was another no reserve bike from this Mitzel collection. Here is an FL Knucklehead from 1947.
So that's a 1200cc Knucklehead. Started producing the FLs in, I believe, 1944. And they're still pretty rare for the Knucklehead to have the extra capacity. And as we're seeing, the price is strong for a post-war last year Knucklehead. Still with a Springer fork. Somebody's chromed that Springer. Extra spot lamps. There's that bling.
Oh, yeah.
Look like Flanders risers and Flanders handlebars, which were period correct extras.
Luggage rack chrome.
It's a strong price for a post-war Knucklehead.
Wow. We're knocking on the door of 100 grand here.
Yep.
Anybody else? 95, 97, last call. 95, 97,000. So, 95,000.
95 grand. What a beauty that is. We're going to take a quick break here on our YouTube telecast. We are about 2 hours, 15 minutes to go in tonight's program. Be back with you with more in a moment.
27, 70 bid, 20 pounds, 730, 30 pound, out of any negative 2, 30 bid, 32 pound, down, negative 30, going to be 32, 2 high, 30 pound, 70 bid, 40, 40 pound, down, 40 grand, 40 high, down, 40 down, 2, 5, 45 pound, out of bid, 5, 45 here, down, 5, down, 45, here now, 45 pound, down, negative 45 bid, down, 5, 5, 45 pound, negative 45 down, 7, 47 down, reserve is off, 45 pound, down, 47 pound. You're out, Mitchell. 47, 45, 47, 50,000 out of bid. 50,000, same weight. 50, 52, 52, 52, 52, 5, 55, 55,000 out of bid. 55 pound, down, 5. 5 pound, negative 5 to bid. 55 pound, down, 57 pound. What? 3, 4, 5, 55. 55. Anybody else? 55,000. Yep, 5. 5 to bit. 6. 55. 56. You're out, sir. Last call. 55. 56. He said no. So $55,000, Ryan.
3 bikes in a row from the RVM Classics, the Richard V. Munns collection. First of which, F191. 1948 Norton Manx 4-speed gearbox. Sold on a bill.
You're right. 30, 20 pound out of bed, 15 pound, 15 to bed, 10 pound out of 10, high negative 10, back to 10, gonna be 10 pound out of bed, high 5 pound out of 6 pound out of 5 to bed, high negative 6, 7 pound out of down, 6 pound out of 7 pound, here's 7 to bed, high negative 6 pound out of down, 7 pound out of bed, here's 7, high negative 7, 8, here's 8 pound out of 9 pound out of 10 pound out of 10, here's 10 to bed, high negative 10, take it to be 10, here's 10, high 12 pound out of bed, here's 12, high down 12 pound out of down, 10, 12, and now 12 pound out of bed, 10 to bed, 12 to bed, 12,000. Here 10, 12, high negative 10 bed, 12 to bed, 15 pound out of 15 pound out of 15,000, 12 pound out of 15 to bed, down negative 15 to bed, down at 15,000 out of bed, 17,000 out of 15, 15 pounds, 17 pounds and out of bed, 15 pounds, 17 pounds. You want to get 16, right quick. 15 pounds, 16 pounds, 15 to bed, 16 pounds and out of bed, down, 16, 17, 16, 17 pound out of internet, 17, 18. You had 18 pound out of 17, 18 to beg to do 17, to beg to do 18. All let it down, 18 pound out of so 17 pounds in dollars internet.
Lot F192, a 1950 Triumph Grand Prix T100 square barrel with a sold on a bill.
Good bad. High bottom back to 10 pounds a dollar, 12 pounds out of bed. Hit 10, 12. High back to 10, 12. Hit 10 pound out of 12 pound out of bed. Back to 10, 12. 10 pounds out of 12 pounds out of bed. 10 pound out of 12 pound out of bed. Back to 10, 12. 12 pounds out of bed. High back to 10, bed 12. 12 pounds out of shells at no reserve. 10, 12. 10 pounds out of bed. Give 10 pounds and out of 12, 15. 15 pounds and out of bed, 12, 15, 13, 13, 13. Anybody else? 12 pounds and out of bed, 13 pounds in, 14 pounds in, 14 bid, down negative 13 bid, 14 bid, 14 down negative 13, 14 down last call, 13 bid, 14,000 out of bid, 13,000, 14,000, down, sold $13,000 internet.
F-193 and 73 Triumph X75 Hurricane, no reserve.
No reserve, 10, 12.
Welcome back to Vegas. Check this beauty out. It's a 1926 Moto Guzzi Sport 13. Not many produced, only 4,000, a little bit more than that. Restored motorcycle, non-brake model, and that's what collectors like to see in the Moto Guzzi Sport 13. That's coming up tomorrow. We will have coverage once again here on YouTube at Mecum, starting at 3 o'clock Eastern time from Las Vegas.
Tomorrow's auction is going to be just nuts. Pretty much the whole of the Urban Hirsch collection is going to come up. Cyclone, Crockers. It's going to be wild, folks. Can't miss it. Both Bruffs.
William
Amazing.
and George.
Father and son.
Oh my gosh. It's going to be a day to remember, no doubt.
For sure.
Okay, here we go with a 1973 Triumph, an X75 Hurricane.
And you know what? I'm going to say it again. Motorcycles are back. $33,000 for a Triumph Hurricane X75, the bike that Craig Vetter styled for Triumph. Super limited production, 1,000 models, 33 grand. That's real pricing there.
Very good. Good to see. By the way, speaking of Moto Guzzi, we told you about the one coming up tomorrow. How about one right now for you? 1937 GTS 500 with a sidecar, obviously.
So beautiful. And period correct sidecar. So stylish, very sporting, has a luggage rack. Go out for a weekend jaunt on your sports Moto Guzzi. The GTS model from 1937. By today's standards, it wasn't exceptionally fast, but in Italy in the 1930s, this was about as stylish and as fast as you could buy. Has an F-head engine, as most Moto Guzzis did before the war. They did produce overhead valve models. They never did side valves, but they did produce some overhead valve and overhead cam models. Beautiful bike.
Well, that 500cc single just sold for, well, they just took it off the board. I can't remember what it sold for now.
Oh, well.
But it sold. We do know that. And we do know that we are going to go check in with Hannah real quick. Hannah Lopa out in the 303 staging area.
I've got a Honda CB50R Racer for you guys. This was a 2-year limited edition production that they did. This bike is one of 440 that were produced, and it was produced as a celebration of the 1962 RC110, which was part of Honda's early push into international motorcycle racing that really helped lay the foundation for their eventual dominance in the sport. Now, this was not made for public consumers, but as an entry-level race bike for 50cc racing, particularly in Europe and Asia, to help foster young talent as a stepping stone to larger displacement motorcycles. Not a lot of top speed given the displacement, but the elongated low-profile tank and low ride height made for really great handling.
Cool bike, Hannah. Yeah, no doubt about that.
Very cool bike. Honda made a street version of that bike as well. But it's interesting, I was talking with the sculptor Jeff Decker yesterday, and that got pushed in front of his booth there. And he says, you know, I think I'd want one of those. And I said, it makes total sense because it's a piece of sculpture. What a beautiful little bike.
No doubt. All right, back to the ramp we go. It is Ducati time with a 99 Super Sport 900.
That's right. This is the first of our Ducatis on this broadcast. Same trellis frame as their Ultra Sport models, 851, etc. This was a little more civilized, but was still a formidable cafe racer in its day.
I wasn't aware that Ducati made civilized bikes in this time period.
Well, by comparison to some of the 4-valve racers with an uncompromising riding position.
Very true.
Yeah, this is a fairly comfortable riding bike if you like clip-ons and rear sets. Or if your back can handle them.
Exactly. Hey, you know what? And that's not going to hurt your wallet too much either. 10 grand.
Yeah, you have to get into the really hardcore sporting bikes to get too expensive with Ducatis.
Right.
Or some of the more collectible singles, or an early bevel drive V-twin like this.
There you go. 1974 750 Sport.
Legendary design from Fabio Taglioni. Shaft and bevel, 90-degree V-twin, perfectly smooth. Their first model was a 750 GT, one of which is coming up in the Paul Adams collection. And then they went for the Cafe Racer with the Sport. And it's considered one of the all-time most beautiful factory cafe racers ever built. The 70s were the heyday of factory cafe racers, the BMW R90S, the Norton Commando production racer. But the Ducati kind of stands alone in price and in reputation.
So,
and that, kids, is probably a record for a 750 Sport.
$68,000.
Scott, our motorcycle's back?
Hey, you know what, Paul? I'm going to echo your statement that motorcycles are back. And it's only Friday at Mecum, Las Vegas. 73 MV Agusta 750 Sport now.
Already at 100K.
And look at this, an unrestored bike, 743 cc inline 4.
Amazing. Talk
Beautiful.
about factory cafe racers. Of course, MV Agusta. How many times did they win the World Championship? An extraordinary number of times. With four-cylinder racers, kind of like this. They resisted making a road version until they made a 600cc four-cylinder and finally bowed to public pressure and made a 750 like this. The Sport was their first four-cylinder road model. Has an electric start, has a shaft drive, because guess what? They didn't want privateers competing with their factory race bikes. So they saddled it with a shaft drive. This is a completely original bike. So many of these have been converted to chain drive in an effort to make them a little faster. But this is just a beautiful original bike.
Double disc front brakes.
Double Brembos up front. Classic factory cafe racer. What a legendarily beautiful machine. I've had the pleasure of riding a few. Just lovely bikes.
122.5. That is all original paint, by the way.
Very strong.
Oh my goodness, beautiful.
Here we go.
Okay, here is the 750 SS that Hannah previewed a while back. The green frame, one of two.
From a motorboat engine paint color. Who knew?
Yep.
Well, the ultimate factory cafe racer, production racer, the fastest production motorcycle you could buy in the world in 1974. Good for about 137 miles an hour. Desmodromic valve operation, fiberglass bodywork, has the clear strip in the tank so you could see how much gas you had in there. And some of them were road raced. A lot of them were just ridden on the street because that was the ultimate badass motorcycle at the time. The fastest bike in the world. And handled a heck of a lot better than a Kawasaki Z1, which it dismounted from the title as the world's fastest.
Wow. 180 is the bid. It's an unrestored bike. It has been recommissioned mechanically. That's the original paint, which is in spectacular condition, considering this is what, 50 years old now, more than that.
Well, as Hannah said, this bodywork was set aside. The bike was raced, so they kept the original paint. Amazing.
Yep.
Amazing. Great story.
Daniel, going to be 200 on the phone.
180 is the bid.
$190,000 if you want to do that. 180 was Paul upstairs.
Hey, Paul Guck is our guy up in the arena seating area.
I got 180.
190.
And his guy has 180, and the reserve is off.
Amazing.
Wow.
190. 180. Anybody else? 190 pounds and not reserve is off.
And this
180.
is solid, correct money for one of these.
180. 190.
The first of two that we have here this weekend.
Yep, and this is the pretty one.
Pounds and dollars. Anybody else?
Of course, I kind of like the ugly one.
So 180 pounds and dollars.
I doubt it's going to be a bargain.
Oh, man. 180. And now you've got my appetite all ready to go on that ugly one, quote unquote ugly, and see what it brings. So 180 is good enough for the top spot thus far today as we check in again with Ralph Sheheen.
Okay, so Scott, maybe you're not a Honda guy. You don't want the RC30. Maybe you're a Yamaha guy. How about an OW01 1989? This is basically the World Superbike Championship machine for the street. There was only 500 of these made. This is about as bad boy as you're going to get if you're a fan of Yamaha. It comes with all the cool racer spec stuff. It's got the fast-flowing fuel filler. It's got the aluminum controls. This thing is just awesome from one end to the other. The Yamaha OW01 headed to the block.
And it's headed to the block very soon, Ralph. Thank you.
And you can bid on it out there in the audience.
Indeed. Here is a CB750 Sandcast from 1969 now.
And as I mentioned earlier, only about the first 3,500 or so Honda CB750s were sand cast. They literally cast the engine crankcases in sand because while Honda was pretty good at forecasting what the success of his machines will be, this was the first four-cylinder bike anybody had really offered as a mass production motorcycle. They weren't 100% sure that it was going to be a success, so they didn't go for the expense of creating die casting molds immediately. But pretty quickly they realized they had a runaway success on their hand. The next models were all die-cast crankcases. So these early ones are especially coveted as rare first edition of the CB750. No reserve bike. 50,000.
Two guys in the room. And right there in the second row, Mitch Bartunik's man has it for 50 grand even.
There's such an obsessive following for these. I have a book that's about 2 inches thick that's basically a restoration manual just for those earliest CB750s. It's crazy.
Well, we have a Harley-Davidson up on the block right now. Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
No, we do not. This, Paul, is your bike from the top of the show, that 1951 Rikuo, the RQ Model 45. And there's a reason it looks like a Harley, and we can forgive anybody in the audience who called it a Harley.
Yeah, so basically Harley was selling motorcycles in Japan, but they didn't in the 1920s, but they didn't have any dealers. There were just a few wealthy Japanese businessmen who were bringing them in clusters, but they didn't have any spare support, and that was big for Harley-Davidson. So they sent Alfred Childs out to Japan to establish a factory. He worked out a deal with a pharmaceutical manufacturer and built Harley-Davidson under license during the teeth of the Depression, 1931. Gave Harley-Davidson about 75 grand for the services. Saved Harley's bacon in the Depression when things were really low. They were selling about 1,500 bikes a year. And eventually Rikuo said, we're not paying you any money. We're just going to make them on our own now.
Well, the high bid on that motorcycle that we all love to see, never seen one before, 30,000 bucks. We'll be back to Vegas with much more on Two Wheels coming up.
I'd have sold her 12,000, sold $12,000 Katie's way.
Now offering up 202, a 76 Kawasaki Z2750.
I like that bike. Get a bit of 15,000 here. Not get a bit of 15. Not get a bit of 40 down 30,000. At 30 bid. Not get a bit of 30 down $10. 15 bid. Not get a bit of 10 here. 12 down 15. Not get a bit of 15,000. At 17 down. Not get a bit of $20 bid. Down 20 down 20 down 2. And not get a bit of a 2 here. Down 20 down 2. Not get a bit of this one here. Not get a bit of 22,000. In 2. Not get a bit of a 20 bid. Down 2. Not get a bit of a 22 bid. Down 20 bid. 22. In 2 here. Not get a bit of a 2 there. You're 2. Not get a bit of a 2. Down 22 bid. In 2. Not get a bit of a 2. Down 2. Not get a bit of a 20 bid. 21, 22, and a 1 here, 2, down 2, 3, and not get a bit of a 3, down a bid, not get a bit, you want it, not get a bit of a 3, down 23 pound, hit 3, not get a bit of a 2, here, 3, not get a bit of a 3, down 2, down 3, hit 3, not get a bit of a 3, not get a bit of a 3, down 2, not get a bit of a 3, down 3 pound, hit 3, not get a bit of a 3, down 3, not get a bit of a 23 bid, not get a bit of a 3, hit 3, not get a bit of a 3, not get a bit of a 3, not get a second rows, you want it, 23,000 bid, hit 2, 3 bid, hit 3, not get a bit of a 3, 3, down, get a bit of a 3, down, get a bit of a 2, down, get a bit of a 3, last call, down 3, hit 3 bid, down, get a bit of a 3, down 3, down, get a bit of a 3, down 3, down, get a bit of a 3 bid, hit 3, down, get really, get a bit of a 3, down, get a bit of a 20, down, get a bit of a 23 bid, 20, down 20, down, get a 15, 20 bid, hit 20,000, hit 20, down, get a so subtle, get a bit of a 20, 15, 20 bid, hit 20 down, down, get a bit of 15, down, get a bit of a 20, close to 15,000.
Now offering up 203, a 1972 Kawasaki H2750 Mach 4 4-cylinder mill-yard special.
Thank you. I'd get a bit of a 16, 15,000 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 15. I'd get a bit of a 15. I'd get a bit of a 25 bid. At 25,000 under down, I'd get a bit of a 25. Who give 10,000 for it? 10. 10,000 a bit. Anybody get 10? 10,000 to 10, 12, 15,000. 15, I'd get a bit of a 12 down, 15,000 a bit. I'd get a guys and slowed here, 15,000 a bit. Hit 12 here, 15,000. At 17,000 under bid, 17,000 under 20,000 a bit, 20,000, 22. Start asking 22,000, 22. Hit 2 here, down 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 25. I'd get a bit of a 5, 25. Hit a 7 here, I'd get a bit of a 30 bid, down 30. I'd get a bit of a 30,000 bid, 30,000. Hit 30 bid, I'd get a bit of a 2, down 32 bid. And 30 down 2, I'd get a bit of a 2, down a bid, 30 bid, 32. Hit 2 here, I'd get a bit of a 5, 35, thank you. Down 5, down 7 here, and 37 a bid. Hit 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 7 down, I'd get a bit of a 5 down, 37 thou. And I'd get a bit of a 40,000, I'd get a bit of a 7 back, get a bit of a 40 bid, 37, 40 bid, and 40 bid, I'd get a bit of a 40, hit 40, I'd get a bit of a 40,000, 38, 40 bid, at 30 bid, 40,000 a bid, and I'd get a bit of a reserve stop, 40,000 a bid, 40,000, hit 40 down, I'd get a bit of a 40, thank you, 2, 42,000, hit 2, I'd get a bit of a 40 down 2, I'd get a bit of a 5, 45, and I'd get a bit of a 2 here, 5, I'd get a bit of a 45 bid, 45, and I'd get a bit of a 7 here, 5 back here, down 7 a bit, 45, and it's out 47 a bid, hit 45, 47,000, hit 5 bid, 7 a bid, I'd get a bit of a 5 bid, 47,000 here, 5 here, 7 last call, hit 5 here, 7 a bid, I'd get a bit of a 45, 47,000 here, 5 down 7, I'd have sold at 45, sold 45,000 Paul's way.
Now I'll bring up 204, 1955 Honda Bentley, no reserve.
And I'd get a bit of reserve down, I'd get a bit of a Bentley down here, I'd get a bit of a 30, 20 bid, I'd get a bit of a 20 down, 10,000 under bid, and a 10 here, I'd get a bit of a 10 down, I'd get a bit of a 5,000, 7,000, and a 5 here, down 7 a bit, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, down 7, down 10, I'd get a bit of a 10 down 12 here, 12, and 10 down 12 here, I'd get a bit of a 10, 12 bid, I'd get a bit of a 12 here, 12 down a bid, and 10, I'd get a bit of a 12 here, 11,000 a bid, I'd get a 11,000, 11 here down, I'd get a bit of a, I'd get a bit of a 10 down 12, I'd get 11 a bid, and 12, 13, and 12, I'd get a bit 13, I'd get a bit 12 line, 13 a bid, and 12 here, I'd get a bit 13, I'd get a bit of a 12 down bid, 13,000, and 12 here, I'd get a bit 13, I'd get a bit of a 12 down bid, 13, hands high to winner, hit 13 bid, I'd get a bit of a 14 bid, I'd get a bit 13, 14,000 a bid, hit 14 here, I'd get a bit of 14 down, I'd get a bit of 14, I'd get a bit of 14 down, that's out, hit 14 bid, I'd get a bit 13, I'd get a bit of 14, I'd get a bit about market steady, I'd get a bit of 14,000, sold 13,000, match with an M.
Now I'll bring up 205, a 1990 Honda RC.
We are back in Vegas, a shot from up in the lounge area today. Kind of give you the overall perspective of what this arena is like. Very well-known horse arena. This arena at South Point Hotel and Casino, and we call it our home for a week every January. Here is 1990 Honda RC30. The VFR 750R, Paul, at no reserve, and look at this bid at 35 grand.
Yeah, this is one of those bikes that was just an instant collectible when it came out. They just nailed the styling. It still looks great today, still looks modern today, and of course the performance from the V4 engine was outrageous. The sound was outrageous. Did so well in production racing and endurance racing. And but a lot of folks kept them aside, probably like this one.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, they built just a hair over 300 for the U.S. market in 1990. So people knew that they had and were going to have a rare bike for a while, and that may have driven the price there. Another one that we saw from Ralph out in the staging lane, an 89 Yamaha OW 01 FZR 750R.
Yeah, legendary hooligan bike. You know, the Honda almost appears civilized and elegant in comparison. The OW01 was well known around the world as like the bike you bought if you were a wheelie crazed street racer. because they just had so much power. Of course, today they have even more horsepower. This bike just had a reputation as one mean mofo. Genesis motor, X-up valve system, that incredible Delta Box aluminum frame, one of the earliest of the extruded aluminum wraparound perimeter frames. Incredible handling, top of the line forks and shocks. Pretty light, lots and lots of horsepower.
How do you not race this bike? This bike has never been raced.
Yeah.
$29,000, just sold it. Wow.
I think a lot of people just loved the way they looked and rode them a little bit and parked them and enjoyed that.
That was their fun.
Yeah.
Well, here is an 86 NSR 400R from Honda, 400cc 3-cylinder.
2-stroke. And this is much closer to a Grand Prix racer that Honda was racing at the time. For many years after Yamaha started building production racers, you know, you could get an RD or TZ for very little money and win a race, and even a world championship with a bike that was fairly inexpensive. And people wanted race replicas when Honda and Yamaha started building 3-cylinder and 4-cylinder water-cooled 2-strokes. This bike would never have been sold in the United States because 2-strokes were pretty much out by then. They were not strictly outlawed, but they didn't pass any sort of emission controls. And so this is a gray market bike. Might have been sold in Canada or Europe or even Japan. Made its way here, as is legal after a few years. And so this is an incredibly light, super high performance motorcycle with probably about a 1,500 RPM power band.
$33,000, so $33,000.
$33,000. That's your hammer price. All right, we'll switch collections here for a minute or two and check out this bike from the Matz collection, Kenneth Matz. And this is a Harley-Davidson Model 10F from 1914.
What a beauty.
Harley was not into the alphabet soup naming their machines just yet in 1914. 10F would have to suffice.
Well, they were creeping up there with the JDH, you know, 3 letters.
True, right.
Usually, the letters always mean things. F versus the FB or something like that. But this is a very simple single-cylinder, all-chain drive with a clutch. I believe this actually has a multi-speed rear hub at the back. Yeah, it has the multi-speed epicyclic rear hub. There is the knob on the top of the tank where you change the gears, kind of like a bicycle with an epicyclic hub. The next year, of course, they offered a real gearbox, so this is a very rare one-year model, which is why you see it for $110,000.
Yeah, original sales price on this, $285 back in 1914.
And if you had invested that money in 1914, you'd still be dead.
True. You paint an accurate picture. All right, an Indian 4 from 1932 now.
So we saw the 1928 Indian Ace. Of course, 4 years later, this is an all-Indian Indian 402. Totally different frame, different forks, Indian's leaf spring forks, different styling in line with the rest of the Indian range. The teardrop tank, not a flat tank as with the earlier Indian Ace. Different fenders and lots of changes to the motor. another main bearing on the crankshaft. Everything was different. So this is a truly all Indian motorcycle, but inspired by the William Henderson designed Ace.
$75,000. Part of that may be due to the fact that this motorcycle was in the possession of the previous owner since 1952.
That's pretty cool.
And it's been essentially untouched since then. It's not restored, so it's just been well cared for since 1952. And 75 grand won't buy it here. Got to be stronger than that.
Yeah, this is a very rare bike.
Here's another FL Panhead Hydroglide from 1955.
And it's called the Hydroglide after those front forks, hydraulic forks, a novelty for Harley-Davidson from 1948 onwards, or 1949 onwards, excuse me. And it took a while for them to get rear suspension, and that would be called the Duo Glide. So for now, rigid frame, telescopic forks, that's a Hydroglide. Classic American styling. You know, they still, this configuration of Harley-Davidson V-twin was established in 1936 with the EL Knucklehead, which is basically the same crankcases, different top end. Basically the same bike with Springer forks. You know, you look at a Harley-Davidson touring bike today and you still see echoes of that 1936 design. And some people deride that as retrograde. And, you know, to be honest, a Harley-Davidson is not a high-performance motorcycle in comparison to the rest of the industry. But, you know, it is exactly what it's intended to be. Big, torquey, comfortable cruising motorcycle.
Yep.
And they do it admirably.
Absolutely right. And there's a reason they keep hearkening back to that, you know, the mid-30s with their design, because it's so beautiful and it still works. It's timeless.
It is time. Well, just like Triumph does with the Bonneville.
Yep.
It's a design that came out in '59 and still making them today.
Let's go back all the way to 1911 now, and the 1911 Model 7D.
And this is Harley-Davidson's first production V-twin. The 1911 7D, single speeder, F-head, V-twin. I believe there are maybe 8 known. There was a time there were only 5. I think there are 6 complete bikes and a couple more not quite complete. Incredibly rare bike.
And in fact, this comes to us out of that Joe Gardella estate collection. And according to the paperwork we have on the bike, the AMCA, the Antique Motorcycle Club of America, has declared this to be the oldest 1911 HD V-twin in existence.
Which makes it the oldest Harley V-twin in existence. Because they did make a few, I think 28 prototype V-twins in 1909, but they had automatic inlet valves, which don't perform very well at low RPM, and Harley just thought they weren't good enough, so they had to redesign the engine with positive valve actuation. And that's when you got the 1911 Model 7D, which we're seeing here at $160,000 right now.
Wow.
Sold 160. Sold
$160,000.
And if Slow Joe built it, it's gonna run.
That's a lot of patina. Is that all? Is that original, you think?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But it looks appropriate.
Sure does. Okay, here's an 09, and I mean 1909. Clearly you can see that. Single
cylinder belt drive, 500cc, F-head engine, just like Harley built from its very first. This one has an extremely rare Harley-Davidson carburetor. Look at how complicated that thing is. You know, I don't think I've seen another one with that carburetor on it. Single cylinder Harleys were all they produced until 1911, as I mentioned.
Right.
They're amazingly robust. I've seen several of these cross the country on the Cannonball with no loss of points. Single speed, single cylinder, no clutch. As basic as you get with motorcycling. And this is a no reserve bike. We're already at $75,000. Simple belt drive with a belt tensioner lever on the side of the tank.
Amazing. Amazing piece of history there. $75,000. Just bought that 1909 Harley.
Of a 75,000 a bid, and I'd get a bit of a 15, I'd get a bit of a 15 tear down, get a bit of a 15, I'd get a bit of a tear down, 20, 25, and 20 bid, 5 bid, and I'd get a bit of a 20 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 bid, I'd get a bit of a 5 down, 30 bid, 25, 30 bid, and 30 bid, I'd get a bit of a 25 down, 7 down, 30 bid, 30, I'd get a bit of a 30 down, 20, 30 down 2, and 30 to pair, I'd get a bit 32,000 bid, 30 bid, 32,000, and 30 down 2, tear down, I'd get a bit of a 2 down, 30 submit, folks, 32, 5, and 5, I'd get a bit of a 35, 37 a bid, and 35 bid, 7, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, 7, I'd get a bit of a 37 a bid, and 37,000 down, I'd get a bit of a out there, 40,000 down, and 40 bid, 37 there, 40 bid, I'd get a bit of a 40 down 2, down 42,000, and 2 down 2, here, 40, I'd get a bit of a 42 bid, 42, and I'd get a bit of a 2 down a bid, 42, I'd get a bit of a 40, I'd get a bit of a 2 down, 41, 42, and 41 a bid, 42,000, and 1 down 2, reserve is off down 2, here 2, I'd get a bit of a 41, 42, and 1 here 2, I'd get a bit of a 2, I'd get a bit of a 41, I'd get a bit of a 42,000, and 41 bid Mitchell down 42, I'd get a bit of a 2 down 41 down 2, I'd have 42,000, and I'd get a bit of a $2 bid here, sold 41, and sold $41,000. Nick Spracklin.
Now offering up 212 and 1910 Sears single, sold on a bill of sale, Nevada resident, display only.
Found it at Sears. I'd get a bit of a 70 pair. I'd get a bit of it here, 50. I'd 50. I'd get a bit of a 50 bid down, 50 down, 40 down, 30 down, 20 down, 10 here. I'd get a bit of a 10 here, 10. I'd get a bit of a 10 here, 15,000. I'd 15, 20 bid, and I'd get a bit of a 20 bid, 15 down, 20. I'd get a bit of 15 there, 20 bid, $15,000, 20, and 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20 down, 20 bid. I'd get a bit of 15,000 a bid, 20,000, and 20 here. I'd get a bit of a 20. I'd get a bit of a 20, 15. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid, 17,000 a bid. I'd 15. Get a bit of 17, 17. I'd get a bit of a 20 down, 20 bid, and a 20 here. I'd get a bit of a 20. Get a bit of a 20 down, 20 down 2, and 20 with Paul, 22,000, and 20 bid, 2 here, 2, 5 here, $5, get a 25 bid, and 5 down, 7 a bid, 27, and a 7 here, out there, 27 a bid, sir. Got 25 in the back, 27,000, and 5 here, 7 a bid, and I'd get a bit of a $7 bid, 25 down, 20 down, 30 bid, 30, 7 a pair, sorry, 30 bid, out there, Paul, 30 bid, 27 a bid, 30,000, and 7 there. I'd get a bit of a 30 down, 30, I'd get a bit of a 30, got 30 at 30,000 a bid, and 30 bid, I'd get a 27 a bid, 30,000, and 30 down, I'd get a bit of a 30, last call, 27, 30,000. Reserve is off. Now 30,000, sir. You want to get 30 now? 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30. Thought so, 2. 32. 30 down 2. 32, 2. I'd get a bit of a 30. I'd get a bit of a 32. Net route, 32,000. And 30 down 2. I'd get a bit of a $2 bid. 30 bid. 32,000 here. I'd get a bit of a 5. 35. Now 35. Now 35. 35. 35 bid. 35 bid. 35. 35 down a bid. And 5 here. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 7 bid. 35. 37 down bid. 5 here. 7 bid. And 5 here. 71. I'd get a bit of a 5 down 7 bid. I'd get a bit of a 35. 37 down bid. And a 5 here, 7 down 7. I'd get a bit of a 37 down here. Sold 35. It sold $35,000. Jordy Hunter.
Now offering up 212.1 from the Robert D. Diegold collection. A 1949 Harley-Davidson FL Panhead Custom. No reserve.
Right out of the Daigle Ranch sound. I'd get a bit of a chair down. I'd get a bit of a 40, 30 bid. I'd get a bit of a 30. I'd get a bit of a 30 down, 20 down, 10. I'd get all played there, 10. And I'd get a bit of a 10. No reserve down. I'd get a $10,000 bid. You want 10? And I'd get a bit of a 10 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 10,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10 here. Should do that. 10, 12 bid. And 10, 12. And 10. I'd get a bit of a 12 bid. I'd get a bit of a 10. I'd get a bit of a 12 down, 10 a bid, 12 here, 15. And up 15, 15 down, 17, 17 now. In 17, I'd get a bit of 15. I'd get a bit of a 17 down, 20 bid. And 17's up high down, 20 down, 18, 20 bid, 18, 20 bid. And 20 down, I'd get a bit of a 20,000 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 20 down, 20 bid, 20,000. And I'd get a bit of a 20 down, 20. I'd get a bit of a 20 down a bid. I'd get a bit of a 20 bid, 18, 20 bid. And I'd get a bit of a 20 bid, 20 bid. I'd get a bit hands high down, 20,000 a bid. And 20 here, I'd get a bit of a 20 bid, 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20 down, 20,000 down. I'd get a bit of a 20,000. And if you down sound, I'd get a bit of a 20 bid down. I'd get a bit of a 20,000. And I'd get a bit of a 19. I'd get a bit of 18,000 down, 19 a bid. I'd get a bit of 19,000. And I'd get a bit of a 17, 18 down, 18. I'd get the last call down, 18 bid. And I'd get a bit of 19. What do you got? 18.5. I never thought that. Now 20,000. Now 20. Now 20 bid. Hit 20 here. I'd get a bit of a 20 down 18.5. I'd get a bit of a 20,000. I'd get a bit of a 20,000. Sold 18.5. Sold 18.5. Paul's way.
Now offering F213 is 68 Harley-Davidson FLH Shovelhead.
I like that.
Hope you're having a good Friday here. Wherever you might be, we are in Las Vegas at the South Point Hotel and Casino. Scott Hoke, Paul Dorleone, Ralph Sheheen, Hannah Lopa. welcoming Hannah to our crew this year. And an FLH shovelhead from 68 on the rotunda, or the turntable, I guess.
One more full dress shovelhead. Beautifully restored, too.
No reserve on this motorcycle.
Shovelheads were in the doldrums, as I said earlier, for a while in their prices, but they're coming back up. People look at a bike like this and say, you know, that looks like a lot of fun, and they actually are a lot of fun to ride.
Not a lot of money either, $15,000.
That's right.
And again,
that's actually pretty strong money for a shovelhead.
Terrific motorcycle. Here's a 69 BSA Triumph Rob North special.
That's right, and Rob North was the frame builder who created a frame that looks a lot like a Sealy, but he built it for a Triumph and BSA triple engine. And the factory promptly won Daytona with it. So he became quite a valuable member of their team. This was Rob North's personal team bike. Signed by him, built by him, with the English call letterbox fairing, that little slot up front, which is meant to direct air over the cylinder head through those ducts you see right under the clip-ons. Send your mail here, son. You can see it's been raced. It's got an arm, a sticker on there, signed by Rob North. I personally love the styling of these. This is kind of like the apex example of the BSA Triumph triples. Perfect body work, perfect chassis. That and the Triumph X75 Hurricane we saw sell for about 30 grand a little earlier. Like the ultimate expression of the three-cylinder engine.
Okay, Matt Morbeck in the black hat says the reserve is off at 42,000. Got a couple of motorcycles from the Rob North estate collection.
You been there, buddy? 43, not gonna bit of a three.
Yeah,
Sold 42, sold $42,000 next way.
Another legend of the sport.
And this one sells for $42,000. Hannah previewed this bike as well. 2005 special, Rob North special, paying tribute to some legendary riders, Paul.
Yeah, the people who rode his bikes. You see a lot of Americans there. Don Emdy, Dave Aldana, Don Castro, Dick Mann, who won Daytona, Jim Romero, Gary Nixon, Jim Rice, Tom Lockwood. And on the other side, the British riders who did really well. Now take a look at this. This has turn signals, has a stoplight, because it is titled as a 2005, which means it has to comply with some of the rules.
Right.
It's got twin headlights, but fundamentally, that's a racer.
It is, but it's the only street legal bike that he ever built, apparently, that Rob North ever built.
That's right. It's got twin Lockheed disc brakes up front. Superb brakes. I had a Ducati 750 Sport that had Lockheeds up front, and man, it's throwing out the anchors on that thing. In fact, my beloved brother David, I let him borrow it, and he was used to riding a Moto Guzzi with a drum brake, and he came around a corner and grabbed the brakes, and his fiberglass everywhere.
Oh,
I love you, Dave. I should confess that I threw his wife's Harley-Davidson Sportster 5 down the road a few years before that, so he was just getting even.
Getting even. I was going to say, it runs in the family, at least that.
It was a gift from Nikki Six, her son-in-law.
Oh, that's right. You got that connection. I always forget about that.
33,000, now 34, 33, 34,000, 33, 34, 33, 34,000 a bid.
33 grand.
34. Get $33,000 so far, 34,000 a bid. 33 is a bid, and it's 34,000 for it. 34,000, thinking
kind of the ultimate Rob North Cafe race.
We're still live. 35,000 a bid. 34, 35,000. Net your turn. 35 bid. Get 34, 35,000 a bid. 34, 35. 35,000. Internet you want it. I'd get a bit of a 5, 34, 35,000. And down 5 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 to 5. I'd get a bit of a 35. I'd get a bit of a 5. 35 bid. I'd get a bit of a 34.
Boy, you're right, though. That's about as close to a full-on race bike as you can get and still keep it street legal with the, you know, the weight saving that he did with the aluminum fuel tank and oil tank and the body composite bodywork. Yeah. All of that stuff.
And everything else about it says racer. He probably doesn't even have an alternator in there. It's just battery-powered lights for to pass the inspection.
Right. Folks, I think that bike's going to have a sticker on it here in a minute. And it will. Reserve is off. 33's a bid. 34.
Okay.
34,000 bid. Sir, if you want the other one, $34,000. If you're going to do it, 34,000.
If you look at the front end of that bike here from this angle, Paul, it has a face. It's like, hold on. Do you see that? Look at that. It's like, we're going for a ride, boys and girls.
Well, I hope it's a happy face now, selling at $33,000.
No doubt about that.
Somebody loves you.
Oh, man. Okay. Let us move on to a no reserve 1954 Vincent. This is one of the legendary motorcycles at this or any auction. It's a Black Shadow.
Series C Black Shadow with the hydraulic front forks, that Faradax dual seat. Got an alloy 21-inch rim up front, steel rim in the back. Looks like an original engine paint. Pylamized paint system that the Vincents used on their crankcases. Looks fairly correct, and I think, is this the only Shadow we have in the auction this year? I think there's a shadowized Rapide from the Urban Hirsch collection.
You may be right.
But I think this is the only real Shadow. No reserve. Unrestored.
This is the final year of the Series C Black Shadow. $55,000 is the hammer price. Give us a quick, maybe a comparison on the Series B, which was earlier.
Yeah, Series B had Brampton girder forks, a little bit different. Otherwise, they're the same.
Okay.
So the C had the solid aluminum forks. Hey, hey now.
Hey, hey now is right. This is one of your all-time faves. Bruff Superior SS80 from 1927.
With the JAP engine. And when George Bruff first introduced the SS80 model, it was the fastest side valve motorcycle in the world. It's the first side valve engine motorcycle to pass 100 miles an hour at Brooklands. And it was indeed a super sports model. That was good for more than 80 miles an hour, but that seemed like enough of a tag for the bike. So by 1927, this was, I would say, a sporting grand touring motorcycle, because the SS100 had come out a few years prior with a guaranteed 100 mile an hour top speed, tested at Brooklands. But people love these early Jap engine SS80s. The later ones from 1935 on had a matchless side valve engine. They're all beautiful. The Japs are a little more spindly, a little more vintage looking. Has that signature George Bruff saddle tank. He invented the saddle tank. He invented the bullnose saddle tank, nickel plated.
And to be fair, you mentioned the SS100. That's like the holy grail, one of them. But still, anything with that Bruff Superior name on it is going to be desirable among collectors.
For sure. They're all desirable. They made many, many models, just not very many of any of the models. Typical production. I think their most popular model was the 680 overhead valve, like the miniature SS100.
So $77,000 next Bracklin.
Well, 77,000. Where does that fall in the
that's about what they're going for these
market?
days.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. All right, 1974 Kawasaki Z1A as we get back to the activity on the turntable here in Vegas.
Second year of the Kawasaki Z1, that's why it's an A, but still has the original styling, slightly different paint job than the previous year, although there were lots of options. Metallic paint with the solid stripes. I actually am very partial to this first era styling with a more rounded tank and the rounded tail section and the rounded side panels and the simple chrome fenders.
You mentioned that a while ago in comparison to the square tank and the square tail section.
And this similar thing happened in the car world, you know,
Sure.
the wedge and the blocky styling. I prefer this earlier stuff.
Close to bid at $15,000. Bid goes on at $15,000 over $20,000.
Not enough.
And so the bid goes on. The motorcycle rolls down the ramp, and we will roll out to a break. Stay with us.
Yamaha RZV 500R.
Yeah, Brian, thank you.
And a
Iron David at 15. Iron David at 15. That young career. Iron David at 15. David get 10. Iron David get 10. Iron David get $5,000. Somebody give $6,000 bid. 5, 6, 7. Iron David get 7. Goes 7. Iron David at a 7, 8. I get $7,000. $8,000. $9,000. 10 down 10. 10. Iron David at a 10,000 bid. Iron David at a 10 down 10. One time. Iron David get 10,000. 12. Iron David get 11. 12. And 11. 12. Iron David now 13. Iron David out there 13 to get $12,000. $13,000 bid. $14,000. 15. And now $15,000 bid. And now 15. Iron David in there. 15. Iron David at a 13 to bid. You want to get 14, 15, 16. Never mind. Reserve is off. 15, 16. I get 15,000 down. 16, 17,000 bid. It's 16, 17. I get 16,000. David gets 17, 17, 18. Iron David get 19. Iron David get 19. And now 19 to bid. 19. Down 20. Iron David get 20. David get 20. David get 1. And now 21,000. Iron David bid 1. Iron David bid reserves off. Bike sales. 20 bid. Iron David bid 19 to bid. 21, 2. Iron David get here 1, 2. 2. Iron David bid David at 2. Iron David get 21. Iron David get 2. Iron David bid Drake. Yes or no? Iron David get 21. Iron David get 2. Nice. So $21,000, Megan.
Up next from the Bob Weaver Collection, F2 19.1 and 85 Yamaha RZ350 Kenny Roberts edition.
Yeah, right. Iron David in a beard. Iron David get 25,000 bid. You 25,000 David get here 20. I got $5,000, $7,000 bid, $10,000, 10, 12, and 10, 12. Iron David get 10, 2 down, 12,000 David get 10 to bid, 12,000. 10, David get 12,000 bid. I get $10,000, $12,000, 10, 12, and 15, and now 15, 15, 13, 15, and now 15,000 bid. Under David at 15, under David about 14, 14, 14. Do it quick before the internet does. Now 15. I get 14 to bid, 15. I bet 14 down, 15,000. I get 14 to bid, $15,000. $15,000 David bid down. How you doing? I get 14 bid. $15,000. 14's bid. 15. 14. 15. Drake. 15. 14 bid. 15. I get 14,000. Now 16. Now 16. 15's bid. 16. $15,000, 16,000 Zach, $16,000 to get 15 bid, $16,000, 15, 16 reserve is off. 100 David gets 17, and now 17. I bid 16,000 down, 17,000 David get here 16, 17. Zach has the bid, $17,000 last call. I'm at 16,000 David gets 1700 David. I'm going to have him come over there and arm wrestle you. 17, 17, 17, 17, 18, now 18, 17 to bid 18. I get 17 to bid 18. Iron David to get 17, Iron David to get 18. 17, $18,000, 18, 18. Telephone, you're out, going to be $18,000. Last call, 17, 18, 19, now 19, now 19. 19, strong arm him there. Iron David to get 19. I get 18 to bid 19, David to get 19, David to get 19. Yes or no? Iron David to bid 18 to bid 19. Sold $18,000, Zach.
Up next, lot F220 from the Sakura Collection will be offered on the bid screen. The purchaser can pick up the motorcycle at the Schumacher Los Angeles office after February 10th, or Schumacher will arrange transportation to you. Schumacher is on site. It is a 1994 Yamaha TZR 250 SPR with chain drive.
And how much here? Iron David and a mirror. Some get 15 here. Iron David to get 15. Some get 10. Iron David to get 10,000. Iron David to get 3, 4. Iron David to get 4 to get 4. Iron David to get 4, 5, 5, 6 pound on a bid. 6. Iron David at a 6 pound on a bid. Iron David to get 7,000. 8 pound on a bid. And now made a period. Iron David at the next one. 8 loaner. Iron David to be down 9. Reserves off 10. And now 10 to bid. 10 pound. Iron David to get 10. 10. Iron David it'll happen. Iron David to bid 10 to bid. 10 pound on 11 pound on a bid. 10 here. 11 down. 12. Iron David to bid 12,000. Reserve is off $12,000. 12 here. 13. 14,000 under David to get 14, and now 14 to bid 14 under David to get 15, 16, and now 16,000 under bid under David to get 16. I get 15,000 under down 16,000. Anybody else? Iron David to get 16, 17, and now 17 to get 16 with Zach 17. Internet, you're out now. Iron David to get 18, and now 18 to bid 18 to buy under David to bid 17 to bid 18, 18,000 under 19,000 under David to bid 19 to bid 19, 20 under David to get 20, 20 under David to bid 19 down 20. I get 19 to bid down 20, David to get 20, David to get 20,000. I'm 1900 David to get 2100 David about 1. 100 David about 100 David to get 21,000. Internet has the lead. 21. Iron David to get 20 David to get 1. Iron David to 2. Iron David to get here 2,000 on a bid. I got shut under David to get down 2. I get 21 to bid 2. Iron David to get 2,000 under David to bid David 2,000 under David to bid David about 22,000. Internet 21.5. Last call got 20,005. Asking 21.5. 20,500 under 1,500 David to 1,500 to get 1,500. So $20,500, Zach.
From the Bob Weaver Collection, F221 and 82 Honda CBX with a 5-speed.
You're behind under David, 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 under David, 20. Iron David, get 20,000.
Welcome back to the Mecum Motorcycle Auction, coming your way live from Las Vegas, Nevada, in the South Point Resort and Casino. Some 2,000 motorcycles going across our block here this weekend. And one of my favorites is this beauty right here, a 1980 Harley-Davidson XR 750. 1980 was the last year of production for the XR 750, which began production 10 years earlier in 1970. And I would tell you, to me, this is arguably one of the greatest racing machines, 2 or 4 wheels, designed in the world. And here's why. It is the winningest motorcycle in the history of AMA Grand National Championship racing. But here's another little nugget for you. 1970 is when the design was first debuted. 60 years later, in 2024, Sammy Halbert pulled his XR 750 out of the barn, cleaned it up, took it to Daytona, and almost won the Daytona short track, and then later in the season almost won the short track at Chico at Silver Dollar Speedway. 60 years later, these bikes, the XR 750, are still strong and ready to battle for a podium. So if you don't want the race bike, how about a street bike? Hannah Lopa has a version that can trace its roots back to the XR 750.
Ralph, you're absolutely right. Styled after the XR 750 is this 2009 Harley-Davidson XR 1200 RR. 2009 was the first year for this XR 1200 model. In 2010, the XR 1200 Road Racing Series became popular that debuted at Road America, and while the XR stopped production in 2012, the racing series lived on to 2014. The very last race was won by a racer named Kyle Wyman at New Jersey Motorsports Park in 2014. He probably thought it'd be the last road race on a Harley of his career. Fast forward over a decade later, and Kyle is currently a Harley-Davidson factory racer for the King of the Baggers series in Moto America.
Well, I should point out, too, that Hannah Lopa should know all there is to know about Kyle Wyman, because that's her hubby.
I might know him.
A little bit. In fact, yeah, Kyle is a terrific rider, the winningest rider in the King of the Baggers history. Finished second in the points last year, just 11 behind the winner. And so, yeah, they know each other quite well. I wondered how she was going to work that into the show today.
That was sly.
Oh, man.
Hey, all praise.
Absolutely.
He's an amazing writer.
You got it.
And Hannah's an amazing announcer.
Yes, indeed. And the bid, I'm being told the bid went on at $12,000 on that Kawasaki.
Beautiful Z1.
Yep.
Ooh, give me an Emmy.
You got it. 1951 R100.
So Norbert Riedel designed this bike. He was a fanatic for economy. So the chassis and the forks and the swing arm are all made from the same diameter tubing. It's a single-sided fork. It's a single-sided swing arm. It's pivots on the motor itself, and the swing arm doubles as the exhaust pipe. It's just a wild design. But he took his single-sidedness a little bit too far. He had a single-sided crankshaft. It's called an overhung crankshaft, and they just weren't robust enough. It was a very popular model, but the crankshafts kept breaking, and the warranty claims broke him. So that was it for the IMA.
Wow.
What a great design, though.
And you're right, with the economy, I mean, that's easy to see. There is nothing to that
you
bike.
can see the engine bouncing.
Absolutely. Yes.
Monoshock,
that is
single-sided fork and swing arm. How advanced.
Next on the turntable for us from 1943 is a DKW NZ350. 350cc single.
And this would have been a military-only DKW by 1943. Of course, Germany from 1940, I believe, all motorcycle production went to the military. And so the NZ350 was specifically a military model. Eventually it got things like cast iron sign covers and everything. This one is in military livery. It's got a kind of a patina finish.
Yep.
And pretty cool bike, actually.
10 grand, too.
Yeah.
1949, Vincent, Series B Rapide.
Now, you were asking me earlier the difference between a Series B and a Series C, and there it is. There's a Series B front fork built by Brampton, which was one of the British manufacturers of forks, and it's a girder design, like a traditional girder. Some people actually like the B Series Black Shadows and Rapides better because the front end handling is a little bit lighter than the solid forged aluminum girders of the Girdrolic. They're certainly rarer too. In either case, wonderful bike, beautifully restored Rapide.
Yeah, best of show winner not long ago at an AMA event up in Ohio.
We're seeing 110,000 right now, no reserve. And that is 100% due to the quality of the restoration. Rapides usually go for about half that. And here we are, selling for 105,000. That's the strongest price I've seen for a Rapide in at least 5 years.
Actually, they're going to call it 100,000. They were asking for 105.
No, still. Very strong price for a Rapide. Beautiful restoration.
No question. No doubt about it. India Chief now from 1951.
Yeah, Roadmaster with telescopic front forks.
Look at that.
An 80 cubic inch engine. Beautiful motorcycle. Still had a 3-speed gearbox. You know, Harley had had a 4-speed gearbox since 1936. Indian retained a 3-speed gearbox because they never went to an overhead valve V-twin. Of course, they built overhead valve parallel twins and single-cylinder bikes after the war. They weren't even going to build the V-twin after the war. They were going to focus on lightweight single-cylinder and parallel twins on the British mold, but they weren't quite ready in 1946 and 7, so they started selling the Chief, and they never sold as well as they wanted to, so they kept building the Chief until the end of their production in 55.
In 1951, they not only had this, the Chief, the top of the line, their flagship bike, if you will. They had the Warrior, the Scout, the Arrow, and the Papoose.
The baby of the bunch.
Exactly.
The Scout wasn't a V-twin, by the way. Kept the legendary name, but it was actually a parallel twin.
BMW time, 1928 R42 now, with a 500cc opposed twin engine.
Yeah, this is our 4th BMW, early BMW, but of course the other 3 were stuck in a port somewhere and had to be sold over the screen. This one's here live. People have been able to inspect it, and it reflects on the price. It's a no reserve price bike, but we're already looking at $60,000. These flat tank models, so-called because the tank fits underneath the frame, are coveted among BMW collectors. They're quite rare. You do see a fair number of restored ones coming up to auction here every year, and they fetch very strong prices.
60 grand here.
Looks like a solid restoration.
You got it, my friend. Congratulations.
Very recent as well. Recently done. And it brings the money, 60 grand.
$10,000. All right, David, get $10,000 bid. On David, get 10 to bid, $10 here. So we get $5,000. $5,000, 7, 10, $10,000, 12, 12,000. I get 10 to bid, 12, and $10,000 down, 12,000. $10,000 is bid, $12,000. It'll be able to get 12. Thank you. Down 15. Iron David to get down 15, 13, 15, and down 15. Down under bid, and down 15, 15, 15. Down under David to 15. Down under bid, under David to 17. Down under David to get 17. Iron David on 17. Under David to get 16, 17. Down under David to get 16. Bid $17,000. No reserve buy. Could be able to give $17,000 for it. It's 1700 now. 18. Down under bid. I get 17 to bid. 18,000. Iron David to get 17 to bid. Under David at 18. 18. Down under bid. Down under David at 20. Iron David to get down 20. 20. Iron David at 20. And now 20. David to get 20. David to get 20. David to get 20,000. Iron David at 18. 20. Iron David to get 20. You want to give $19,000? How about that? $19,000 bid. And 19 down. 20 down. 1. Iron David at 20 bound 1. Iron David to get 20. 21. Iron David at 21. 20. Iron David at bond. Last call. David else at 21,000. So $20,000. Daniel Ryan, telephone.
F2 28.1, a 73 Honda CB750 4-cylinder, no reserve.
And how much here? Iron David to get 30. 30, 20, 20. Iron David to get 5, 7. I'm at $5,000, 7,000. Iron David to get 7. Iron David to get 10,000, 12,000. I get 10 here down 12. Iron David to get 12. To get 12. To get 12,000. $10,000 bid. $12,000 bid. 12. Have it down 15. Iron David to get 13. $15,000. And now 15. Georgia Brown a third. Iron David to get 15,000. 15. And now 15. $15,000 David to get 15. 15, 17, 17, 15's bid, $17,000. I got 15 bids, 17 telephones in, and $15,000 David to get 17. I'm bid $15,000 David to get $16,000. Anybody else for 16, 15, 16. I get $15,000 David to get 16,000. So $15,000. Zach on telephone.
Lot F229 74 Kawasaki H2 750 Mach 4, no reserve.
And how much here? David to 20. Iron David to get 20 bid. Iron David to 20. David to get 20. David to get 10. 10. Iron David to 10. 10. 10. Iron David to get here. So we get 5 to start it. $5,000. 5. Iron David in there. 5,000. Iron David to get 5 to bid. Iron David to get 5. To get 5. To get 2. To get 3. Here down 3. Iron David to get 3 bid. Down 3. Iron David to get 4,000. 5,000. Iron David to get 5,000. David to get 6. 700. David to $7,000. 700. David to 7. And now 7 down, down, David down. 6 is down, 7 now, 8. Now 8,000 internet. 7 is bid, $8,000. It's 7, 8. Iron David rides in the lead. Iron David at a $7,000, $8,000 bid. It's 70 down, beat. Iron David at 8. Internet last call. I get 7,000. It'll be able to get 8. Now 9. At 9. Iron David at 9,000. At 10. Now 10. No, I already had that. I had 8 here. Gonna be 10. Did you get 10? 10,000. 12,000. 12. 12. 15. Where were y'all at about 15 seconds ago? 12, 15. Iron David. How about 13? I got 13. Probably got about 4 people who still think they're in. Who wants to give 13? But Laura does hold them out. 12, 13. I get 12 down under David to get 13. Last call. 12,000, 13. So $12,000 to Laura.
Lot F230 83 Suzuki XN85 Turbo, highly original, no reserve.
Yeah, Brian having it under David to bid 15. Down under David to get 15. David to get 15. So we get.
Well, coming up tomorrow, this is the motorcycle that everybody in attendance has their eye on. It is the 1915 Cyclone V-Twin, complete restoration, immaculate motorcycle, legendary and rare. How rare? Maybe just 2 or 3?
Oh no, I've seen about 6. I think there's probably a dozen in existence.
Okay.
That's not very many. And it was outer space technology for 1913 when they came out. Overhead camshaft V-twin. Kind of crude oiling though for the camshaft up there. Lots of stress, lots of heat. You had to pour oil into a little cup and hope it lasted.
Well, that motorcycle is coming up tomorrow, part of the Urban Hirsch collection. Well over 100 bikes and even some automobiles in that collection. You can see some of these that we're showing you now. Just an astounding group of motorcycles. It's
so exciting.
Unprecedented.
I knew Urban. I visited his collection before. It's just jaw-dropping.
We are back to the live action on the turntable. $10,000 no reserve bid on a 73 Z1 900.
First year Z1, nice restoration. Interesting colorway, that kind of green brown with the yellow flash. As I said earlier, I love the styling of these early bikes. I believe this is was a European spec with the black engine paint with the polished fins. Was not how they came in America. So for 14,
well, 14, yep, 14 either way will allow somebody to take that one home. 1985 Kawasaki GPZ 750 Turbo, Paul.
Crazy. The horsepower wars of the 1980s led to manufacturers experimenting with adding turbochargers to their bike. Now, Honda did it too with the Silver Wing, and led to some fiercely complicated motorcycles. The Honda especially, because they had a lot of engine monitoring technology. The Kawasaki was a little more raw, a little less technically sophisticated, and kind of nuts.
You think?
Kind of nuts. I mean, this is the kind of thing that only like drag racers do, is to turbocharge a 4-cylinder racing engine. But here it is. In the 80s, you could get production bikes from the factory, very rare, with a turbo.
25, 27, last call, 25-7.
No reserve.
$25,000 Drake.
Yeah,
25,000.
Wow.
Wow.
Kawasaki H1500 Mach 3.
Yes, sir. That gentleman bought it, and he'll take it home.
It's basically a turbocharged Ninja. Can you imagine?
Wow. Incredible.
Yeah.
Here's an H1 74 H1 500 Mach 3. This is again a bike out of that Lee Mitzel collection that we had a little bit earlier. And as I mentioned then, the Mitzel bikes are kind of scattered at various times throughout the course of the day.
And lots of Kawasaki two-stroke triples. This is the third 500 we've had on our broadcast, but we also had the 400, the 350, and a couple of 750s. Neat bikes, legendary bikes. And the glut has kept the price down a little bit. Although
Yeah.
$9,000 is still a lot of money for a 500cc two-stroke triple.
Next up is an 82 Honda CX500 TC.
Did I mention something about turbos a minute ago? I don't know.
You did. You may have, in fact. I think the word you used was nuts.
And this is the bike. I mean, actually, as 80s styling goes, it's kind of amazing. You know, the CX500 is the V-twin, the perpendicular V-twin. In England, they called it the maggot bike. It was the most popular bike for couriers, motorcycle couriers, because it was absolutely indestructible. So if you're going to turbocharge one of your bikes, maybe you want it to be indestructible. But it was only a 500, and this was technologically the most sophisticated motorcycle Honda made in terms of the electronics. The engine is dead simple. The turbo per se is dead simple, but it had all this complicated monitoring and regulation system to try to make it a civilized motorcycle. And the problem is all those electronics tended to break. So caveat emptor, it's hard to find those parts from 1982, but very, very rare motorcycle.
Well, and here's the deal on this one. To add to that story, this bike has 2.2 miles.
Oh, 2.3?
Maybe
2.4.
Going to be 2.4 by the time we end up seeing it. But it was sold for museum display only. And so if it looks brand new, it's because it is. The thing has basically never been ridden.
Yeah, the guys are actually lifting it up behind us. I don't think there's anything inside.
Maybe not.
Just kidding.
Oh, I see. I'm tracking with you. Here's a 72 Kawasaki H2 750.
Another Widowmaker. Fastest quarter-mile times in the industry. Crazy wild bike. Narrow power band. The weight was pretty far back on a short chassis, which meant they were the wheelie kings. Incredible horsepower. Kawasaki's brief to its engineers was to make us a bike that's cheap and fast and will do an 11-second quarter mile. And I can't remember what the sales price was, but they delivered on all accounts. Two-strokes are very simple to manufacture and produce a lot of power.
Well, and $27,000 buys that 750cc triple. And we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get into our final hour from Vegas with you today. Stick around.
$6 at $6,000 bid. You want to get 5 bid. You want to get 6, 7,000. You want to get 7. You want to give 8 at $8,000. You give 8 bid. You want to get 7. You want to give 8. You want to give 8,000 at $8,000. You want to get 7 bid. You want to give 8. You want to give 8. You want to give $8,000. I have $7,500 bid. You want to give 8,000. You want to get 7,508 at $8,000. You want to get $7,500 bid. You want to give 8. So $7,500. Paul Guck.
Now offering F236 from the Slow Joe Gardella Estate, a 1914 Harley-Davidson Model 10E. This Slow Joe Gardella's Gray Ghost motorcycle cannonball entry for 2010 and 2012, no reserve.
And somebody give $80,000 here. You better give 80 bid. You better get 10. You better get 20. At $20,000 here. You better get 15 bid. You better get 20 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 30. At $30,000 down 5 bid. You better get 40 bid. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 35. 40 down 5. At 50,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 60,000. You better get 60. At $60,000 here. You better get 60 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 65. I have $60,000 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 60 bid. Anybody get 65? Anybody get $62,000 for it? At 60 bid. Anybody get 2 bid. Anybody get 2? You better get 62. Sold $60,000. Ryan Brewer.
Now offering up $237 from the Slow Joe Gardella Estate, a 48 Harley-Davidson FL Panhead, no reserve.
$80,000 here. You better give 80 bid. You better get 10. You better get 20 bid. You better get 15. You better get 20. Put him at 25 bid. You better get 5. 30. At $30,000 now. You better get 35 bid. You better get 40 bid. You better get 40. You better get 40. I have $35,000 bid. You better get $40,000. At $40,000 here. You better get 5 bid. You better get 40 bid. You better get 5. And now $50,000 here. You better get 50 bid. You better get 45. 50. At $50,000 bid. You better get 45 bid. You better get 50 bid. You better get 50 down 5. At 50 bid. You better get 55,000. You better get 52. At 50 bid. You better get 52,000. You better get 2 bid. You better get 52. Sold $50,000. Paul Guck sold.
Now offering up $238.1 in 1940.
Well, time to kick off our 5th and final hour with you from Vegas today. We're down south of the Strip at South Point. And don't forget, our coverage continues tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon out here in Vegas on YouTube at Mecum. And we still have an hour to go. And how about we check in real quickly with Ralph Sheheen for a bike that's coming up before we leave.
Scott, we talked about the Yamaha and the Honda. How about the Suzuki from the same basic era as the RC30 and the OW01? This is a 1989 Suzuki RG500 Gamma. Now, this was owned and restored by Rick Lance, who is also known as Lance Gamma, the foremost restorer of Gamma motorcycles. Now, this bike is basically a street version replica of the World Championship Grand Prix bike of the great Barry Sheen. And the thing I love about it the most, the tail section back here squared off, and just take a look at the work back here. Just so cool how they have the grills like that, allow you to see the exhaust pipes. Now, Paul, the one thing I don't know, if you're going to ride an RG500 Gamma, do you have to cut a hole at the front of your helmet so you can stick a cigarette in there just like Barry used to do?
Only if you smoke. But you'll definitely be smoking riding that thing because it's a 2-stroke. Fabulous bike. Never sold in the United States. Happy to have them here, though.
On the way to the block here in the next hour, and we'll see it very shortly. Well, here we go with the always popular Captain America replica chopper. This happens to be a 2001 Panzer, and the reserve is off, Paulie, at 20 grand.
Yep, famously, not so famously, designed by Cliff Voss and built by Benny Hardy. Cliff Voss was a civil rights activist in the early 60s. Chopper rider. He took his knucklehead chopper to Alabama to register black people to vote in 1963. Can you imagine a black man on a chopper in Alabama in 1963? Yeah. He was quite a guy. He was a friend of mine, and he designed this chopper for Easy Rider. He was an associate producer on the film.
All right, we see it getting ready to leave the building, and now to the XR750 that Ralph was waxing eloquently on a little while ago. 1980, selling at no reserve here.
I mean, what a purposeful motorcycle. It's one of the ultimate expressions of the V-twin. You know, when a design gets so refined after the years, an overhead valve V-twin looks like a Sportster, has nothing to do with a Sportster. You try to put those cylinder heads on a Sportster, they don't fit. I know someone who tried, and he said he wore holes in front of his milling machine to get it to work. Actually, we had I worked with Michael Lichter on one of his exhibitions at Sturgis one year, and it was a Cafe Racers exhibit. My book, Cafe Racers, came out of that exhibit, and one of the exhibitors had done exactly that, put these XR 750 top ends on top of a Sportster, and he gave that incredible quote. Beautiful, beautiful motorcycle. Didn't make a whole lot of these. One of the winningest race bikes in the world.
And you know, between 1970 and 1980, that's the extent of the production, and it's one of those things where if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
They keep racing them. It's crazy. It's crazy.
47.
45. That's Katie over there, lower left, with our internet bidder.
7,
who has the top, well, did have that top
46,
spot.
7, 8, 48,000. Anybody give 7? Anybody give 8? Anybody give 8? At 47,000. Anybody give 8? Anybody give 8?
Great pleasure of riding the street
at 50. Anybody give 50? Anybody give 50,000?
No other changes. Still had the dirt track tires. What a fabulous motorcycle.
Yeah.
The engine was just like a turbine in it with a dead flat power curve.
52.
Handling pretty good.
Exceptional. I was really impressed, but those dirt track tires were not so great when you were leaned over.
True.
On the pavement, that is.
Right. Kind of out of their element a little bit.
Yeah.
But $50,000.
Good solid price.
Ends up with taking that motorcycle. Here is a 1940 Indian 4, model 440.
Yep, one more year to go. This is next to the last year, Indian 4. This is the first year of the full skirt fenders from Briggs Weaver and the plunger rear suspension. Beautiful, beautiful motorcycle. Look at that engine. I mean, okay, the engine's a bit of a tractor motor, but gosh, the styling is just extraordinary. And you love the concho, fringe seat, the leather saddlebags. Still has the leaf spring front fender, the Indian head running light up front. Just an extraordinary motorcycle, and that's why it's worth over $100,000.
Yes, indeed, and a lot of people are willing to overlook that tractor-esque engine, if you will, for that style, the rest of the styling on that motorcycle. It's just something to behold. Another entry into our six-figure club today, and actually that means that our top 10 motorcycles today, Paul, all in excess of $100,000.
We're only on day one.
You said it. My goodness. Here's an EL from 1948 now.
First year Panhead, which shared the chassis with the Knucklehead from the previous year. So they had a different top end, but basically the rest of the bike was the same. Aluminum cylinder heads, those pan-shaped valve covers, still with the Springer forks, still with the rigid frame. You could swap the engines back and forth if you want, but this is considered the most collectible of all the Panheads because it's a one-year model. The next year they went to the Hydroglide with the telescopic front forks.
Were you bidding?
Who's bidding?
Close the bid at $28,000.
28 is the high bid. And as that one gets ready to roll out of here, we will send it over to Hannah Lopa once again.
I've got a gorgeous 2024 Indian Springfield Dark Horse here, eye-catching paint job done by Hollister Power Sports. Now, the owner of this is famed YouTuber Riding Fish. He has donated this motorcycle. All of the proceeds will go to benefit Folds of Honor, which has provided life-changing scholarships to spouses and children of America's fallen or disabled military and first responders, and they have done all of the customizations and upgrades on this thing. Blacked out Thunderstroke, 116 cubic inch air-cooled V-twin. Some really cool high-performance things. Big audio setup by Davidson Audio. You've got the high-performance exhaust. Incredible motorcycle, and the proceeds are going to benefit an incredible cause, you guys.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, we had a guy come over who was connected to this bike somehow and said, if you guys can, get a look at the paint on that motorcycle. It is a mile deep, and he was absolutely spot on. I can't wait to see that one on the red carpet here shortly. Thank you, Hannah. Appreciate that very much. And as we said, the proceeds going to Folds of Honor.
Donated by Riding Fish. I think his name should be Listening Fish with those enormous speakers.
Very true.
Wow.
Yes. Well, if you like bling, this Big Dog Wolf from 2009 will get your juices flowing a little bit.
The end of the fat tire chopper era. With the financial crisis of 2009, these bikes were selling for a lot of money, very, very popular, lots of TV shows.
Yep.
And it all went crashing down. So, end of an era, but they have their own particular charms.
They sure do.
And I think they passed the nadir of their value and are starting to come up again. Even though that one didn't sell right now, people are starting to appreciate them once more.
Okay, well, that's good to know. It was 22 grand, by the way, the high bid on that one. Here's a 2023 Harley Street Bob Custom for us.
Yeah, because normally Street Bob had solid aluminum disc wheels. This one's got cast alloy wheels, special brakes, special paint job, special exhaust, extra large motor, and look at that paint job. Beautiful. 19th century style.
15,000 bucks. You're going to take a little bit more than that.
Yeah, but you know, we have not had a lot of bid goes on this in our podcast.
Very true.
It's only about the third or fourth bike.
Not many at all. There have been a lot of no reserve bikes, but the bikes that do have a reserve seem to have been selling. You're right. Here's a 1929 model 4014 Indian, of course. Totally restored, 77 cubic inch inline 4.
Gorgeous machine, beautiful restoration. This is the first truly all Indian 4. We saw the Indian Ace, we saw the later Indian 402. This one still has kind of a flat tank style, but it's more rounded in line with the rest of the factory's products. A lot of changes to the engine from the original Ace. Totally different chassis that Indian designed. Indian leaf spring forks up front. So this was truly the first all-Indian four-cylinder model, the first of a line. It didn't last all that long, 1928 to 41, 13 years.
He'll have it.
Oh, look at this. The reserve's off 160, and we don't appear to be done yet.
Yeah, that's Jason, who's the founder of the Cannonball.
Oh.
I'm not sure if he's representing the seller or the buyer. You never know.
Yep, you're right.
Oh, we came all this way.
We don't know. 170.
There's a buyer.
170. Anybody else?
167.5.
165.
75.
170.
67.
67.
Yeah, I know.
$167,500.
We've done all the work so
Don't
far.
let him do that to you. Give $170,000. 167.5 is the bid. 170, Jordy. 170. All right. So, 167.
All right. That little $2,500 bid did the trick.
That's a great price for a beautiful early Indian 4.
Somebody get 200,000. Anybody get 250. Give 150,000. 150.
Here's a model 402, an Indian 4, model 402 from 1930 now.
Yeah, I think this is it might be an original paint bike. Wow.
It is.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
The original plate. A Yam plate, a year of manufacture plate.
That is super cool.
It's so compelling. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think that bike, that restored bike was extraordinary, but this bike has a story.
You know, you see up on the front fender, it says Nassau County PD. This was a police bike.
Wow. Number 11.
From Rensselaer, New York.
Wow.
Wowzers is right.
Close the bid at $140,000.
Oh, my goodness.
Close the bid.
Wow, original paint. Amazing.
It looks like original everything.
Yeah. Indian 4s were very popular with police forces because they were fast, they were smooth, and you could ride them all day.
Look at that. Okay, here's an FL Knucklehead, 1947.
You know, this is the biggest selection of FL Knuckleheads I think I've ever seen today.
And this is one of the last of these Knuckleheads.
This is the last
produced.
Last year Knucklehead. 47 was the end of the line. 48, they went to the Panhead, as I mentioned just a few bikes ago. Looks like quite a restoration, although it's got an S&S carb and air cleaner.
37, 37, 35, 37. I have 35,000, 7, 40, 40, 37 bid, 40,000. Anybody get 40, anybody get 40, anybody get 37, 40. Now 2, 42, 40 bid, anybody get 2, 2, 2
Wow.
bid, anybody get
Investment
2,
grade all the
bid,
way.
anybody get 5 bid, anybody get 7.
Look at the quality of that restoration.
Really lovely. And you know, it's actually not over restored. They didn't polish the cases. They're properly matte. You know, that's about right.
And some guys prefer that, going with the accuracy rather than the over restoration.
Yeah. They didn't chrome the center stand. They didn't chrome the toolbox. It's just right. I personally think they look terrific in all black everything like
Yes,
this.
I agree.
So simple.
60,000.
55 is the bid.
Anybody get 60?
57.
50's bid.
What?
I got 50.
You got 50?
60.
I'm 50.
George, you want to give 60?
Hey, Jim, you got me?
Yeah, I got you. 50. 60.
Making sure. I thought it was me. You.
55. Reserve is off. 50's bid.
There we go.
52. 55. 52 bid. Anybody get 55? I have 52,000. Anybody get 55? Now 7. 55 bid. Anybody get 57? I have 55,000. Anybody get 57,000? At 57. Now 60.
Now back to
57, 60, 57 bid. Anybody get 60,000? Hey man, I put your hand down.
Auctions are
I put
amazing
your hand
things.
down. If you're standing there
Seems
with
like
two
nobody
hands
was going to
in the
bid
air,
over
put
30
your
grand, and here suddenly we're at 57, 60.
Unpredictable.
All right, she's in at 60. We found her. That's your bid, young lady, at 60,000.
We found you now.
It's okay. You'll learn to like the bike. 57, 60. Yes or no, sir? Do you want to give 60?
No!
Now 62. 60's bid. 62. 60 bid. 62. Give 62, sir. I know she said no, but give 62. She'll be all right with 2,000 more.
Ma'am, tell him you're giving me 61.
You can always sleep in the garage with a motorcycle. It'll be all right.
Try 61.
62.
Give me 61.
Sold. $60,000.
How about that?
Mr. Chance.
Yep, he shrugged his shoulders and then he hit him with that bid, and 60,000. We'll buy that.
Solid
FL.
price.
Here we go, Paul, with 1944 Indian Chief. We talked about where that was in the hierarchy of Indian production a little while ago. This one with the sidecar.
Yeah, and you'll notice that the 44 does not have the full skirt fenders. Because of 44, the production would have been for either military or selected what would you call it? High worth clients, generals, captains, doctors. So in 1944, there really was no civilian production.
Maybe the hoi polloi.
The hoi polloi, yeah. That's why it doesn't have the deep skirt fenders.
28.
27,000 bucks.
29.
Very low production.
28's a bid. 29,000. 28,000. Anybody get 29? 30. 29 bid. Anybody get 30 bid. Anybody get 30.
If that's a genuine Indian Princess sidecar.
Sold. $29,000. Ryan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I direct your attention to the screen.
Okay, $29,000. We are going to shift gears in a very literal sense here. It's time for the first car of the day today. We don't normally see automobiles here. We do have a number of them from the Urban Hearst collection that are coming up tomorrow. But this is a 1939 Lincoln Zephyr total custom sedan delivery. And wait for it, that
crazy BMW custom.
Yeah, 1955 BMW motorcycle. And that is a motorcycle under that silver shell. Look at that. They go together.
It looks like it has a hydraulic system or maybe a motor system to pull the bike and the ramp right into the sedan delivery.
Yep.
Lincoln Zephyr.
That is a 9-foot aluminum electrically operated sliding ramp. As far as the car, that's a total custom build. The fiberglass body by Deco Rides, custom built by Roger Austin, New Smyrna Beach, Florida. A year and a half for the build. It's got a 2001 4-liter Ford Ranger V6 engine.
No 12-cylinder?
No 12. It's also been converted from a 4-wheel drive to front-wheel drive to allow for more room in the back end of it.
Totally custom.
Oh, so it's not just the motorcycle.
$100,000 is the bid.
So Urban must have commissioned this.
Wow. 110.
Don't know that for sure.
This is not part of the Urban Hearst collection. No. This was the motorcycle was custom built by Larry Erickson.
Ah. Yeah, he designed the old
Godzilla.
$20,000 the bid goes on, Bob. Now
So $120,000 for this custom everything. That car, the motorcycle, formerly in the Terry Cook collection, former editor of Carcraft and Hot Rod magazines.
Hello? $4,000. Hanging upside down in your shop. Got $4,000 bid. Take it. Yeah. 4, 5. Remove it. $5,000. I have 4,000. Anybody get 4,500? Sold $4,000. Sold 4,000. Katie Net.
Now offering F251. F251 49 Harley-Davidson S125 Hummer. No reserve.
No reserve. How much is? Somebody get 10,000. Anybody get 10? Anybody get 5? Anybody get $2,000? At $2,000 bid, anybody get 2? Here, you better get $1,000 for it. $1,000 here, you better get 1,000. You better get 1,000. You better get $1,500. 15 now 2,000. You better get $2,500 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 25. And now 3,000. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get $2,500 bid. You better get 3. And now $3,500.
$3,500. At $3,500 bid, anybody get 35, 4,000, anybody get 4. At $3,500 bid, anybody get 4 bid, anybody get 4, anybody get 4, anybody get $4,000. I have $3,500 bid, anybody get 4,000. Now $4,500. $4,500 bid. Anybody get 45? 2 now 5. 42 and a half. $4,500. $4,500 bid. Anybody get 5 bid. Anybody get 2 and a half. Anybody get 4,500. At $42.50 bid. Anybody get $4,500 here. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 4,500. And now 7 and a half. 45 is the bid. $4,750 internet if you want it bid quick. $4,750. 45 bid. You better get 47 and a half. So $4,500, Mitch Bartunik. So
now offering F252, 67 Harley-Davidson XLCH Sportster, no reserve.
$1,000 here. You better get $1,500 bid. You better get 2,000. You better get 2. At $2,000 bid. You better get 2 bid. You better get 2. 2,500. At $2,500 bid. You better get 3,000. You better get 3 bid. You better get 3. You better get 3. At $3,000 bid. You better get now 5. $3,500 bid. You better get 3,500. At $3,500 bid. You better get 5. 4,000. You better get 4. You better get 4. I have $3,500 bid. You better get 4,000. You better get 4 bid. You better get 3,500 for now 4,500. At $4,500 bid. You better get $4,500. You get 4,000. You better get 4,500. I have 4,000. You better get $4,500 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 45. So $4,000. Jamie on the telephone.
Now
So
offering F253, a 56 Harley KH 900 custom, no reserve.
Well, there you look, get a look at the area of storage, if you will, that's right next to us here in the arena. That's some bikes that are still to come today, and a lot of the bikes that are headed our way tomorrow. More than 2,000 motorcycles here in Vegas this week, and we are thrilled to bring as many of them to you as we can here on the Mecum YouTube site today. It's all presented by State Farm, by the way. So we thank them for supporting the effort here at the 2025 Mecum Motorcycle Auction. Here's a 56 KH 900 custom.
That's a pretty cool custom sport twin. It's not a Sportster because it's a flathead Model K engine. Harley-Davidson's second unit construction motor. And was kind of the do-everything motorcycle. It was a touring bike. They also offered a motocross version or scrambler version, drag racer, KHK. KH was their kind of hot street model. So somebody's put a Corbin saddle on it, and I think some later forks, but it's got the original brakes and everything, different headlight, custom paint job. Pretty cool custom bikes. I actually really like these flatheads.
Very nice. $9,000 is all it took. And we go out to the 303 staging area with Ralph Sheheen once again.
Well, Scott, with Harley-Davidson, you've heard of the Electric Glide, the Super Glide, the Hydra Glide, Ultra Glide. How about a Moo Glide? 1993 Harley-Davidson Softail Heritage model from the lineup here. Just absolutely spectacular Heritage Softail, nostalgia version. And of course, Scott, with the 2700 that were built and all the cowhides that were used came from, you guessed it, Wisconsin, the home of Harley-Davidson.
Genuine cow hide, which is how it got the name of the Moo Glide.
There you go. Thank you, Ralph Sheheen, out and about for us today, checking out some amazing motorcycles coming up. 1955 Moto Guzzi Falcone Carabinieri.
And the Carabinieri are the guys who run around with machine guns because they're the cops, the equivalent of the gendarme in France. That's the heavily armed police force. So it's a basically a police military bike. I actually have a Falcone, just like, not a military one, but a sport bike.
I was a little disappointed there. You didn't give me a score on my Italian.
Good job.
Thank you. I'll take that from the guy that ordered the entire dinner in Spanish last night.
A lot of practice. Living half the year in Mexico.
Yes, exactly. Here's a 92 FXR now.
FXR being that legendary line that Willie G established in 1971. raking the front end, taking advantage of the chopper craze. The line developed, of course, with Harley-Davidson, always changing things over the years. This one's fairly customized with high handlebars and windscreen, short shocks, extra big rear fender.
All right, let's move on to a 2024 Indian Springfield Dark Horse. And we're going to listen in here in a minute to the public address for a little bit more on this bike and the tremendous organization to which the proceeds are going to go. That's the Fields of Honor Minnesota chapter. Let's join the PA now.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Just wanted to take a minute to tell you a little bit of the story behind this. First of all, I won this from Indian Motorcycle as a free motorcycle, and with the help of IMRG and all my friends. But before I got it, Hollister teamed up with Corbin and Clockworks to make this incredible paint job, and then I went ahead and worked with companies that I often do business with. Now, we made a one-of-a-kind motorcycle that I said the moment if I won it, I was happy to bring it right here. Now, a little bit of backstory about my boy right here, Matt, Folds of Honor. They have not ever had the opportunity before now to work with the motorcycle community. And I told him the first day I met him, I'm gonna win the bike, we're gonna auction this bike off, and he's gonna learn that the motorcycle community is very generous and big hearts. So, I plead you guys to do a great job. All proceeds go to Folds of Honor, and yeah, that's it. So we're gonna honor their sacrifice by educating their legacy. Thank you guys, I'm Riding Fish.
Thank you to Folds of Honor.
Well, there you go, Riding Fish. Well-known YouTuber, Fred Fisher is his real name. And
Generous Fish.
Yes, very accurate. So this Springfield Dark Horse bike, we talked about it earlier, 116 cubic inch V-twin, air-cooled, Thunderstroke engine.
And you can shout it to the world with that stereo system.
No kidding. And the proceeds going to Folds of Honor. We mentioned that a little bit earlier. And we've had automobiles and motorcycles go to Folds of Honor before, and they do so much in the way of providing scholarships to spouses and children of our fallen or disabled military and first responders that really truthfully change lives. I mean, there's nothing else you can say about it. That's the bottom line. Absolutely.
And we're looking at $60,000 right now, which is fantastic.
There you see a list of the sponsors. Organization that I do some work with in Indianapolis, Cars and Coffee. They are teamed up with Folds of Honor in Indy as well. And there it is.
What a guy. How cool is that?
And he's already wearing a Folds of Honor t-shirt. So they'll have something to talk about for sure, huh? And $55,000. Thank you, Riding Fish, or as you said, Generous Fish. That is super cool. And what a cause. That's a Mecum moment.
Yeah.
Here's a 2001 Harley-Davidson Deuce. 1500cc twin cam, 4-valve, overhead valve. $4,000.
Factory custom, as they say. So many options available for the bike, including the forward controls, as you see here. 21-inch front wheel, fairing. I think the seat might be aftermarket. With saddlebags.
$4,500.
That's the kind of bargain you can find here at Mecum.
Yeah, the prices go from outrageously crazy to bargain basement, and you still get terrific motorcycles. Next up is an 02 V-Rod. Look at this one.
So cool. You know, the V-Rod has a fascinating motor. It was actually designed by Porsche, working in collaboration with Harley-Davidson. They wanted a new next-gen motor to replace the old pushrod air-cooled V-twin. So they created the V-Rod, and it met all specs. Has incredible performance. So okay, but never supplanted the old pushrod V-twin charm. So, wow, that's a great buy. Now, that's one reason to come to Las Vegas. If you ever wanted a V-Rod, finding an immaculate one like that for $5 grand is pretty special.
Look at that. Disc wheels, front and rear. Well, we've seen completely blacked out motorcycles today. How about everything in silver or chrome? That has a look. All right, now to a 71 flathead V8 Honda. A total
I didn't
custom.
know Honda made flathead V8s.
Well, you see the Edelbrock valve covers there.
So cool.
Yep, those are finned aluminum cylinder heads on a Ford flathead V8 on a 71 Honda.
And what do you think got engine capacity on that? Is that 261 or?
Oh, you know what? I don't know. That's a good guess, a good question. You know who would know? And I'm not kidding. John Kraman loved Hondas. He loved this era of Japanese bikes.
Right.
And he loved flathead engines. He grew up cutting his teeth in the shop, working on flathead V8s all day. This would be, we would have
meat and drink.
We would have to keep him from jumping out of the booth.
Well, it's actually a very cool custom. You know, you can get an overhead valve V8 engine, one of those big dogs, I guess, these days. Kind of semi-production, but that's a very nice custom with a flathead Ford motor.
$20,000. Just bought that one.
It's a lot of custom engineering for 20 grand.
Sure it is.
And I bet it's smooth.
No doubt about that. Well, you talked about the chopper craze a little while ago.
OCC.
In this time period, right? There you see the logo. This is an 07 Orange County Greenie chopper.
We all saw the TV show at least once.
Oh, yes.
Maybe only once.
Or many times.
In my case, I only saw it once. I think I get the picture here. And as you can see, that bike would have been very expensive when new in 2007.
Wow.
It sold for $5 grand.
Here is 2003 Harley-Davidson. This is an FXS TDSE CVO 100TH. Oh, wait a minute. That's 100th anniversary. Yeah, Softail Deuce celebrating the 100th anniversary of Harley in 03.
CVO custom paint job, all the extras from Screaming Eagle kit.
Right.
Shotgun pipes.
This is the second
special paint job.
This is the second of the CVOs we've seen today. Yeah.
And I love the little lower cowl. Pretty cool styling on this one.
And again, a sub $10,000 motorcycle. They are in droves here in Las Vegas.
It is $6,000 bid, $5,000, $6,000 on it, $5,000 bid, $6,000, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, $7,000 bid, $7,000, 65, 7, 6,500, $7,000 bid, $7,000 down, 7,000, it's 700, it is 7 to bid, down, $7,000, $7,000 bid, down, 7,000, $7,000 bid, down, $7,000's all. Anybody else? 7,000 out of bid. 7,000 out of bid. Out. By the magnitude of 100 down. 7. By 7,000 out of bid. You got 65, right, Drake? Did you get 6,500? Did you get 65? What do you got? 75? How are we alone? Reserve is off, by the way. 7,500, sir. 7,500. You want to do that? Thank you anyway. $7,500 bid up. So $7,000. $7,000 Daniel on the phone.
Lot F261, a 98 Harley-Davidson Springer Softail.
You're right. High bottom of the negative 10. High negative 10. Negative 3,000 out of 4,000 out of bed. 4. High negative 3. 4. 5. High 6. High negative 6,000 out of. You're 5. 6. High 7. High 8. High negative 8,000 out of. You're 8. High negative 8. 8. 8. 8,000 out of bed. 8,000 out of bed. Now 70 negative 8,000 out of 9. You're 7,500. 8,000 out of 75 negative 8. 8,000 out of bed. 7,500. 8,000 out of. Anybody else? 75. 8,000 out of 90. 8,500. 9,000 out of bed. 9,000. You're 85. 9. High 85. 9. You're 9,000 out of bed. Down 9. 9,000 out of bed. 85. 9. 5. 95. 95. 87 and a half. 9. 87 and a half. 9. 9,000 out of bed. You're 9. 87. 50's a bed. 9,000. You want to get 9, sir? 9,000 out of bed. 9. $9,000. $9,000. Okay, thank you. Sold. 87.50. Paul got
F262, a 75 Suzuki RM125 with kickstart.
You buy it. I buy 10. I buy the back of the 10 bed. You 10. Got this in the hard negative. Gotcha. You 10. Hard negative 2. $3,000. $4,000 bed. You 4. High 3 to bed. $4,000 down negative 3 to bed. 4 to bed. 5. High down $6,000. You 5. 6. High negative 6,000. 7. You 8. High negative 8,000 out of bed. Down negative 8. 8. 8 to be 8. You 8,000 out of bed. 8,000 out of bed. 8. You 8,000 out of bed. High negative 8,000 out of bed. You 8. High negative 8,000 out of bed. Down 8. You 8,000 out of down negative 8,000 out of bed. Down 9. You 8,000. 9,000 out of bed. 8 reserve is off. You 8,000 out of 9,000 out of bed. You 9. High reserve is off. 9 10. 9 10. High negative 10. You 9 10. High negative 9,000 out of bed. 10 out of bed. 9,000 out of 10. You 10. High negative. Here we go. 9 10. Zach. 10,000. 11. 11,000 out of bed. 10, 11, high 10 to bed, 11 to bed. You 10, 11, 100 down, 11,000. 12, 12,000 you, high negative 12. 11, 12, high 11 to negative 12. You 12,000 out of bed, down 12. 12,000 out of anybody else? So $11,000, Nick.
From the Bruce D. Milner collection, F263, 1989 Suzuki RG.
Oh, that's a terrific view of South Point Hotel and Casino. The front door right there on the left. We're in the arena on the back side of the building. Plenty of room here for us as we continue with another, 20 minutes or so of our telecast here on YouTube today of the world's largest motorcycle auction. 89 Suzuki RG500. It's that Gamma motorcycle that Ralph previewed for us a little while ago.
As the Ramones said, gamma, gamma, hey. I never sold these in the United States, and boy, more's the pity. These were super high performance GP replicas, square 4 2-stroke motors, wild horsepower, super narrow power band. They were not meant for anything but hot street riding or track riding. And great styling, low 400-pound weight, high horsepower, lots and lots of fun to ride, superb handling because they were so light, top grade components on the forks, rear shock, the brakes, everything. So we love them here now because we couldn't buy them when they were new.
Right. This is a street legal version of the bike that Barry Sheen rode to the Grand Prix World Championship, as Ralph also pointed out a little bit earlier, and it just sold for 33 grand.
Yep.
All right, a KZ1000 next. 78 Kawasaki KZ1000 A2.
This is the second generation of the Z1 where they bumped up the capacity. 5 years after they introduced the model, they made it 1,000 cc, KZ1000. Styling is pretty much the same. This one has an aftermarket king and queen seat on it with a little bit of a sissy bar. Very common accessories in the 1970s. To be cool, you had to have something that looked like a chopper, even though this is much more of a cafe racer. But look at that little aftermarket sissy bar and the 2-level seat. Still made $10,000.
There you go. There you get a good look at it. And 10 grand is right. Let's check in once again with Hannah Lopa, who has found something of interest for us all. Hannah.
Coming across the block tomorrow, guys, is this Honda CR450 Daytona 200 race bike. It was raced in the 1967 Daytona 200 by Jim Odom for Team Hansen. He led most of the race, but he suffered a low side crash in the infield section, ending his race. He was, however, awarded with fastest lap of the race with a top speed of 134 miles an hour. This is one of two remaining. The other is in the Honda Collection Hall in Motegi, Japan. And I'm excited in just 4 short weeks to make my way back to the high banks of Daytona for the kickoff of Moto America here.
Very good.
So exciting.
Yes, indeed. And congratulations, Hannah. That'll be her 9th year affiliated with Moto America. So
I wonder if Hannah's ever ridden on the banking of Daytona.
Check her.
I have.
Have you really?
On a Bruff Superior.
Wow.
That was pretty fun.
How long ago was this?
I was 2012 at the start of the Cannonball. Started in Daytona.
Oh,
we did
okay.
a few ceremonial laps of the banking.
My next question was, how did you get past security? But it was all set up.
They let us.
Yep.
You know, it's different. I've been on banked ovals in Montlhéry before and other tracks in Europe, which have a very smooth, and Brooklands, they have a very smooth banking from flat to near vertical. Daytona is weird. It's just the banking is one level. There's no curve. It's just flat to angle. So I wasn't used to that at all. It's very different than
especially on a motorcycle.
Yeah. So there's that sharp angle, but at least it's consistent.
That Norton Dominator just sold for, I think, $5,000 or $50.
Yeah, great price for a nicely done Triton with a pre-unit Triumph Bonneville engine and a Norton featherbed frame.
So I'm sorry. This is the Norton Dominator.
There you go.
It's selling a no reserve as well. 500cc parallel twin.
Beautiful bike. Model 77 Dominator, 500 cc's, Norton's first parallel twin, their answer to the Triumph. Before that, they'd made only single-cylinder bikes. And that's a crazy price. I should have put my paddle on. Beautiful bike.
All right, 1965 Triumph Bonneville T120R. Is this the first Bonneville we've had today, Paul? We've had a bunch of Triumphs, but I don't think we've had a Bonneville.
I have exactly this bike. 65 Triumph Bonneville T120. Mine is, it's an R as well. What a wonderful motorcycle. I've done many, many 1,000-mile rallies with Susan on the bike.
I know you love these.
Yeah. I was a single-cylinder guy for years, mostly a Velocet guy. I'm chairman of the Velocet Owners Club. But this is Susan's favorite bike, so we tend to ride it a lot.
Okay, good for you. Total restoration on this bike. That's Pacific blue over silver, the paint scheme, and very happy new owner of that T120R.
Wow.
We'll come back in a few minutes and wrap up the day's activities here on YouTube. Stay with us.
It's $7,000 down, $500 bid all through, all done. Everybody else, $7,500. $7,500. Last call, $7,500 bid. Here down, $500 bid, $7,500 down. Close bid at $7,000. The bid goes on.
Lot F270, a 68 Triumph Bonneville T120R with a 4-speed.
You ride, $10,000, $10,000, 3, 4, $4,000 on a bid, $5,000, 6, $6,000 on a bid, $5,000 out of the market to do 6, is 6, high, $5,500, 6,000, 65, 7, $7,000 on a bid, $7,000 on a bid, down 65, 7, you 5, high, $8,000 on a bid, you 800 down, $8,000, you 8,000 on a bid, 5, 9, high, down 9, you 9,000 on a bid, down, $9, you 900, $9,000 on a bid, $9,000 on it, $9,000 anybody else, $8,000 a bid, 9 for service off, $8,000, $9,000, $8,000, $9,000 anybody else? Sold $8,000, sold $8,000 internet.
From the Robert D. Deagle Collection, F271, a 42 Cushman Model 34 Step 2. Sold on a sale,
How much
no
here?
reserve.
10,000, 5, 3, 2, 2,000 out of bid. Give it $1,000, $1,000 out of bid on it. 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 2,500, 3,000, 3,000, 3, high 25 gonna be 3, here 3, 3,000 bid, here down 3 to be gonna do 25 gonna be 3, 3,000, $3,000. Anybody else in 25 to be gonna do 3,000 bid, lab. Sold $2,500. Sold $2,500. Nick.
From RVM Classics, lot F272, a 49 Indian Scout, no reserves.
Sells it no reserve. How much here? You're right. $10,000 bid. You're 10. How gonna do $5,000 bid. You're 10, 5, $5,000 bid. You're 5, $5, $2,000, $3,000 bid. You're 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, $5,000 bid. $6,000, $7,000 bid. $8,000. You're 8, 7, 8, 9, 10, $10,000 bid. You're 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. You're 9, 10, $10,000 down 10. You're 10,000 down 10. Gonna be. You got 9, right, Alex? 10, 11, 12. $12,000 bid, $12,000, 11, 12, high 12 bid, 11, 12, high 11, I'm gonna do 12,000, here 12, high 12 bid, down 11,000, down 12, here down 11, I'm gonna do 12,000 bid, down 12 bid, down 12, here down 12, down 12, 13, 13, 13, 13 now, 13 bid, down gonna do 13, 13, 13,000, 13,000 out of bid, down 12, 5, 13, 5, 14. 13, 5, 14,000, 13, 5, 14, Lori Wonder, 14,000 out of bid, last call, 14, so $13,500, Travis.
Lot F273, a 2013 Honda CB.
Well, we're winding things down here on YouTube this afternoon and this evening, and our top sellers of the day today, we start with this 1929 Indian 4, which sold for $167,500 not long ago. 1925 Henderson Deluxe that was once owned by Mike Wolf of American Pickers. He bought it back in 15. Totally restored now, $170,000 sale price today in Vegas. But our number one car of the day today, I did it again, our number one motorcycle, 74 Ducati 750 SS, the green frame Ducati. It gavelled for $180,000. We have 2 of those here. This is the totally restored version. And
the pretty version.
The pretty version, as you said, Paul, right. And that is our top seller of the day today. And Paul, get a look at that. Top 5.
All over 150,000. That's great.
Exactly. The Italians leading the way.
What do you know? More than the 4 cylinders.
That's a pretty good group.
Yeah, 3 4-cylinder Americans and then the first Harley V-twin.
I should make a quick correction. That Ducati, that green frame Ducati, was in spectacular condition, but
not restored.
Not restored. Yeah. Yes, indeed. It is an unrestored motorcycle in spectacular condition. The one we'll see tomorrow, not quite the same level of condition, but still a great story.
It's leaving you the opportunity to bring it to spectacular condition without restoring it.
Yep, if you choose. Here's a 1929 Scott, thank you very much, Sport Squirrel. I don't know how I feel about that. But these are always...
You've seen a squirrel scampering.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. These are always very popular motorbikes.
And the 1929, it looks like this one has the 2-speed gearbox called the high and the low. It actually says high and low on the little rocker shifter there. Super simple motorcycle, incredibly light, has the world's first trellis frame, all straight tubes. They handle incredibly well. The 2-stroke 600cc water-cooled engine is very quick. It's not incredibly fast, but it'll get you to its top speed of 80 miles an hour. So very, very quickly, handles superbly. The trick about riding one of these is don't slow down in the corners because they handle beautifully. I had the pleasure of riding one in the mountains north of San Francisco. It was the late Pete Gagan's bike. It had been restored by Von Dutch, and I rode the nuts off that squirrel. And it was fun.
Oh, well, that might be the line of the day, Paulie. Hey, let's check in with Ralph Sheheen. Tell me what's coming up, my friend.
I got no way of following that, but I can tell you that tomorrow afternoon, this highly sought after 1938 Crocker twin is going to go across the auction block. The Crockers were built from 1935 to 1940. Roughly only 200 were built during that time period. This Crocker, this 1938, is Crocker number 46. And since it was built in 1938, it is what is considered a big tank Crocker. It's the first year of the bigger gas tank. Everything before this, Scott, is considered a small tank Crocker.
Thank you, Ralph. And that is one of at least two Crockers we have.
Crockers.
Three Crockers? Okay, I missed one.
Just a little correction. That's a small tank. I don't think we have a big tank this year. They're all three small tanks. Very interesting. There's really no particular difference between the two. It's just the size of the fuel tank.
Okay.
Because the small tank, you'd only get about 90 miles. It's like a chopper.
Yes.
Before you needed to refuel.
Okay, that 1932 BSA W7 Blue Star just sold for $17,000.
Beautiful bike.
That's out of the David Silver collection. That was restored, by the way, in New Zealand back in the early 2000s. Made its way here to the States not long after that. 1959 Harley Duo Glide Panhead.
That's what I was talking about earlier. It's got front forks and rear shocks.
Yep.
The height of comfort, because if you look underneath the saddle there, you see that third set of springs. That's the 6-inch fully floating seat. Imagine what a thing to ride over the roads today in comfort and style. Fairly smooth motor, even at speed. You can cruise all day long at 60, 65 miles an hour. And it's hard to imagine a more stylish big cruiser than this.
$27,000 bought that one. Here's another bike, and we've seen them sporadically here this afternoon and this evening. One from the Joe Gardella Estate Collection. It's a 63 Harley Aermacchi Sprint.
That's right. It's an unusual Aermacchi. An Aermacchi with a scrambler styling with a high pipe and the big extended air cleaner for the American market, kind of aimed at the desert sleds. And at this point in 1963, Harley-Davidson owned a majority stake in Aermacchi, and which was a very esteemed Italian company, but built sporting motorcycles, and in fact gave Harley-Davidson their only Grand Prix World Championships in the early 70s with the two-stroke racers that Aermacchi designed. Walter Villa riding.
That's got a lot of originality to it. That does not look like it's been restored at all, Paul.
No.
What do you think?
Yeah, what a cool original bike. Very rare configuration for this model. This is an American-only model with a high front fender, the big air cleaner for desert racing, and the high exhaust pipe. But you could get this as a road racer, as a scrambler, or as an ordinary road bike.
Drum brakes, front and rear.
Yeah. Neat bike. I really like these Sprints. And they could be tuned to the nth degree for road racing.
I know, I can't believe it either. Somebody will get $3,500.
$3,000.
$3,500, break the tie.
Facebook Marketplace prices. Come on, folks.
Not very well. $3,500 for that bike.
That's fantastic.
Where's my paddle? That's a nice bike.
I'll whistle at them. I'll get their attention. All you got to do is say the word, man.
Mark Hoyer said he'd take one back for me.
$4,000. Good power, high 35 negative power, high down $4,000. So $3,500.
Oh, wait. Sold before. I was really thinking about it there.
Were you really?
I was.
$3,500 is all it took to buy that 63 Harley. I should have bid on that one. That's the year I was born, man. That would have been sweet. Well, that is going to take care of our program today, everybody. Thanks so much for being a part of it. We are coming back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon here in Las Vegas, with 5 more hours of this magnificent motorcycle lineup on Mecum's YouTube channel. Included in tomorrow's show, that 1915 Cyclone that could fetch near record-breaking numbers We will find out. Much, much more than that as well. So for now, for Paul Dorleone, Ralph Sheheen, and Hannah Lopa, I'm Scott Hoke. Thanks so much for watching. We will see you back here tomorrow.
We're trying, Tim.